everyone, and welcome to this interview with the voice actor Anna Graves. My name is Ingela Hedberg, and I'm the Legion Commanding Officer of 501st Legion. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Ingele. It is wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to interview. I'm so excited, and we're really grateful for you taking the time to, help us support with the fundraiser and the good cause. So.
Yes,
Excellent.
yes, no, I love and support everything that the 501st does. So thank you for having me.
Yay!
And thank you to everyone out there who is a 501st member or anyone who is watching.
Yeah, and everyone who is giving money to the fundraiser.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Anna, you have done so much voice acting. I was looking through your resume, and there's so many productions and different things you have done. But I mean, obviously, for me, for us in 501st Legion, the most important thing is Star Wars.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah. So can you tell us, how did you start with voice acting, and how did you come into the world of Star Wars?
Yes, of course. I started as a young child, as an actress, as a dancer, singer. I loved doing musical theater. And in high school, I was never getting just the regular boring roles or the ingenue. I was always the character, the bigger, more broad women characters with sometimes accents. And I just sort of felt like I was like, oh, okay, that's who I am. I'm a bigger, broader person. And I'm a little bit, too, when I moved out to Los Angeles, I thought, well, I'm going to be an actor. I have to figure out what kind of actor I want to be. And I had a couple of casting directors say, oh, I can tell you do musical theater. You move your face a lot. And I was like, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I do. And then I met some voice actors and realized, that was something I always tinkered with when I was a child as well. Like I would make pretend commercials or come up with voices for characters or watch Saturday morning cartoons and try to do my own dubbing. So when I started taking voice acting lessons, it felt like the perfect fit. And that's how I decided that's it. That's the actor that I want to be. I want to be a voice actor. So
that's so cool.
Yeah. And the opportunity to do Star Wars, that just arose. I have fantastic agents, and Dara O'Farrell had reached out from Lucasfilm to see if I could do Princess Leia. And I hadn't thought about it. I was like, well, I love Princess Leia. I was a huge Star Wars fan. And then I was like, well, I guess she's in my range. She's sort of in this pocket place. And then I started doing, I did an audition for him, and it was all of the lines you love, you need money, worry about your reward, and the General Tarkin, I recognized your foul stench the moment I stepped on board. Vader's leash and all that, and the way that she just was so upset with Han. And I always grew up loving Han Solo. I was like, I got this, I can do this. So thankfully Lucasfilm brought me on to do a couple of video game projects as Princess Leia. I did a really fun arcade game and a pinball app game, and then that led to doing Disney Infinity 3.0. So that was this is my toy box.
Oh, that's so cool.
And I was super, super excited to get to be my favorite princess.
Yeah.
And I think simultaneously I had been cast as the Duchess Satine on the Clone Wars. So that was I auditioned just like every actress in town and went in for a callback and was lucky enough to be the Duchess Satine of Mandalore.
That is awesome. That's awesome. But I'm thinking, can you describe how it is? How do you work when you work as a voice actor? I think everyone knows how an actor when you see an actor, but how does it really work? How do you approach a character? Those things. Can you explain a bit?
Yes, you have to have an incredible imagination and a very good trust with your director, your voice
Mm.
director. When it came to the Clone Wars, we were really lucky because we got to read the entire script ahead of time. When we went into the session, we were handed the script and handed our pages with our character. And sometimes on animated series and especially video games, there's no way you can read the whole story and get the whole arc of what's happening within the story of the game, let alone your character. So you have to rely on the director to do that for you. But if you got there early, you were handed your script, you were able to read the script and absorb that information. And then we really took the time to go in together and talk to Dave Filoni about the characters, about arcs within the scenes, about how they were feeling and reacting with one another. Um, and then after you have all that information, it's really up to just getting in front of the microphone and performing it and seeing what comes out. And thankfully, that cast, it was absolutely incredible. I mean, just beautiful actors. You have James Arnold Taylor and Dee Bradley Baker and Ashley Eckstein and Matt Lanter and Kat Tabor. I mean, it was Corey Burton, inspirational. So it's hard to be, it takes a little pressure off of yourself when you're not just standing in front of the microphone. This is my microphone, that's why I'm referencing it. It's here behind this shield.
Yeah.
But when I go in for a voice job and it's just me, I will walk out of there a little apprehensive, a little not knowing, oh, did that work? Did I perform that to the best of my ability? And you're really trusting that writer, that director who's in the room with you. But when it came to Star Wars: The Clone Wars, you would leave an emotional wreck and kind of feel like you had been through something. And then you walk out of there relieved and, quite satisfied.
Mm. Oh, that's I can't even imagine how it must be. I'm just thinking, oh my God, it's so cool all the time when you describe this, because obviously big fan. But I'm thinking you touched upon it, but if you do a TV series character, how does that compare to when you do video games? Because you've done a lot of video games as well. Do you just get lines that you're supposed to say when you do video games? Or
yeah. I will say I had an acting teacher when I first moved out to Los Angeles, and he would always say acting is reacting. So it's not always about how I'm feeling or how I'm going on into the scene. It's me reacting to you. So I listened to your question. I thought about the answer. I'm processing it. And then I'm going to talk about how I feel about that. So I'm reacting to that question. So when you're in a room with the other voice actors, it is incredibly helpful. Like, we are reacting off of each other. And perhaps, when you're reading a script in your head, you're thinking, oh, he's going to read this scene very angry and he's going to get loud and intimidating with me, and then I'm going to have to match that. But then you'll get in front of the microphone and that other actor across from you might choose to internalize that anger and actually do it quite quietly and smoldering, and the anger is beneath that surface and that tenseness. So then you're like, oh, and you're reacting to that instead of this screaming match that you were expecting to happen. So with video games, if you don't have another actor in the room, of course, sometimes I'll say that line angry and screaming, and then if the director says, now try it with a smoldering anger and just tense, then you do that, and then they edit it later on, and it's up to them to choose which one of your takes is their favorite.
Oh, do you actually look at, characters for a TV series, of course, then you can look, but video games, do you play them just to hear yourself?
Oh yeah,
Or,
yeah, which is a little strange. It's a little odd, especially if I'm, being judgmental of myself. I'm like, oh, did I really
yeah.
say it like that? Well,
Mm.
bummer. Um, but that just happens. So
Yeah,
no, I much prefer to play games that have other people's voices in them.
I can imagine, actually. I can imagine. So, you are obviously a Star Wars fan. I've read that about you. But when did you become a Star Wars fan? What's your earliest memory? Three,
3 or 4, yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah. Of course, Star Wars came out in 77. I was born in 78.
hmm,
So Return of the Jedi I did not get to see in the theater, but we got the whole trilogy on VHS, which I still have. If I had it in the room, I would show it to you, but it's the
yeah,
box set of A New Hope. And yeah, it's the one with the flaps that opens like this.
yeah,
And I got an Ewok. I got Wicket and I got Nisa from the animated series. I got the
yeah.
stuffies, and there's a picture of me
Oh,
somewhere of me, 5-year-old me, holding my Ewoks by the Christmas
oh,
tree, and I was just so
oh,
excited.
yeah,
And I watched the movies over and over again. I watched the Ewok films, any kind of spin-off, in the Ewok animated series.
yeah,
I always wanted there to be an animated Princess Leia show where I could
yeah,
follow her adventures, because here was this incredibly brave young woman who I didn't quite at the time understand why she didn't know who her parents were and where she came from. And then when Alderaan blew up, this is this huge thing that happens to her. So I always thought as a kid that I would love to watch that.
yeah,
But and I read the books, and I had some comic books, and it was just, I think it was later, it was when they re-released the films in 1997. Help me out, everyone
yeah.
who's watching.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I still have my ticket stubs from going to see A New Hope, and I remember
Mm,
exactly where I sat in the theater. I was in the second row, kind of over to the right of the screen. And I mean,
yeah.
it was just when that crawl happened and everybody exploded in clapping. I was like, it felt like a community. It felt like,
Yeah.
oh, they feel like I do. This is amazing.
Oh,
Um,
that's so cool.
yeah, so I think seeing A New Hope in the movie theater for the first
Yeah.
time uh solidified that for me. Like, I kind of
Mm.
knew other people liked Star Wars, but I didn't know.
No. No,
So
and obviously that was before the internet. So
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
of course, yeah,
yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
yeah,
So with everything, you have watched everything, I assume. What is
yes.
your favorite movie or series, if you have to pick one?
Oh, well, I'm biased, so I have like a soft spot for the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
But if I had to say a series, but no, Empire Strikes Back has always been my go-to. It's always been my favorite.
Yeah.
I love that they split up and go on their own adventures. Sorry if I'm spoiling it for anyone. Have you all seen Empire? I hope. Okay. No, I love that Luke is discovering more about himself, and off on this journey with Yoda, and Princess Leia and Han are on their own adventure and getting chased. And I just feel like that really glues together A New Hope and Return of the Jedi in this
Yeah.
beautiful, beautiful sewn way.
Mm.
But I mean, yeah, I love Rogue One. I love Rogue One. I love um love what fans have done with the stories with which they are given.
Yeah.
um I think that there's so many stories, and there will be, and I love the incredible I mean, I can't name just one, Gailey.
No, no, but I mean, I understand. I mean, for
Yeah.
me, it's always been Empire Strikes Back, but that is because I was born, so I could actually watch that. So that was what made the biggest impression. And when you take that as a kid, I mean, I was 6 years old when A New Hope came out.
Right.
That I'm not sure I even saw it in the movies. Actually, I was so small. But
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back, it was like, whew, and I mean, I was stuck since then. So I completely understand. But every time there's a new thing coming out, I'm
Yeah.
just in love. I mean,
Well,
Rogue One, I was, oh my God, it's the best thing ever. And then
it's
anything
just,
else comes out, and it's
yeah.
exactly the same feeling. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I love all the new, I love 7, 8, and 9. I it's kind
Yeah.
of hard to displease me, which I know a lot of people are like, oh, no, 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 you got to have an opinion one way or another. But
Yeah.
it's really hard to displease me when it comes to Star Wars.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I
Yeah.
totally understand you. So, but I was thinking, back in the days when it still was a thing, conventions,
Oh,
where we
oh
could do
yes.
that.
I remember
Yeah,
those.
yeah, that was
Yes.
back in the day, way back. So you and a lot of people, other actors, attend conventions. I'm assuming we are going to start again. So,
Yes.
yes. Can you
Yes.
tell me what you like about going to conventions? What is it that gives you? Yay!
It's interesting because I had not sought out a lot of anything convention wise until 2018. I had the pleasure to go to, that's when I met Erica.
Mm,
That I had the pleasure to go to FanX in Salt Lake City. And the only reason I went was because it wasn't about me. It was about a couple that fell in love because of Star Wars and had met at a Mandalorian Merc party, and they got married. And they wanted to have a cosplay wedding as the Duchess Satine and Obi-Wan Kenobi. And they kept writing on social media and saying, how cool would it be if you were there? How cool would it be if you officiated the wedding? And I was like, wait, this could be awesome.
yeah,
So I reached out to James Arnold Taylor, who's the voice of
yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, and a friend of mine. And I said, we got to do something, right? What should we do? And of course, he's been to FanX. So he was like, let's do it. Let's go. Let's offer to officiate. And I said, let's do it. I'm ready. And then maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, we were on a plane and we went and officiated this wedding. Now, while we were there, I was lucky enough, they got us a table and we were able to do a signing and meet all the fans that were there too. That wasn't
Mm,
originally part of the plan.
uh-huh.
But I'm so glad that they set that up. And that was really one of my first times since I had done Star Wars, especially doing a convention. And
Mm,
it was amazing. It was wonderful to meet the fans and meet people who, Clone Wars started in what, 2009, 2008, 2009, 2010. What am I saying in Gaelic?
somewhere around.
I think I got cast in 2007, recording in 2008 and 2009.
Yeah.
I know my character came out on the show in 2010 in season 2, but point is, at that point there were people who, that was their childhood and they had
Mm,
grown up and come to the convention, and they were like just so lovely about, and gracious and excited about it. So it put this perspective to me about
mm,
conventions, because I've gone to Celebration just as a fan, but I really want to go now and
yeah.
meet everyone and go. I don't know. I get a little weird when it's like too much attention on me, because the characters I play, I feel like, they're not all mine. They don't belong to me.
No.
It's a collaboration. It's something that I create with someone else. And so it feels a little odd to take all the credit, if that makes sense.
Mm. I can
So,
understand that, but still, you do a very large part of those characters.
and
So,
I love my part. The
yeah.
part that I play in creating a voice for a person or a creature or a robot or anything that I do, it's my favorite. It's my
Yeah.
job, and I love my job. So now, yeah, that convention was really eye-opening, and I really
Mm,
sought out some opportunities to do more conventions after that experience. So I just reached out to someone recently about some conventions that are coming up this fall, and I'm hoping, that will happen. I think that would be incredible.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that you will be around for something that I can go to as well,
Oh,
even though I'm
that would be
in the
awesome.
other part of the world. But
Well, and you have to understand too, like when I'm walking around and I'm there, I get more excited, I think, than anyone is to meet me about seeing you guys and seeing everyone dressed up. I'm just like, the costumes are incredible. And the
yeah,
time that everyone puts in to make them is so beautiful. So if and when it's possible someday in my life, I am going to pick what I'm going to make, and I will be cosplaying at some point. It's just in the cards.
yeah, that I look forward to see that.
Yeah.
So, but have you seen any cosplays of any character you have played? Any favorite that you can mention or something like that?
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I've seen Jessie, the beautiful bride that I had the pleasure of meeting at her
Yeah.
cosplay wedding. She has a gorgeous Duchess Satine design, and she even let me try on her headdress. And there's a photo of us both together at the convention. I stole her Duchess Satine her headdress. I'm wearing it. But yeah, no, anytime that anyone tags me on Twitter or Instagram, I see you, and I absolutely adore the magic that goes into recreating those outfits. I always want, I don't know if anyone does Duchess Satine, her action, and when she's on a speeder, she's wearing with leggings and boots. I think I've seen that done maybe once, maybe twice, but usually it's the more regal look with the crown and the gown and everything, which is beautiful too. So a lot of creative options. Because the artists on those shows were amazing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually when you see characters being, especially when they are from like Clone Wars and such, that haven't been played by a real person, then the interpretations is so cool, because it's there is so much detail that actually goes into the real thing that isn't there in the animated series for the character. And I love seeing people interpret all those characters. Actually, it's really fun.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions for you, so you have to stop me if it's too much. But
I'm ready. I brought water.
Excellent. So when it comes to, I mean, obviously COVID and everything, it's been kind of dull for everyone. Is there anything that you have been thinking that, oh my God, when this is over, I need to do this? Is there anything that you look forward to more than anything else, if we put it like that?
Yeah, traveling. I miss traveling so much, much. We did because after we had gotten vaccinated, we went up to Yosemite, which is not a bad drive. It's not a far drive from us, but Yosemite National Park is gorgeous. It's just beautiful. And that was illuminating getting out of the house. It was just wonderful to be on the road. But yeah, I mean, in 2019, right before COVID happened, we took our kids to Tokyo for this, once in a lifetime amazing trip for them. We wanted them to experience another country. And my husband and I had traveled to Europe before, but we had never gone to Asia. So we said, let's go to Tokyo. And they had the best time. It was wonderful. And they talk constantly about going back there again, and where we will go that we didn't get to go on that trip, and explore the country more, like the entire country. So, and it was, it was interesting because we were there during flu season. Everyone was wearing masks on the subway. And so by the time the end of the trip had ended, my kids were like, hey, can we get a package of masks? And I said, yeah, you can, go for it. So then when everyone started wearing masks last spring, they said, oh, we have those. And they went and got them. And started wearing them when we would walk around the neighborhood, and
Yeah.
they were totally cool with it. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think traveling would be the number one thing, being able to travel safely. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind social distancing and wearing a mask at all, but I miss hugging people. I miss seeing a lot of friends, family.
Yeah.
There's just a huge list of things.
Yeah.
And we went crazy a couple of weeks ago, and we did get tickets to California Adventure theme park, but I was a little bummed. Shh, don't tell my husband. I was a little bummed we didn't get to go to Disneyland, because I've never gone to Star Wars Land. So I
No.
really, really want to see that Millennium Falcon in person. So that's
Yeah.
on my list of things to do this December.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also want to go there.
Yeah.
I tried to talk myself into allowing the budget to go to Star Wars Celebration, and basically that was mostly to go to Star Wars Land.
Right.
But I realized that it's not doable next year, because I'm doing a lot of other stuff. So that is still to be done later
All
on.
right. To be done. It will happen,
Yes.
though.
Oh yes, I want to stay in the Star Wars hotel and everything. I want to do the whole thing.
Nice.
So we will do that. So I'm thinking, what is the oddest thing you can think of that you have been asked to record in or out of Star Wars? Do you have anything is like, yeah, this was weird? Or fun?
The oddest thing. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind was a video game I did called BioShock 2, where I had to die many different ways. And one of the ways I had to die was to like freeze, but not on the outside. It was like I ingested something that froze me from the inside out. So I had to make this very guttural noise of what it would sound like your windpipe is freezing and then you turn into an ice cube. That was weird.
Sounds weird, yes.
Yeah, but I've done other things, unpleasant things, like there's actually a YouTube video of the many ways that one of my characters dies in this video game, because I'm poisoned, shot, stabbed, I get eaten by rats. So yeah, there's a lot of screaming, a lot of, and anytime you have to do fire burning, like it's you have to pretend you're on fire. That's terrifying. It's terrifying. And you leave the session just like a sweaty hot mess, and you're just like, oh man.
Yeah.
But it's
I can understand that.
Yeah, because you don't normally scream like that. You don't normally try to channel, you don't think about it. You don't want to think about it.
Yeah.
But creating those sounds can be they can be liberating too. It can be fun and creative if you're not thinking about the grotesqueness of them.
Yeah.
The morbidness.
Yeah, well, I've actually never thought about that, but I'm thinking about it now, and
I apologize that I put that thought in your head.
No. It's good to get to broaden your mind, if you say it like that.
Yeah, and when you accept a job, there's usually something that says this contains strenuous voice work. And there's a warning. It's like their warning label before you step into the booth, so that when you leave, you're like, oh, whew, they weren't kidding.
Oh, that's surprise work.
Surprise.
So you know that they're doing this new live series with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I do.
Yeah, and we're all excited about that, of course. But do you think, if you were to guess, do you think that Satine will be in some way or another part of that?
I think, for me personally, as a fan, I would be lucky if I just get a mention, if I just get him talking about her.
Yeah.
If I could hear Obi-Wan expressing, you know, feelings about the past and things that
Mhm.
he had gone through with Anakin and with Satine, things that really shaped him into this person he became,
Yeah.
that would be enough for me.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying I wouldn't mind a flashback or a good scene, but yeah, I think just
Mm.
hearing him talk about it would be incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I agree. I agree. It
I
would
feel,
be.
I feel like we got a lot of time with them in the Clone Wars, and I know people
Yeah.
want more, and they would like sort of a prequel to the Clone Wars and get that young Obi-Wan and young Satine story, and that would be
Yeah.
incredible on its own. But perhaps for this series and where he's at, age-wise and timeline-wise, it would
Yeah.
be, you know, new adventures, new things.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. That's well, we have to wait and see.
we
It's
have to wait and
horrible.
see. And I mean, I'm so excited. I'm a huge
Mm.
Ewan McGregor fan, and I oof, he's, very handsome as Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I'm
Yeah.
again biased and have an affection for that man.
Yeah. Well, I think it will be exciting. I mean, I'm excited for everything they are doing right now. I mean, the fact that they are doing the follow up from Clone Wars with the Bad Batch. I mean, that is
Yes.
also.
It's so good. It's so incredibly good. And I
Yeah.
mean, I'm so happy for Dee, because he does such an incredible job of giving each one of the clones their own personality and their own character. But really, I mean, the writers have done a fantastic job on this show so far. So I'm loving it. And it was exciting. Like on my birthday last month, Dee wrote me on Facebook and was like, "Happy birthday." I was like, all the clones just wished me a happy birthday. So, you get excited about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's incredible. And I got to play twin Jedi sisters on the Clone Wars who were caught up in the mess of Order 66. So Tiplee and Tiplar, and
Mhm.
was one of the first Jedi that the clones turned on and was murdered,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Mm.
And so in the very first episode of Bad Batch, I was like, it was sort of like a weird flashback for me,
Yeah.
which I'm not Tiplee and Tiplar, but I am. So it was this weird flashback of, oh, this is all happening simultaneously. This is going down right now. This is terrible.
Yeah.
They're just figuring it out. So yeah, I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. Is there anyone else from the Clone Wars that is doing voices in Bad Batch now, or?
I should be better on that. I should look that up, and I don't know.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Me neither. So there's two of us.
I mean,
But
I know a couple of people that have worked on some episodes that are coming up, I think, but that's me speculating. So
yeah. So if you were to choose between Rebel or Clone Wars, I kind of know the answer already, but which one would you say is your favorite series?
The Clone Wars.
Yeah, I figured you
Yeah.
were going to say that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I like I said, I think Duchess Satine was introduced to the public in 2010, but in 2008, when the film was released in the movie theater, I ran to the movie theater that weekend and watched it, and just to find out more. I mean, I wanted to see it because I'm a Star Wars fan, but also I was excited to be in this series. But when I walked out of that theater and I watched those first two episodes together as a film, I was like, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be a great
Yeah.
series. And when when you're just starting out with a series and you're watching it and enjoying it in the first season, you don't think it can get better, but it did. every season got better and better and better. And I think everything that Clone Wars went through as a series created Rebels.
Yeah.
I mean, everything good that came out of Clone Wars. So, yeah, I was really excited to go in and work on a couple of episodes of Rebels, and that was sort of when I walked in and saw the whole crew there. I was like, "Oh, hey, what's going on? Oh, yeah, I was in the Clone Wars. Well, I was Duchess Satine." I was like, "Yeah," but
That's cool.
and Freddie Prinze Jr. was like, "Oh, my daughter totally dug your hair in that show." I was like, "Yeah, I dug her hair too. Her hair was pretty amazing."
Yeah.
And I think, oh, and the first day I went and worked on it, Sam Witwer was there. And of course, Sam is hilarious because he always apologizes again and again every time he sees me. That's our joke. So just keep it up, Sam. Next time you see me, you can apologize again.
Oh, that's cool. But so, of all the characters you've played, is Satine your favorite, or do you have any other character that sort of have a special place in your heart?
Yeah, I'd say the Duchess Satine definitely is in the top spot. She was an incredible character to get to play, and complicated and complex, and not just what was going on politically with her world and Mandalore, but with the romance with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and how to convey these past feelings that she's had for someone, and how they would translate into who she's become now when he reappears in her life. I mean, it's fantastic. You can't ask for more. If someone's holding you hostage and you're saying, "I've always loved you," I mean, that's the key moment where you're like, "Oh, that just happened. I got to do that." And I think that was the second episode of the or Voyage of Temptation. They're on a ship together, and there's a bad guy that's holding the Duchess Satine hostage, and Obi-Wan, of course, has to come in. And does he save her? No, he does not. You'll have to watch the episode to find out who does.
Good.
But other than the Duchess Satine, as far as like the Clone Wars and Star Wars characters, and I mean, well, Princess Leia, she would have to be number 2. And then number 3 would be Sugi the bounty hunter. She was a very great character that I played in, I think the name of the episode was Bounty Hunters. And she was tough, and I really liked playing her. She was trying to help this village out of this situation. And when Obi-Wan and Anakin came into it and complicated things, I think it was just a genius plot, genius script. And that was, I know, George Lucas's homage to the Magnificent Seven, to the Seven Samurais. So really, really happy to be a part of that episode, and always wanted Sugi to come back. So if anybody would like to cosplay Sugi, if I see some Sugis out there, that would make me happy.
Well, that's cool.
I do that Zabrak head with the horns.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the horns are the whole thing, really.
Yeah. There's a lot of prosthetics going on there.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of Darth Maul cosplays, of course. I have a friend that does it, and the process of shaving your head and then gluing on the horns and painting your face and everything. I mean, it's such a process just to go around and show off your bad teeth to everyone.
Yeah, right.
Because he paints the teeth as well, and then
of course.
It's an impressive look with that. So, and obviously females are cool because you don't see them as much, so that's cool.
Yeah, it is funny how my perspective of Darth Maul changed after what happened on the Clone Wars, because he kind of was always one of my favorite bad guys, and after the Clone Wars, he definitely became my top, other than Darth Vader, favorite bad guy.
I can understand that. It's
Yeah.
basically the same for me as well. So
Good.
I'm totally on your team
We're on the
there.
same team.
Yes, we are. So it for you then, is it more fun to play a good guy or more fun to play a villain? If you
I I wish I could say that. No, I wish I could say one or the other, but depend if it's
Mhm.
written well, playing a good person can be as equally exciting as playing a bad person, because good people have flaws and have to make decisions um, about how to do what they're going to do and what path they're going to choose. And that can be actually more complicated to do.
uh,
Being evil and making the selfish Sith decision in things, it's kind of a straightforward path, I think.
yeah,
But playing a good character is not always straight. It can have bends and twists in how you play that character, which I think makes
mm.
it more complex and exciting a little bit. But don't get me wrong, a good maniacal laugh is always enjoyed. So yeah, I think they both have
Yeah,
their pros and
yeah,
cons.
yeah. And I guess that if you get the character, no matter which side you're on, if it's three-dimensional and not just a stereotypical evil guy or good guy, then it's always, I mean, I guess
Right.
investigating into that must
Well, I mean,
be
that's what's so great
fun.
about Star Wars too, is the conflict
Yeah,
within everyone. Everyone has conflict throughout every film, throughout every episode. It's
yeah.
should I continue to be the bad guy? Should I continue to be the good guy?
Mhm.
It's
I
I guess
agree.
what keeps us watching.
Yeah, and I mean that makes it it connects to the real world. It's not that far fetched because
Hmm.
you can feel with the characters. They have real lives, so
Yeah,
to say. Yeah,
yeah,
and real struggles that you can relate to. So yeah,
yeah.
I agree. Um, so I'm actually coming to the last of my questions, but do you have you met the maker, as we call him, George Lucas?
I have not met the maker.
Yeah,
I would love to meet the maker if it's so, destined to be, but if
yeah,
not, that's okay as well. I greatly appreciate everything that he has done
yeah,
for this universe. So I'm a big fan of his.
yeah. I think that we all are, and if someone is not, then you should be because he created Star Wars. Hello.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I feel like I got to work with him by working with Dave Filoni,
Mm,
because Dave is a true Star Wars fan, and
yeah,
everything that he does is he's trying to serve the story and serve the characters within the world.
yeah,
And he, we would get into these discussions about the Duchess Satine, and he would say, well, George feels this, and George
mm,
thinks that, and George really likes this. And
hmm
I was just, I mean, so
yeah.
that I can't ask for any more than that. That right
No,
there, that experience is the cream of the crop, the gold,
yeah.
the gold for me.
Oh, that's awesome. Um, I'm I'm thinking I have exhausted my list of questions because I had a lot of questions that you answered without being prompted, which is awesome
That's
because
just me. I talk a lot, so
yeah, and you
sorry.
cover the important stuff. So
Good.
I'm really happy with that. So um, it's been a pleasure. It's been a privilege to have you on here.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you want to say as, parting thoughts? Anything?
I
You
would like to
have
say,
the
well, thank you for having me. And this
yeah.
was an equal pleasure for me. I love the 501st and everything that you do. And I really hope this weekend is incredible for you guys. And if you can give, please, come donate whatever you can. Even the smallest amounts make a big difference. And I just want to say, may the force be with you always.
Oh, thank you. May the force be with you too, Anna.
Thank you.
Lovely to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
승객 여러분 안녕하십니까? 루카스 필름 50주년 여행 패키지 은하제국 1138기는 곧 서울에 도착합니다.
50 años. Es increíble que han pasado 50 años desde que todo comenzó. Fuimos testigos de un sueño que se volvió realidad y de muchos otros más que comenzaron a nacer, crecer y madurar. Existen historias tan extraordinarias que te inspiran a convertirte en una leyenda y a querer cambiar el mundo. No importa si sucedieron hace mucho tiempo, en una galaxia muy, muy lejana. Revivamos esos buenos momentos con nuestra familia y amigos. Valiosas historias. Valiosos recuerdos. En estos años hemos vivido increíbles aventuras. Y es tiempo de celebrarlo a lo grande.
Dale, no pierdas el tino, porque si lo pierdes, pierdes el camino. Dale, 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 dale y no le dio. Quítenle la venda, porque sigo yo. Se acabó.
Hay que prepararnos. Debemos estar listos. Aún hay mucho que está por venir. Gracias por 50 maravillosos años, Lucasfilm. Que la fuerza esté contigo. Que la fuerza esté con todos nosotros.
Hey, welcome Star Wars fans, community. Appreciate everybody tuning in to the Mark Austin interview. We have some really great questions for him today. And we're also celebrating the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm, as well as a fundraiser for First Robotics, which is a fantastic STEM organization program for kids. And myself, I'm Amy Higgs. I'm the detachment leader for the Bounty Hunters Guild of the 501st Legion. And if everybody else, please introduce yourselves.
I am Robert Parisa with the Dune Sea Garrison and was the fire detachment leader.
I am Casey Smoot of the New England Garrison. I am the executive officer of the Bounty Hunter Detachment.
I'm Anna Gamboa from the Philippine Garrison and a representative of the Legion's PR team.
Fantastic. Well, Mark, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule for us. I know that last year it probably would have been a lot easier. This year's proven a little bit busier, which is a good thing for you guys.
Well, last year and this year, I luckily, haven't missed a beat. I haven't, taken any kind of time out. Netflix that I was working with last March were quick to send us all home like 2 weeks before. Everyone else seemed to be aware that there was a pandemic. And so I've been working here like nonstop for the last 2 years. So I've been busy for, the whole of 2020 and 2021. So.
Oh, well, very good then.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
Yes. Well, Casey, you want to start us off?
Sure. I think we're going to pass it to Robert. Take the first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, we will do that. So yeah, thank you for joining us today, Mark. Really appreciate your time. So obviously, like you said, we're here. Part of it is the celebration, 50th anniversary celebration of Lucasfilm. So what does Star Wars mean to you, and how has it affected you since you first saw it? Starting off with the easy questions.
Well, Star Wars came along just as my life was about to plummet into the dark times. It was the dark times for me. It was a time when my not so nice stepfather and my mother were separating. So it was a big upheaval in my family. And luckily, I had Star Wars to escape to, because Star Wars was my galaxy I'd run away from reality and escape from. And so it got me through a number of years. And when I finally got to meet George and work with him, I told him that. I told him, that I really, it's like Star Wars was therapy for me. It really kind of, it just really provided the ideal escapism that I needed to be able to sort of emotionally cope with what were some pretty kind of disruptive years. And I've never looked back. It's always been there. It's always been part of my life since 1977, and it really has affected especially since the blue screen show has affected my life and changed it forever. So there were things that consequences that I look back on that I never would have foreseen, like the biggest one being the fact that I do conventions now with a lot of the Star Wars characters.
Yeah.
And so I have friends, my childhood heroes are now my friends.
Right.
And they contact me asking me if I'm going to be attending a convention so that we can go and hang out. And that I never would have ever dreamt would be a possibility in the future. I never thought that Star Wars would be that impactful on my life, or that radically molding of me as a human being. But that, in a nutshell, encapsulates what Star Wars means to me.
That's amazing. That's really awesome to hear. So I know you had started work as an animator at ILM. So what led you down to that path? Or what brought you to ILM and even doing animation?
Well, originally I was a 2D pencil and paper animator making commercials in England for Europe. We made one commercial for America that got rejected, only because I guess the Florida orange groves were offended by one of the lines in the commercial. But yeah, I was working as a 2D animator in London, and the company I worked for had been going for like 35 years, and they decided they wanted to close the company. The two guys that ran the company, Ron Wyatt and Tony Catania, they decided to retire. And so they folded the company, and suddenly I was without a job. And super depressed, because I'm a workaholic. I am happy when I'm working, sad to say. But my friend went to an ILM lecture in London, in the West End of London. They were giving a lecture talking about how they did the special effects and bring dinosaurs back to life for Jurassic Park. So anyway, it's really late in the evening. My friend's at this lecture. I know nothing about what's going on. And he calls me from a really busy, what sounded like a bar. And he goes, I'm with the ILM guys, having a drink with them. I said, that's great, Steve, because Steve was a huge ILM fan. He would buy VHSs of movies that ILM done the credits for. You know, he's that big a ILM buffing. So anyway, he called me and he said, I'm with the ILM guys and they're looking for animators. And I said, Steve, I don't know the first thing about computers. You know, I don't even know how to work the function buttons on my pocket calculator. How the hell am I gonna work for ILM? He goes, no. They apparently, traditionally, ILM had taught technical guys proficient in the computer. They had learned animation and spent the years crafting animation as you know, their taught. He said that the software is that user-friendly now that ILM are more interested in taking animators that already know animation and teaching them this software in 10 weeks and have them be like CG animators. Oh, wow. So he gave me their phone number of their hotel room. So I called him up and I said, my friend, blah, 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 could I show you my portfolio and bring you my showreel? Yeah. And they graciously said yes. So I went up to London, carrying, you know, it's not like now we can send it down the internet. A big portfolio under one arm, a VHS in the other hand. Went to their hotel room and they said they liked my stuff, but I'd heard that before. And they left. And sure enough, within 3 weeks, I had a phone call saying, can you start in 3 weeks' time? So I rented out my house. I sold my car. I put all my furniture in storage. I packed 2 suitcases and I set off to California for what was supposedly just an 18-month gig working on some movie called Casper. And I'm still here. So that was 1994, January of 1994. And I've yet to go home.
Wow. Not even for a visit?
No, I've been back for a visit.
Okay.
I've been back for a visit, but only because, you know, whoever I'm working for, you know, they, in the movie industry, they don't really consider you have any kind of life outside of the movie. Right. You know, the movie is all encapsulated, and that goes for every studio I've worked for. So I have been back, but you know, the most I've been back for is a month, and that's about it. But I've been busy. I mean, my IMDb, if you look at my IMDb, is I think it's like 46 or 47 movies I've worked on so far. So
it's really impressive. So
pretty long.
Yeah. So you get to ILM, obviously, like you said, it was in '94. When did you first start hearing about the special editions, and what was kind of the reactions to that kind of internally within ILM and even personally for you? How did you feel about that?
Well, 1994, there'd been so many rumors rumors that hadn't become anything. There'd been so many promises that George was finally going to work on some prequels, and rumors have come, rumors have gone. Nothing really stuck until I'd say early '95. Early '95 was when the rumors started buzzing again, something was going to happen. And along with that news came news, they only want 3 animators. Oh, damn, I'm new. I'm new at ILM. I'm new at ILM, but very quickly I got bumped up to character supervisor for Casper. And when they came to doing the first trailer, they gave me this big trailer shot for Casper, and I must have done a good job, because then I suddenly was given all these kind of A-list shots. As an animator, you would want a shot that has some meat in it, some good dialogue, some good acting. That's what you look for as a character animator. And so after that trailer shot, it was the shot, there's a girl on my bed. Yes, that shot. That was the shot. That was the shot that got me kind of like on this fast track at ILM. So I heard those 3 spots. I'm like, oh damn, I'm not sure I can get this. I've done a good job on Casper, but 3 positions. That reduced to 2. And then I heard the rumor that there was only 1 position, because John Knoll had taken all the spaceship shots. No Millennium Falcons or X-Wings or TIE Fighters for anybody but John Knoll. Damn it. So I really didn't hold much hope that I was going to ever get that 1 spot, and miraculously landed in my lap, and they gave me all the creatures except for Jabba. That was Steve Williams. But suddenly I got that 1 spot, and so it became a reality. Suddenly you saw on your monitor, you saw your QuickTimes playing of the footage you're going to have to work on top of, all the plates. And I think when you saw the plates, when I saw 3PO and R2 outside the cantina, that's when my juices started flowing, because like I said, there'd been so much talk, but we work in such a visual industry that only when I saw something was when it took hold, and I was very lucky, very fortunate to get that one spot.
Wow, that's amazing.
And completely unrelated to the blue screen shoot, because the blue screen shoot was December 6th, '94, and I didn't get cast onto New Hope until June, July '95. And actually, at the end of Casper, I went up to HR, and I thought they were going to tell me my flight details. So I'm up at HR in this is the old Ireland, back in Sandfell in Kerner. So I went up to HR, and I was expected, what was my flying dates? And they said, oh, we got you down as a full-time employee. I said, really? I had to look, make sure it was. And she said, that's okay, isn't it? I said, fine. No one told me. So I had to call my mother. I'm not coming home. Not for another 6 months anyway. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That is, so you said you were doing the creature animation for the films and stuff. So you have any favorites like Dewbacks or anything that was?
Yeah. I always loved the Dewbacks. I always loved Dewbacks, and I always loved that one production still of the Stormtrooper on the Dewback that you never saw in the movie. The one that I painted, actually.
Right.
The Dewbacks were always very near and dear to me, and we never got that toy in England. I saw it on all the Kenner pamphlets, you pour over the action figure pamphlets as a kid.
Right.
I saw you had it in the US, but we never got the Dewback in. So finally getting to work on the Dewback was pretty special for me. The first shot, there were way too many cooks in the kitchen, because you know how big Star Wars is, you know. So there were way too many cooks in the kitchen. I put my walk cycle is that first shot of the duvets going past and the lambda shuttle taken off. And there was some guy saying, "Oh, you should lift the leg here and drop the leg there, and that hip needs to come down." And they were micro directing this animation, and adding all their changes in just made this very clunky looking walk cycle. And it got to the point where I went to the producer, Tom Kennedy, and I said, "Look," I said, it's really getting messy. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Those guys, I can't tell them how to composite. They can only do that. That's not my area, but I do know how to animate. If you allow me to animate and just keep these guys off my back, I said the magic word. I said it'd be a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper.
Well, that's the magic word. No, yeah.
If you allow me to just handle them. So after, I always take that shot because still to this day, it looks like stop motion to me because I still see the remnants of that too many cooks in the kitchen. But the second shot I got, I just had full rain on. It was a shot where the stormtrooper's climbing down off the duvec, jumps down outside the cantina. And that shot, I remember showing it to Lucas and he was convinced that was live action. And I was like, no, I hang through that stormtrooper. It's like, that was the biggest compliment. Getting Lucas
definitely.
Think my animation was real live action footage. So,
very cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. So I think Amy has a question she's been waiting to ask for probably quite some time now.
Well, one of the costumes that I wear in the 501st is the SE version of Boba. And so how did you get the role for the special edition Fett in the New Hope?
Okay. We have to go back to, I'd say April and May of 94. And I'm just working, I'd never had email before I worked for ILM. And as soon as I had email, I had no one to email because no one else had it apart from people I worked with. But in the inter-office email, this one popped up saying, asking for volunteers to be a stormtrooper. So you can imagine the response. It went ILM company-wide. They must have had like 120 volunteers. So I already was good friends with Don Bees, who ran the archives.
Yeah.
He'd already, we'd already met. He'd already, allowed me to like take pictures of the Boba Fett costume and touch it and rub it on my face. And
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
He knew how pathetically devoted I was to Boba Fett, above any other character. So anyway, I volunteered to be a stormtrooper. Suddenly I got a phone call from Don. He goes, I noticed that you volunteered. And I was like, don't tell me I'm too short to be a stormtrooper. No. He said, he goes, we had such a response that we've been rethinking our idea. He goes, originally we were just going to have, we're going to screen the new trailers for the re-release of the originals for this new generation of Star Wars fans they're hoping to bring in. And at the end of it, all the license holders are in this theater, like Dark Horse Comics or Bantam Books or Kenner Toys or whoever. And at the end of the trailers, when everyone's juices are pumped up, suddenly all these stormtroopers will kind of come down the sides of the theater, kind of, oh my God, we're being arrested kind of thing. Then Darth Vader was going to come in and say, be honored if you join us or whatever, some kind of speech. That was the original idea. And when they had 125 volunteers, they suddenly thought, we can do that, but we can also do something much bigger. How about we recreate the Mos Eisley Cantina on one of the Skywalker sound stages and have an after party there, but with aliens and the band playing and Stormtroopers checking IDs and a bartender behind the bar. He goes, there's one character that you might be interested in, but until you try on the flight suit, I cannot promise you that you can do it. He said that if by chance you don't fit the flight suit, we'll find you an equally cool other character like that could happen. No, Boba Fett was my guy. So I said, I'll come on tomorrow lunchtime. So I went on the next lunchtime, and it literally was a Cinderella slipper moment, that zip going up. There was like God rays coming through the ceiling. There was angels singing, and that was my. I didn't think it'd get better than that. And I was wearing the actual suit, and they said, "Well, why you got the flight suit on? Let's check, make sure we have all the pieces." Sure, they fitted me out like Iron Man, clad in me all this armor. I was in heaven. They took a Polaroid of front, both sides, back, for reference to make sure that they did have a thing to check the costume against for whoever's going to dress me on the night. And I did that summit. The summit was 4 hours, and for a Boba Fett fan, that was the pinnacle of experiences, because I'm in the cantina bar wearing the suit. As I go past aliens, they're like ducking away from me. give them a look, and they flinch. There's bands playing, there's dry ice, there's the bar. It was like being in a VR experience, except you could touch everything. Everything was there. The aliens were there. It was the trippiest experience. And that first summit is when all the fanboys were there. They're the license holders, but they're also fans. And so every guest that was there was into it and playing along and just having a blast. And so you got kind of caught up in the hype. And they were saying to me, do you want to take a break? You should take a break. No, I'm fine. I think legally we have to make you take a break. So they take me off, and I'd be there with my helmet on my lap like a naughty schoolboy outside the headmaster's office, waiting to go back in. And they, okay, you can go back in. I couldn't get enough. And then when it finished, we stayed in costume, and they put music on. We was dancing in costume and had a blast. It was such a success, they had a second one, which wasn't as fun because the second group weren't the fanboys. They were like the bosses that just wanted to experience it, but they weren't fans. They weren't as into it as the first group were. So that's why the first summit is kind of, for me, the pinnacle, because it was just I could never have predicted I would ever get that experience. So I did those 2 summits, and then on the heels of that, they needed someone for the blue screen shoot. So at that time, I was like the guy that fit the suit. The guy that works at ILM already. They know I fit the suit. I'd done that Cinderella slipper moment, been through that.
Using you was cheaper.
Cheaper, free. I would have paid them. But that's basically how it happened. If it hadn't been for those summits, and if it hadn't been from just the way I met Don Bees was a weird. I'll quickly explain that, just one detail, because it is trippy. I told you I was a 2D animator working on commercials. So I'm working on commercials. I didn't know the company was going to fold. Suddenly the boss's stepson comes over from America. His name's Guy Hudson. He didn't tell me he worked for ILM. We just went out for the evening, with the boss's son. He was our age. We went out, we took him out nightclubbing, had one night nightclubbing with this person, and that was it. Didn't ever see him again. He went back to America. my first day, the very first day, which was actually a Saturday before I started on Monday, someone took me into ILM to show me my desk, show me how to log into a computer, which I'd never done, show me how to pick a password, show me my email, which I'd never seen. We do all this, and he takes me to the pinball machine. Wow, free pinball, Jurassic Park pinball. And in walks my boss's stepson. The very first day at ILM. I'm like, oh my God, how? So he was friends with Don Bees. He was the one that introduced me. Because the archives are off limits to employees. You're not allowed to go to the archives. But because he was really good friends with Don Bees, and I'd only met him that one time in England, one time. And so if it hadn't been for Guy Hudson, who's unfortunately passed, but if it hadn't been for him, I would never have, none of this ever would have happened. So it's a trip when you think about it. You meet one person one night, and then you see him your first day, and he opens up this whole door to the archives and Boba Fett and everything. So
very small world.
Yeah.
I have to ask Mark before we get on to the other question. Was your password Boba Fett 1?
No. I can tell you because they're really long now. But then it was like 6 digits. I always liked the constellation Orion. So it was Orion and my favorite number 3. That was my original password. Now you have to have like 16 letters. Sure. It has to have a number in, it has to have an exclamation mark or something. It has to have a capital in.
Gotcha.
Very cool.
Okay. I think Casey, you're up.
But when I did come over my 2 suitcases, the only action figures I bought was my Boba Fett hand painted by Kenner and my Jawa. I bought a Jawa for some reason. They were on my desk as well.
Nice. Okay,
So Mark, thank you again. It's a pleasure having you here. When you put on the suit for your summit and the screen test and blue screen, was there anything that you noticed while having the suit on that maybe you didn't expect that would be before?
Yeah, I really didn't. And again, I learned all the lessons about the suit that first summit because that was the first time I wore it for an extended period of time. But I didn't realize how heavy the jetpack would be. And the straps, I had like after the summits and the shoot, I had permanent kind of marks for about a week and a half, about 10 days, permanent strap marks. And also the wrist gauntlets, because they hung and they dug into the top of your hand.
Yeah,
so I had red rings and red strap marks.
Yeah.
About 10 days after each of the shoots. Or each of the occasions I wore.
For many of us who wear the T-visor, that's one of the things we always complain about was the gauntlets and where they wrist.
Well, the T-visor, thank heavens for the vertical in the T-visor because all your marks are on the floor. Your start position is a piece of tape on the floor, your end position, and the morning shoot was the first shot where it just had a start and an end. But then the afternoon shoot is a start, a stop, and then an exit as well. And there's a piece of tape for Harrison Ford's last known eye line at the top of the ramp. So if it wasn't for the vertical, I'd never be able to hit my marks. Like this vertical strip, if it'd just been this, I don't know how I could have done it, but this saved me. So I've been looking down at my, oh yeah, I'm on my mark.
Yeah, especially some of our shorter members.
Yes, the children.
Oh,
me.
So that first shot, like I said, I'd been doing the summits. This isn't the right blaster, but I'd carried the blaster around. I'd be comfortable with it. So I did the first shot. I walked in, walked on, hit my mark. And Steve was like, no, can you crank the blaster around to the side? So, no, the other way. I go, okay. Further, further. I was like, hold it. He goes, now walk casually. Like this. I felt sure. I felt sure it looks terrible, and it looks great on the movie, but this was a better silhouette than this, apparently, for the rifle. So I thought after the first morning shoot that I'd already messed up, and I couldn't see that it looked good at all, just because it felt so awkward. I was trying to walk as naturally or as Jeremy Bullock-like as I could, whilst holding this rifle, like really cranked round to the side. And a lot of people say, why do you look into the camera on the second shot? I never did. I'm looking this way. He says, okay, check out the docking bay before you exit. So I check it out. My eyes are with the T-visor straight to camera. I can't tell because I'm not behind the camera. But no one said anything. And George Lucas loved it. He's like, hey, I love the way that Boba Fett's mugging the camera. I wish I wasn't. That's one of the most asked questions I get. Why did you look in the camera? I didn't. You can see my eyes, you'd see, but
that's the best thing about that helmet is you can be looking that way and your head's going that way and nobody knows.
Right.
You never know where I'm looking.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Omnimus. So in recent years, you've been able to kind of keep that Boba Fett spirit alive by participating in a web series called No Disintegrations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was that a project that you were approached for, or is it something you always wanted to do?
Well, shortly after doing the blue screen shoot, I got contacted by the head of Boba Fett fan club. Yeah, he had his ear to the ground. He found out who was in the suit, which is like, you know, what he was good at, and that's what he posted on his Boba Fett fan club website. He contacted me. His name's Aaron Proctor, and we became friends back in 1995. So we're having a drink together in 2016, and he said, you know, we had this Flash series on the Boba Fett fan club, a Flash kind of animated series that this Australian guy had done. I'm not sure, I don't think it was called No Disintegration, it's called something else. But he said, I've always wanted to do a live action version of it, and I've contacted the guy who did the original series. He's willing to write new material. Would you be willing to shoot, you know, put the costume on and shoot it? So I said, fine. How many are we doing? He said, 5. Oh, okay. So we went and shot 5, and then 22 episodes later, we decided to wrap up what we called season 1. And they're talking about season 2. They were talking about it more actively just before the pandemic. And that kind of put kind of tripped everything up. But I guess season 2 might happen. But yeah, I just did what I thought was going to be a few episodes just for them to air on the website, because they'd air one a month. I think on the first Thursday or the first of every month or something like that. And yeah, we did almost 2 years of episodes.
So besides being obviously the man in the suit, how much of those episodes were from Mark Austin? Did you have any role in writing them, or maybe the concept ideas?
No, all the like, I couldn't, because it isn't very Boba Fett. He's very chatty in that. So some I get the pages, and some of them be 5 pages long. I'm like, really? I got to say all this? So it's not easy to do lots of dialogue in a Boba Fett suit. Not easy. So we have to do it and then kind of maybe like dub over some of the voice, because, you know, you're inside the suit, things are clanking and knocking together. The guy in Australia, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he wrote them all, and Aaron Proctor would direct them. I just did the voice and was in the suit to The only thing I contributed was the set. I built the set for the background.
Wow. Speaking of voice, I mean, you did a really great voice for that show. What was your inspiration for that? And have you ever thought about doing voice acting?
Yeah, I used to do it a lot for Disney, for Scratch, when I worked at Disney for 13 years. You know, they need someone to do a voice for Scratch, and you know, sometimes they use a Scratch in the final movie, not in the ones I did though. But we had a discussion about the voice, and we were talking about whether to do it, you know, whether to go Jason Wingreen, whether to go Tamura. The only problem I had, as I said, I don't know whether we should take this too seriously because it isn't Boba Fett. He doesn't talk this much. He would never talk this much. He's like got verbal diarrhea. I said, how about we record one that sounds Jason Wingreen, one that sounds Tamura, and one that's just my voice, which is in the middle of the two. And they did some testing, and people liked just my voice because it sounded like it wasn't taking it too seriously. And like I said, you know, I don't like making fun of Boba Fett. And so for that reason, I thought that doing a voice that wasn't too Boba Fett-like was something kind of our own that would kind of justify this chatty kind of guy, you know, sharing knowledge with, you know, newbie bounty hunters and, you know, talking to his friend Dengar or whatever. So that's how we came up with the voice. And I did kind of rasp it up a bit, but like I said, there was so much dialogue, and we had such a small crew. There was only 5 of us making these, and so our budget was nothing. So it was all voluntary, and so we didn't really have a sound guy. I always wanted them to modulate the voice to make it sound like he was inside the helmet a bit more. But that wasn't without in our budget or our scheduling to get these one every month. So yeah, I'm glad you like the voice though.
I loved it. Yeah. It was great. Yeah. So you mentioned season 2 in No Disintegrations, and that's something that, you know, you're hoping that will come out in the future.
I am.
So let's talk about another season 2 that you may have witnessed recently of The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And a certain special someone showed up. Are you glad that there's a definitive answer to did he escape the Sarlacc?
Okay, I told you, people say, why do you look in the camera? The other thing is, how cool was it to be Boba Fett? And the third most asked question is, did you escape from the Sarlacc? Those 3 questions, every convention, you know, you're guaranteed every other person's going to ask you one of those 3. So now I can say yes. I always did say yes. I'd say I'm living proof.
All of us would say yes. Yeah.
But now I can say definitively yes, because you know, it's been shown, you know, on the screen. But yeah, for the longest time I was worried how they were going to handle, because I was at 2017 London Film and Comic Con, and we had 4 Boba Fetts on the stage. There was Jeremy Bulloch here, I was sitting here, Alan Harris was there, and Dickie Beer was at the end.
R.I.P.
And someone asked a question, because this is at the time when the room was flying around about the Star Wars spin-off movie Boba Fett. It was all the hype. Everyone saying this movie's coming out, and there was fan art to support it. So someone in the audience says, what do you feel about the spin-off idea? And so Jeremy says, oh, I think this is a question for you, Mark. Hands me the microphone.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, I just thought no one's going to like my answer. So I thought I have to answer honestly. So I said, I'm just worried. I'm just worried they're not going to handle it properly. I'm worried that they're either going to miscast it, or they're going to make him chat too much, or they're going to show too much. You know, they're going to reveal too much. And so when I finally did see his introduction into season 2, it was as though Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni had called into my head and done all my wish list, and executed it, because they used the mirror for the face. Because I'm big friends with Daniel Logan, and he was actively trying to make a bid to be the unmasked Boba Fett. Actively, like just social media, like bombing it, trying to get his name associated with Boba Fett being unmasked. And I said, Daniel, I said, if Boba Fett was Jango's son, then yes, I'd be 100% behind you. But because Boba Fett is a clone of Jango, it has to be Jango. It has to be identical. It has to be facially identical to Jango. So as much as I love you, I can't support you in your bid. So I'm really glad the way they executed it. I really loved the beaten up armor. I wish they kept the beaten up armor before you repainted it so quick. But you know, you can't have it. The reason I thought they maybe allowed it to be painted so quick is that, you know, very quickly we're going to see it get beaten up again, either in the finale, you know, which didn't happen, or the Book of Boba Fett. So hopefully we can get that sexy beaten up armor back.
They're just going to make it more difficult for us to do CRLs.
Yeah, we can build that, you know.
Every time they change something, we have a new CRL.
I was just really glad to have new Boba Fett figures coming.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, new looks for Boba Fett. So for me, it was just like, yeah, kid in the candy store.
Well, you mentioned the Book of Boba Fett and another season of The Mandalorian. If ever, you know, you get invited to do a cameo, what would your dream, you know, role be in either the Book of Boba Fett or the next season of The Mandalorian?
Well, I did make a bid for getting a cameo in season 2. After season 1 happened, I went to Daniel Logan, Don Bings, John Morton, Dickie Beer, and I asked everyone except for Jeremy, who's the only one I didn't get to see. But the other Boba Fetts, I said to them, if I can get us a cameo, would you be interested? Because I didn't want to make a bid for us as a group without their being on board, you know? So I got a positive response from all of them. And so I was trying to find anybody that could get an email to Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau. I wish if I'd known that Favreau was going to do this, I would have made a bid while I worked for him on Jungle Book. But working on Jungle Book, I never considered Favreau would ever be, you know, heading Star Wars at some point. But my bid was that, you know, if there's something happens in a bar and there's 5 guys, you know, turning around and it just happens to be 5 Boba Fetts, I said, you know, the fans would see it and the fans would love it. I said, you know, and all of us, I got, you know, verbal confirmation from everyone that they'd be into doing this. So I'm still hoping that will happen at one point, but yeah, I'd be happy for any kind of appearance in Mandalorian. Any. I wouldn't be fussy. I would be a droid in Mandalorian.
That's a true Star Wars fan. You're not picky. Right. You just want to be involved.
I've already had my dream. I mean, I've had my dream. The dream came true. I had more than one dream come true. I got to be Boba Fett. I got to work with George Lucas. I got to animate Mickey Mouse. All my dreams, my childhood dreams, come true. So I could die tomorrow and have no complaints. Everything I've wished for as a kid has happened. So this would just be extra but I'll take it. I'll take it in a heartbeat.
So Mark, now that we've seen like we're coming out of this pandemic and things are going to start happening again, and if people want to come see you for a convention or a meet and greet, how can we do that? Will you be touring at all this coming year, maybe in the next couple of years?
It's kind of tough for me, and I do get that question a lot. And I wish I had the availability that some of my friends do. Some of the guys that do the conventions. But because I am still actively making movies for Netflix now, I'm busy, 40 hours a week, So finding, what I did is when they asked me to do the Nashville convention last month, I went to Netflix and I said, I know, this is new to you, but back in the day, I would regularly take the odd Friday and Monday off to attend conventions. And so they gave me the 3 days off to go to the ICCC convention in Nashville. And I'm up for any conventions. It's just tough juggling that with movie production. Because, like I said, when you're working on a movie, they consider that you are betrothed to that movie
right.
process, and that until the movie's done, you won't go on vacation for any extended period of time, be sick for any extended period of time. So I'll do this. I have to space them out basically. So I try and space them out. Like I try not to book 2 within the same month ever. But like I said, the pandemic's just finishing. So I tried Nashville. Nashville was like a test in the water. And it was almost like doing my first convention all over again because everything's changed. It was so different. They monitored how many people would come into that signing room. Everyone was really gracious. The only time I took my mask off was for the selfies. So you quickly pop the mask off because who wants a picture with a mask, ICC mask? I whip it off just for the selfies with people and photos. But when I came back, I was probably the most paranoid I've been since the pandemic started, because that was probably the most exposure I'd had to other people since the pandemic hit. Because like I said, Netflix, they sent us home nice and early. They were quick to. They sent us home and said, within 2 weeks, we'll get you your equipment delivered to your houses. So ever since then, I've been working remotely from the isolation of my home. It was weird to be amongst so many people and almost felt like agoraphobia a bit. It felt like exposed. And like I said, I was the most worried for the 14 days after I came back. But I'm fine. So hopefully that's a sign that everything is approaching normalcy again, and I can attend more. But
any plans for the next celebration?
Celebration have never asked me to come.
Well, you can just show up.
Yeah.
I showed up because the last celebration that was in Los Angeles, 2015, I showed up because I had an interview with Aaron Proctor, the guy who runs the fan club. And also he was going to introduce me to Jeremy. Because Jeremy, whenever I'd said I wanted to meet Jeremy and Aaron passed that information along to Jeremy, Jeremy said, oh no, we've had lunch before. I've had lunch with that guy. And I said, Aaron, I would remember if I had lunch with Jeremy Bob. Like that wouldn't be something I'd forget. So he must be confusing me with Don Bees or one of the other vets, but we have never, ever had lunch together. And so he made it his kind of personal mission to introduce me to Jeremy at the last celebration that was in Los Angeles. So we got to meet, and yeah, he was the most gracious, you know, of the Fets. And you know, and I'm glad that we had the few conventions we had together before, you know, he passed, just so I could I really got to you know, you can only really know someone so much with like 5 minutes talking to them. So as much as I enjoyed meeting in the celebration, I didn't really get to know him until we did a couple of conventions where you're in the green room and you're spending, you know, the best part of an hour chatting about different things, and you get off the topic of Star Wars pretty quickly, because people, you know, have other things that they've done in their lives other than Star Wars. But yeah,
it's a special thing to be able to meet Jeremy, you know, right before he passes, and kind of make those connections about the Boba Fett community, and how, you know, how many people have been Boba Fett, and you've been able to just, you know, come together.
It's nice to have that camaraderie between the Fets. Like I said, we keep in contact with each other, and we ask each other if we're gonna be attending the convention so we can see each other. And if we don't see each other, we will arrange to have, you know, Korean barbecue together and stuff like that. Like I had Korean barbecue with Daniel and Vicky when we were in the pandemic, or just before the pandemic, just because we hadn't seen each other for a while. So that's something I could never have predicted, and something I probably treasure the most is, like I said, just having friends of my childhood heroes, you know. But the sad side, the flip side to that is when, you know, you get the news about David Prowse, or you get the news about Alan Harris, or you get news about Felix Silla, and that's the hard part. So it's joyous, but at the same time it's crushing when you get that news. It's on a personal level, because you knew them outside of you know, the convention scene. You got to spend time with them. Yeah.
We do have something special in the works. This is actually kind of the first little tidbit that it's going out to the public, but there is something in the works to honor Jeremy. We'll keep you up to date on it.
Because I didn't know until I spent time with, it was actually, I think it was Gerald Hung, Squidhead, who kind of really filled me in on just how big a contribution Jeremy made to the Comic-Con. He basically founded the Comic-Con, or what we consider the Comic-Con of modern day. You know, his whole idea of the men behind the masks, about actually people getting to meet the people inside of the costume, like myself and like him and like Darth Vader. You know, that was Jeremy's idea. I never knew that. I never knew that he started that on his own, and it just became part of the comic convention scene. And now it's you know, it's standard that there'll be you know, characters there usually signing at the convention. But you know, he was the one that started that ball rolling. So we're all indebted to Jeremy for just the opportunity to come into contact with people that share the same passions that you have. You know, so I'm a huge Star Wars fan. It's pretty obvious. So for me to meet fans, is like meeting like-minded individuals, you know. And I say to them, I say, I know why I like Boba Fett, but why do you like Boba Fett? And the top two answers are always screen presence, or how cool the costume is, gadgets, you know, weaponry. But those two are the top two answers that either someone's going to say one of those two, at least, you know, as part of their answer.
Yeah. Well, I think that was all the questions we had prepared. Is there anything, you know, final wrap up that you want to get out to the community? to the Star Wars family?
Oh, that put me on the spot.
But why don't you tell us about your artwork, Mark? I've seen stuff on Instagram, but I kind of wondered, you know, I know obviously you do Star Wars artwork, but do you do other sorts of artwork and
Yeah.
places people can see it?
I never did Star Wars artwork. You know, Star Wars artwork only just really started 2018.
Okay.
I just decided I do a lot of paintings, a lot of abstracts, but I've never done anything where I'm trying to reproduce it, exactly. So I figured, just as a challenge to myself, I figured, okay, so if I take one shot from Star Wars and I paint it, and I try and paint it in a way that people might look at it and think, is that a painting? That's the challenge I set myself. And so it was Darth Vader in the meditation chamber. And I just did that one. And I had such a blast doing it. And it worked, turned out better than I thought it would. And the reason I picked Star Wars is because everyone knows, you know, every pixel of every frame. So if I messed up Darth Vader's helmet or any detail, people would know, people would see it immediately. So it kind of, for me, it kind of made a nice kind of bar, raised the bar for me as a personal challenge. I did that one, and I filmed it time lapse and put it on my YouTube channel, and it got a good response. So I did a second one, and then third one, and now I'm on, I don't know, number 17, I think. I'm trying to get enough to have a gallery, an exhibition of them all. But this is my latest one,
Right.
in the early stages. But yeah, I'm addicted to. It just started. It's just the last few years. But before then, it was all like, and I was obsessed with painting Marilyn Monroe or Madonna, or you know. But yeah, the last 3 years have all been Star Wars.
Well, fans, I guess you'll have to stay tuned to see when the gallery, the art show happens.
Yeah.
It should.
Yeah.
Those pieces are amazing.
Or if they can't make the show, then my YouTube channel, I recorded everyone from the blank canvas to the finished. And one of the reasons I did the time lapse is because I am, like I said, I'm a workaholic, but when it comes to my personal artwork, I am a procrastinator. So very big into procrastination. So once I hit record for the time lapse, that's kind of me pushing myself to start. Because once that record button's on, I got to do something. It forces me to make something of my afternoon, which I'll do tomorrow. I'll be working on this tomorrow afternoon. But
Nice.
me actually physically pushing that record button is what gives me that push. Like, go, do something. Stop procrastinating.
Nice. Well, we want to thank you again. This has been fantastic. I know I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And again, thank you for tuning in, folks. Remember the First Robotics organization. There's a link at the bottom of this page. You can go and check them out. They do a lot of great things with the kids. You know, the whole STEM, science, technology, getting them involved. It doesn't get any better than that. So thanks again, everyone. And happy 50th anniversary, Lucas.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Is de beroep aan het niet Tunes.
Good morning, 501st Legion fans, or at least morning on the East Coast. This is Nikki, DZ8397 from the 501st cast.
And this is Marcus, TK14057 from the podcast as well.
So we're once again here to help kick off the day of programming. Hopefully everyone enjoyed our overnight programming. Once again, like I've said before, make sure to comment and let us know what content you really enjoyed. You can comment on any of our streams. As we mentioned before, we're going on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and Twitch. But you can also email us at podcast@501st.com. So we kind of really breezed through the schedule last night. It is posted up on social media though, but we did want to go through it again today since we went through it so quick yesterday. So to start off, right after us, there's going to be a panel with makers and FIRST Robotics teams, which I got to participate in, which was really cool. The guests were Lee Towersley and Michael Badley, and there was 3 FIRST Robotics teams on as well that got to ask them questions. So that was pretty fun. And that's going to be right at 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Now, Nikki, earlier we had at 6:30, we had the Great Java Dance of 2021. Were you a part of that?
No.
Neither.
I was asleep, but no, I didn't send anything for that either.
Okay. So following at 9:30, we have Catherine Tabor. She's known for voicing Padme Amidala in The Clone Wars.
At 10 a.m. Eastern, we will have an interview with Michael Giacchino. He is a composer from Rogue One and also an Academy Award winner for Up and lots of other Pixar movies.
Yep. So then at 11 a.m. we have the Master Droid panel. So these are our very talented folks from the R2 Builders Club and beyond.
Yep, we dragged in some 501st Legion members that are also droid builders as well, so they can all have a nice, lovely droid conversations.
Yep.
Then at noon, we're going to have a panel called You Don't See Us, But You See Our Work. And that's going to be featuring a lot of actors and performers and puppeteers who are usually pretty much all covered in either a costume or they're doing motion capture work. It'll be Ariel Shu, Leilani Shu, Karan Shah, Artie Shah, and Samantha Aline. So check that out at noon.
And then at 1 p.m. we have our panel or Q&A with Ming-Na Wen. She plays Fennec Shand in The Mandalorian and the upcoming The Book of Boba Fett series on Disney+.
And these last few panels starting at 11 are going to be live. So you want to check them out live. So then at 2 o'clock, we have D. Bradley Baker, who obviously is just about everybody in Bad Batch and just about everybody in Clone Wars. So definitely check him out. He will also be live.
Yes, and another live show is the quiz show at 3 p.m. with our unit leaders or Legion leaders. We have Albin coming, Tom from the Mercs, so they're all going to be there. And Pete Vilmer from Lucasfilm.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's a head honcho competition there. Then at 4 o'clock, we will have a great panel called A Diverse Galaxy, Representation and Inclusion in Star Wars. And the guests for that will be Christopher Sean from Resistance, Corey D. Williams, Samantha Aline, Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, and Myrna Velasco. So definitely check out that. It'll be, I'm sure, a great conversation.
Yep. 5 p.m. is The Rise of Matt, the radar technician from the Saturday Night Live sketch. Bobby Monahan, who played a role in that, who's also voicing Orca in Star Wars Resistance, will be on that.
And I noticed in the credits recently, he had a voice in the Bad Batch too. So
nice.
It was like Citizen Number 1. I forgot what it was, but I'm sure he still had fun. At 6 p.m. will be a panel called Lucasfilm Before Star Wars. So that'll be interesting. If you didn't realize that there was something before Star Wars, go watch it at 6 o'clock.
At 7, we have our own Chris Bartlett, who plays several roles in, or who played several roles in The Mandalorian, I'm sure, in upcoming seasons as well. He was RA7, he was a gunner, he was Zero, teacher droid. He played many roles in that.
And then at 8 o'clock, we'll be back to give you another update. But then there'll actually be more programming after us because we have so much stuff that was submitted to us. We had to extend our schedule.
Yeah, what do we have, Nikki? We have at 9, we have Tom Wilton, creature and droid performer in all 5 Disney era movies.
Yep, at 10 o'clock, we will have Tim Rose, who most of the Star Wars fans are familiar with him as Admiral Akbar. But since we are celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, it's definitely important to note that he was also in Howard the Duck. So I'm sure he'll talk about that as well. That'll be
fun. So as you might have noticed, throughout the weekend, we've had several of our squads, outposts, and garrisons, creating video content. So we've been showing that throughout this weekend. So we'll have some more things today, including tonight. But at right around midnight, we have TJ Romini. He provided the voice and motion capture of Del Meeko in Battlefront 2.
Yep, and then our last piece of programming, unless we have to add on something else from the schedule getting shifted around, will be Stephen Constantino, and he is most well known for playing a Gamorrean guard. So we'll have a guard, book ending our programming for 11:38, celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm.
Yep.
So once again, all of what we read off is posted online, so you can always check the schedule in case you missed the time that we were talking about. The other thing we want to make sure to keep reminding everyone, we have the donation bars on all of our posts, but once again, we are using this time and talent that's been donated to fundraise for FIRST. So consider making a donation if you've enjoyed the programming. I think we have another FIRST video we're going to play from one of the Brazilian FIRST robotics teams. So we'll do that, and then we'll be back with you in a minute.
right, I think we're back.
All right,
Nikki,
so,
we have
yeah,
prizes.
So hopefully folks can see the pictures I'm sharing. We wanted to make sure to remind everyone that we're doing this contest, the hashtag sharing. So if you post on social media about 1138, please use the hashtag 501st Celebrates. And these are the prizes that were donated to us from Hasbro and Lego. Obviously the Mandalorian's helmet, Black Series. This is the R2 Lego that just came out, a new release for the 50th anniversary. And then this is a special action figure goodie box that is also 50th anniversary branded with a cool insert. And then it has tons of action figures inside. And also, which I don't have a picture for yet, is there's also a little baby Grogu toy that was also donated. So make sure to hashtag on social media 501st Celebrates, and then you'll be entered into the random drawing for one of these prizes.
Well, it looks amazing. We have a quick update for fundraisers. So we're closing in on $5,000. So please donate when you can, if you can. It's a great cause for an awesome organization worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that I know people were disappointed about with the pandemic. But the first tournament in my region, they had just set up at the tournament facility. All the teams from around the country had driven in, and right after they finished setup, they were told, we have to shut this all down, we have to leave. So the kids were so disappointed. And this was the first time that it was a Star Wars themed tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope that we can support them. They're going to do another Star Wars themed tournament for the upcoming season, I believe. But now my son's graduated, so he can't compete. But lots of other teams out there that we want to make sure to support and make sure that they have a chance to get this cool competition.
Where was this scheduled? In what city?
So my our area's teams tournament was actually in our city, and usually there was a team from China that came in last time. Mm-hmm. Just all over. So it's definitely a big deal. They had another tournament they were going to drive out to Ohio for, but obviously that got canceled. So it's definitely an awesome program. All right. Have we updated everyone about everything? Did you get to catch any of yesterday's programming?
No, I'm going to go back to watch I think all of them, especially, I don't want to really point anybody out because I know they're all great in their own fields, but I can't wait to watch them all after the fact. But I wanted to give a shout out to all the people conducting the interviews and the panels. I mean, these, we do this all, for free. Some of them have never done this before. And from what I've seen and heard, they're all doing a great job. And the people behind the scenes, our tech team, it goes like, I don't know, beyond me what they're doing. I have no idea. And everybody that, was involved in the planning and execution. So a big shout out to the dozens of people behind the scenes that do not show their faces on the screen, so to say.
Yes, definitely kudos to the behind the scenes team and the PR team and everyone who has worked together to get this to be pretty much seamless. I know you couldn't hear me on the first day, but that's okay. Yeah.
See the head movements.
Yeah, my daughter's taking ASL in high school. I should have tried to brush up on that a little bit so that you could have still understood me. But I think we're just about ready to kick off today's programming.
Yep.
I know
we have a shout out coming, and we have another Garrison video coming.
Lots of droid building today, so I thought I'd represent the droid builders today.
Do you have another one besides R2 next to you? Did you build another one?
A cat. I have. The other thing that I have is an in-process Dio.
Oh, nice.
That's all my show and tell over here.
All right. Yeah, like you said, we're about to start, and I hope you guys have fun, and we'll see you again at 8 p.m. and enjoy the programming.
See you later.
Hi guys, Jay Lagaya here, aka Captain Typho. Some of you may not know, but I'm also a member of the Fighting 501st. Reporting for duty, TK 6352. The 63 is the year that I was born, and the 52 was the number of my Star Wars script. Now, forgive the Obi-Wan Kenobi look, but I'm working on a musical at the moment. But I wanted to take this time out to lend my voice and my support to celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. I am a huge Star Wars fan. I was before I even got into acting, and it just gives me great joy to share it with my family. I am hoping that you will all have a fantastic celebration, and there's nothing left for me to say, but may the Force be with you.
間違いなく日本に落ちて反乱を前に手に入れろ。お前たちを探すのだ。
おい、この辺に空から何か落ちてこなかったか？おい、この辺に空から何か。
ちょっといいかしら。空から何か落ちてこなかった？え？ちょっと変なの？
おい、お前、空から何か落ちてこなかったか？
ノースとともにあらんこと。
米大卿、北です。
任務を忘れるな。
って桜が綺麗だったの。
写真だけだぞ。
50周年おめでとう。
Hi, everyone. This is Nikki Blum, DZ8397, and I'm here for another segment of the 501st Legion's program 1138, a celebration of 50 years of Lucasfilm. So for this panel, we have with us three different makers team, or three different FIRST Robotics teams, and who are also makers. I should put it that way as well. And we have two makers with us, Lee Towersey and Michael Badley. So welcome, everybody. The robotics teams that we have with us today are the Athenian Robotics Collective, Team 852. You can give a little wave, thumbs up there. We also have Team ETEP from Brazil, they're number 1382. And Husky Robotics out of Utah, which is Team 4585. So I'm excited that we have such a diverse group of robotics teams able to join us for this. So what we're going to do for this panel is we're going to have the robotics teams have a chance to ask some of their questions of Lee and Michael in regards to robotics and 3D printing. So we're going to start off with Team 80, keep saying 852.
Yeah, cool. So I'm Matthew, 852. We're located in Danville, California, which is kind of Bay Area. So my question for both of you is, how did you get into droid building? And I know, Lee, you have like a story about how you got into the film industry. Perhaps you can also add on how you got into the film industry from droid building. Thank you.
Okay. Shall I go first then, Michael?
Yeah, go for it, Lee.
Yeah. Okay. So I've always been into building things as a kid. You know, as soon as I could open a box of Lego, I was playing with Lego, and I wasn't following the instructions. I'd build my own stuff and was soon getting very creative. So I've always showed an interest in building things, and then it came to remote control vehicles and so on. And I wouldn't just buy a remote control car that was ready made. I made sure it was a Tamiya car, so I had to build it myself. And that just led from one thing to another, and eventually looking for something else to build, remote control, was a full-scale R2-D2. So thankfully nowadays we've got the resources of the internet, where if you're stuck, you can go and have a look on the internet and find out. But with my age and Michael's age, excuse me, Michael, but when we were younger and we were building, we had to go to the library and find a book or ask a friend or join a club. That was the only way of doing it. You could not just log onto a computer and find the answer. So yeah, a lot of educational books and a lot of help from, you know, fellow builders, that various clubs I was in as a youngster, and buying the kits with the instructions, thankfully, so I could build them myself. So that's how I got into building, and it was just my hobby. That was the thing I was always keen on doing. And then thankfully we got very lucky by a fellow R2 builder here in the UK called Oliver Steeples, who cheekily went up to Kathleen Kennedy and offered our services. He just, generalizing, because there was an R2 Builders stand at Celebration, a big Star Wars event in Germany. And he cheekily offered the R2 Builders services to maybe be consultants or hire our droids out to the film industry for The Force Awakens, because that had just been announced that Disney had bought Lucasfilm and were going to be making new Star Wars films. And literally 3 months later, the production team around Oliver's house, they were checking him out, making sure he was for real and knew what he was talking about. And we ended up being asked along to Pinewood Studios, which is where the recent Star Wars films have been made. And we were what turned out to be interviewed for a job. And Oliver got me involved because we were already doing a few jobs for Lucasfilm, because we had R2-D2s made here in the UK and we were doing TV adverts and so on. And Oliver kindly got me involved. And I've been there ever since. So that was 8 years ago, and they can't get rid of me. I've been working on all the Star Wars stuff since then, not including Mandalorian, because Mandalorian's been made in the US, but they have shipped some of my droids over to the US that they've used in the background for Mandalorian. And it's nice now that they're spreading the love and being made in the UK and the US. So that's a very abridged version of the hobby. But the key thing is, I always say to people, do what you enjoy. Just you're a long time working, so it's good to do what you enjoy, and you never know what it might lead to.
Yeah, and I guess from my perspective, I've always been a geek, and even I think Star Wars was probably the first film that really captured my imagination. And I remember watching all of the behind the scenes and the model makers who were making things. I was probably about, 10 or 12 at the time. And I just started creating things. So I remember making a little cardboard snow speeder in the garden. I remember setting fire to it and then throwing rocks at it to try and make it explode while we were filming it with some, what was called Super 8 at the time, which was very old-fashioned cinefilm. And it was just the fascination of that practical behind the scenes stuff that really captured my imagination. So really from that point, just absolutely loved making things. Then when I got to about, teenage, 18, 19, I got quite heavily into prosthetics and sculpting, makeup, a bunch of things, again, all in that, and never really in anything that was a professional capacity, just purely as a hobby. Met quite a few people who actually took the time to talk to me and to explain what they were doing as a young kid, and that really did inspire me. I met a couple of guys that had been around the periphery of Star Wars, built on things like Return of the Jedi's. I did some work with them. Again, they asked me to pop along to, I think it was the London Film Museum, to be a model and be made up with some makeup, which I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic as a kid. And that's kind of stuck with me ever since. And then, grew up, had children, but in the background, I've always been making things. And then along came 3D printing, which to me was complete magic. We stumbled across it, to be honest. We got a 3D printer at work, which I got the opportunity to play with. We got fed up of printing other people's things, and I decided to design something. The R2-D2's dome, which is literally just half a ball cut in half. I thought, how hard can that be? That's the first thing that's actually the first thing that I ever designed was the dome of R2-D2, just to see if I could do. And then from that, it's kind of snowballed really. I then got challenged by people that said you couldn't actually fully 3D print and get a working R2-D2 because the technology is not good enough, the plastics don't work. So I've always liked to challenge, and we just continue building ever since. But to Lee's point, I think that the main part, even now, is it's magic. 3D printing is magic. Creating things for movies is magic. Painting things and standing back and thinking you made something that looks even resembles a prop, not the kind of stuff that Lee does, because Lee's stuff is incredible. But even you can recreate that in your shed. And that's where I think 3D printing and the internet and the techniques that people share has closed the gap between What I'd love to do now is pull that little cardboard snow speeder up that I made when I was 12, and you'd see how really rubbish it is. And you compare that to what people are doing today with the internet, and that's where, to me, that is magical. But at the heart of it is really the passion that we all share in building, in recreating, or creating new stuff that inspires people.
And I like how you mentioned, inspiring people, because that's, firstinspires.org is actually the website for the FIRST robotics program. And you also touched on how you've come across mentors as you were, going through your hobby. And that's also a big thing with the FIRST robotics program.
Mm.
Absolutely.
All right.
And that's what's amazing about the community, to be honest, because you've got people like Lee. So I didn't know Lee. I dropped on Facebook, a few builders groups, and then Oliver and Lee ended up being friends on Facebook. And as you do, you kind of go, I wonder if these guys are. Oh my God, they're the people that built R2D2 for the movies. So I was absolutely, I was awestruck by these guys. And then when you meet them, you realize that they're just guys that build stuff, and they're awestruck by all the things that go around them.
Yep.
And the more people that I meet who are involved in the film industry, or who are names of, are popular within this community, what you realize is that everybody is just really excited by what everybody else does.
Yep.
And that
Definitely.
to me it's a complete leveler. Don't assume that people aren't approachable by who they are. Just drop a messages, have a laugh, and just be completely human, because it's amazing, really. The whole community is amazing.
Definitely.
So how about we have Team ETUP introduce themselves, and they also had a little 3D printed object they just whipped up recently.
Hi guys.
Hello there, Michael, Lee. We're from ETUP in São José dos Campos, São Paulo, in Brazil. And we're very excited to meet all of you and to get answers from your Peter here.
So the question that I wanted to ask is, how do you get the idea to make a new droid? Do you, they say, oh, we're gonna make a movie, we need to make a droid. So do you pick up an idea for a mechanism that you had, for example, BB-8 ball with a little head, or do you, the producers ask for something and you work on top of it?
Good question. So I'll answer this first because Michael's been coming up with some great creations himself recently as well, which I'll let him explain in a minute. But with me, for the film industry, we're very fortunate to have a group of concepts guys, and they're usually the first people that are there for pre-production, and they'll be given a guideline by the director of what he wants for the film, especially with key characters. So, for example, it's a well-known story, the BB-8, which I wasn't involved in the actual design or build of BB-8, but with that, JJ did literally sketch it on a Post-it note, and it was given to the production team, which came to the creatures department, and then Matt Denton and Josh Lee put that into front of the camera eventually after a lot of, research and design and so on. And they are just geniuses. It's amazing, the droids they build. They've done Dio as well. Josh Lee works on Dio, and we are literally given drawings. And like I say, it's usually by request from the director, or the concept guys are given free range. So they may want, for Solo, for example, we did nearly 100 droids. So a lot of them were just sketches that the concept guys would have just scribbled down, just rough sketches. They go to JJ or whoever's directing the film at the time, and we literally have a show and tell. We have a board full of all the drawings on. And then JJ had a habit of having coloured Post-it notes, and certain colours were like, definitely want that one, or a different Post-it note was, yeah, I like that, but it needs changing slightly, or others he was certain he didn't want. So after that process, we would then be given the drawings as droid builders or the costume makers, whatever department you're working in. And I'm part of the creatures department, the model making team. And we will then be literally given a drawing with a bit of scale, so we know what sort of size it's got to be. And then you're asked to build it. So that was a whole new thing to me, because I was used to, the first thing I've always built, as I touched on earlier on, was always from instruction booklets. And building an astromech isn't quite as easy as an instruction booklet, but thankfully, because you've got the Builders Club, the Builders Group, you've got guides and how it's done. And R2 is already a done thing. So you're replicating something that's already happened. Whereas you were given a new build that nobody's ever done before, that I had never had to do this before. That was quite a big hurdle to jump. But you've got people around you, you know, again, people help you within the industry, part of the creatures team, part of the model making team. And it's tricky, but yeah, once you've got the scale right and have a few goes and you mock it up out of cardboard first and do a very basic model, and then it progresses, and then you decide which materials you're going to use. And then luckily, we've always come up with the joy that's been wanted.
Yeah, and I think one important thing about it is that when you got a new challenge, like I said, no one has ever done this before. You literally have all the tools in the world for you to make what you need to make.
Yeah.
And one of those tools right now is 3D printing, right? Yeah. So, Michael, I want to ask you one specific question. Do you think there is any room for big improvements in the 3D printing industry, like something that could, one innovation that can happen that could really change the game, something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. The 3D printing is always probably about 15 to 20 years behind the current technology, predominantly because of patents. So, you know, there's some polyjet technology at the moment, which is inkjet printing that has ultraviolet light that cures it. That we can't produce printers because they're patented. However, once those patents start to run out, that's when we see new innovation within 3D printing. So thermoplastics, the only real innovation now within thermoplastics is the materials. So at the moment, we've got a number of new materials that are kind of coming out that are better, but all you're ever doing is really building on the current technology. And then suddenly the SLAs and the resin printers came out. But again, that's quite old technology when you start to look at what's happening in some of the professional sphere. So probably I think Polyjet's the one that I'm most excited about when patents start to run out on that, because it takes what is a traditional inkjet printer, which I think everybody's got in their house or have owned at some point, and brings that into the 3D space. Now, what I've seen with companies like Stratasys, who produce these on a professional basis, is you can produce inks that you can literally mix. So you can take a solid ink and a flex ink, and you can create 50 degrees of flexibility depending how you mix those inks when you're laying them down on the object. You can also have, you know, CMYK, so you can have full color prints that will print as they build up, but we're limited by not by the technology but by the actual patents. So I think there's a lot of mileage in 3D printing in where it goes. However, also there's other technologies besides 3D printing that I think, you know, builders blend and they use together. And the beauty is when you start to bring CNC together and you start to bring 3D printing, and each of the technology, you know, is used at its best, and that's where people get really creative.
So then Lee kind of alluded to that you had some special droids that you were working on. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's two parts of creativity from my perspective. So there's one that chases behind you, and that so if I take when they released the Rise of Skywalker and Dio rolled out on the stage, my inbox went mad. I mean, people were like, oh my god, when are you going to design Dio? And I'm watching Dio, and Dio rolled on the stage and he stopped, and then he just did a little turn. And when he did that little turn, all the designers' heads exploded, because BB-8, this ball that's moved by centrifugal force, he can't do subtle turns like that. So everyone's like, how the hell did he do it? And my life at that point was then watching frame by frame and seeing that actually Dio wasn't one wheel, he was a tank wheel. He was two wheels with a floating tire that did this subtle little turn. And at that point then, you're going, how do I recreate that? How do I make that? And it's interesting because that was done for the red carpet event, you know, but it wasn't used in the movie. So what you're trying to do constantly is recreate some to a degree. It's CGI. It's, you know, you're literally trying to create the best that you can do. So that's what I would say is the chase. Now, when I thought I'll design Dio, because lots of people had asked me to do, I set about designing it on that evening after the first trailer or after Celebration. Woke up the following morning because I did actually go to sleep. And there's a chap called David O who had actually released this full Thingiverse version of Dio, and I thought, okay, I'm not going to chase this. However, that was a static. That was just the physical, the external design of it. And then I returned back about 2-3 months and thought, this isn't an easy design with all of the balancing and all of the wheel drive. So I went back in there, and then we recreated the Dio version 2, which I'm really pleased with how that came out. But that's where you're chasing and you're trying to fit. You know, you're kind of going, okay, I've got this much space and I've got this and I've got to fit all the motors in there. I've got to fit all these mechanisms. I've got to make it balance. How the hell do I do this?
So you can kind of
exactly like that.
I've got one of Michael's here that's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Then the other side of it is where, and they're the 2 a.m. or the 3 a.m. things where I wake up at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. with a thought, and I think, oh my God, I've got to make this. And this, I don't know if you've seen this one, but this is the drinks droid, and this was a concept. So the concept was that you've got a typical tank drive which is driven off 2 signals, and I thought if I can link the signals to this drive to the arms on something like this, it would be so cute. And so that was literally it. Now the beauty of this is that what I do is I design the mechanism first, and then I put the plastic around it to contain the mechanism, which is a lot easier than Dio, where you've got a limited space and you've got to put everything in there.
That's right.
And then at the end of it, you think, how can I fit a couple of cans at the back so that I can give drinks? That's another important bit of it. But yeah, the creativity either comes from trying to chase and fit inside other people's designs, or coming up from great concepts. The great concepts always seem to hit about 4 o'clock in the morning. And then I have this turmoil where I'll sit there and going, I really shouldn't get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I'll go back to sleep and give it an hour, and I can't get back to sleep. And then I'm up at 5 and I'm jumping on the CAD. And then hopefully by 7 or 8 o'clock, I've got something that I think is going to work. So that's kind of the creativity on my side, really, when it comes to the ideas. But they generally come from those kind of concepts. And as Lee said, the concept art that's done for a lot of the movies is another great place where it's worth looking into to come up with. They're more the characters. You can see, you know, some really cool characters that come out of drawings that have not been used in movies that you can recreate.
Yeah, it's interesting working in the industry now, because I've come from a building background first as a hobbyist. You know, once I got into the film industry, I was educating the mechies and so on that there are builders groups, you know, and I had to tell them about the R2 builders and so on. So when I've seen BB-8 being made and Dio, I said the builders are going to love this. This is just going to blow their minds, as Michael's just confirmed, you know. And whenever I see a new build going on, I'll go up to the builder and say, builders are going to love that. You know, let's see how long it takes them to work that one out. So, yeah, it's always good fun to see stuff going on, both in the industry and then people trying to replicate it. And doing a stunning job, I will say, Michael, as well. Not just because you're here.
So, Husky Robotics, we want to give you a chance to introduce yourselves and ask a question.
Okay. Hi, we're Husky Robotics. We got another member, thankfully, just to join us today. But a question we have is, how do you go through, like, how do you problem solve? What is your process for that? How do you work through big and minor problems? And what advice would you give to young builders such as ourselves trying to deal with different difficulties?
Good question. Good question. So with problem solving, for me, I'm fortunate to have a lot of people around me to ask for advice. So if you're struggling, always speak up. You know, have a good go yourself first, and have all the approaches you think that people are going to ask you. Just try and think ahead a little bit. So then once you go for that advice, what do you think they're going to ask you? And hopefully you can respond and say, yeah, I've tried that, or, you know, whatever. And then always speak up if you're struggling. And just, yeah, just try different things out, you know, and just keep sticking with it. And from what I've learned in the film industry, anything's possible. So keep trying. And sometimes you do have to walk away and come back at it the next day. Don't spend too much time and start to hate it. But yeah, just keep persevering. And when you're really stuck, just ask for help. That's my main thing. And you've always got the internet as well. Google it. It's probably it may have been done already, you know, the particular task you're trying to achieve, and that answer may be on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, I used to, or I still actually do. I do painting as well, so I oil paints and whatnot. And what one of the frustrations is that I limit myself by what I imagine that I can do, and it takes a bit of time to get into a mindset where actually what you produce, what you make, what you paint doesn't matter. You're not going to show anybody at this stage, and therefore I think similar to what Lee said, just do it. And with painting, what I found with painting is that, you know, I've got 1,000 paintings or 100 paintings that are done, and I'm not showing anybody, but every painting that I produce, I'm learning something. And actually every painting that I produce turns out better than what I imagined it would be. And when I translate that to doing mechanical stuff, it's quite interesting, because you come up with a concept or a thought and you think, physically this isn't going to work, or that's not going to hold up, or that's not going to be strong enough. And you've got this risk of talking yourself out of it, which means that you'll never learn whether it can do or can't do. So my approach is similar to painting as it is to building, which is I build it, and if it goes wrong, I've got nothing else to do with it other than either throw it in the bin or look at it and go, actually, I learned something by that. And invariably, what I would say is that 90% of the time it works. There's some absolutely crazy BD1, which I did, which is the little droid out of what I can't remember, is it Fallen Jedi video game? That's it. To produce that with the legs movements and with the head movement, I just thought I'm not going to be able to get everything in there, but hey, I'll just do it for myself. And step by step, as I went through that, it all just worked out. So, you know, don't give up. Absolutely don't give up. If you're doing something, however stupid it is, do it. Never be constrained by what you believe that you can't do. And most importantly, don't listen to other people that say it's impossible.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Because that one, you know, that's what drove me to do the very first 3D printed R2-D2. Was I got told somebody said to me, you can't make a 3D printed R2-D2. The guy that told me had made this metal one that he could sit on and ride. So there's no way that you would ever be able to do that with a 3D printed one. I accept that. But actually to build one that can hold all the stresses, I took that as a challenge. And so just don't listen to other people and just really stretch, explore and play with it. This is about fun. It's not about producing the perfect thing. Everything that you produce is another learning things that and the beauty of today is that you don't just learn yourself. What you do is you share with others and they learn from you. And then you learn from them. So, you know, it's like pass the parcel, but with clever stuff. It's really great.
Yeah. To sum up, can-do attitude is the answer, I think, really, isn't it, Michael?
Absolutely. Yeah. Don't delay, just do it.
All right, so team 852, I think we're back to you if you have another question or any show and tell or anything.
I guess I can do a show and tell if
I see something I recognize in the background.
Yeah, what's in the background?
So I am making a fully functional BB-8. I actually kind of want to work in the film industry too, like you, Lee. So I want to do like creatures and whatnot. Like I have other projects, but I've been working on BB-8 for around 2 years now, and I actually just got it working. So is it okay if I share my screen, Nikki? Because I have a video.
That would be a Gina question if she's listening.
Yeah, try to do it.
Okay, let me quickly just go to Google Photos. Sharing.
We've quite possibly, Michael, got the youngest BB-8 builder, I think, haven't we here?
I think I've been told that a couple times. It's pretty funny. Like, Michael, I've been to your meetings, like your Facebook meetings. I look at everyone like, I think I'm the only one.
We need younger builders. My average demographic on the Facebook page is about 45, I think, at the moment. So you could pull my averages down.
Gina, the screen sharing is disabled.
Oh, okay.
There should be a button to enable
Right
it
again,
first.
it's showing me that you could, so that's why.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Now it's working. Go. Oh boy. Oh, my computer's fritzing. Here, let me unshare my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. We can cut all this part out.
Good. Okay. Oh, Zoom. Oh, Zoom. You're so funny. Okay. Can you guys see?
It
Yep.
says you're sharing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I think it's glitching out for you guys.
Yeah, the speed wouldn't be fast enough. Probably videos do play up a bit on Zoom, don't they?
Well, how about
So,
this?
The other thing we can have you do is if you, for later on, you send the video to Gina and then we can put it in. If
And
you
we
wanted
could go, wow, that's really good, Matthew.
I know, but if
That's
you want to give us
amazing.
a brief overview there.
So yeah, we can just move on to different questions, and I'll just send the video over to Gina, and then we can share.
All right, but so you have the mechanism in the background and you have his head. You didn't show us his body yet. Well, his skin, I should say. Let's see. Whoa.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Impressive. Very good. So how long have you been building, Matthew?
So the Force Awakens teaser came out when I was 12. So I was super young. I'm like, I want to build BB-8. And so I think from middle school on, I'm like, okay, how do I do this? I didn't really have the skill set at the time, but then after a lot of research through the club website and the Facebook group, I'm like, I can start building this with my school's makerspace. So I've been technically like dreaming this up for 5 years, but seriously working on it for 2.
Good work.
Amazing. Amazing.
Brilliant.
How old were you, Lee, when the Force Awakens trailer came out?
Okay. Yeah, okay. 43.
I could see your face. You're like,
Oh, yeah. Goodness me. So there you go. You're never too young to start building. Parents with 10-year-old kids are going to hate me if they're watching this, but
yeah,
exactly.
Very good.
I had a Star Wars fan in my community. He knew that, I was part of the 501st Legion, and then he knew that I was a droid builder, and he knew that my kids were in FIRST Robotics. And so he's like, my 9-year-old wants to start in robotics. What do I do? So I pointed him to FIRST because I know they start out with the younger kids with the Lego robotic, the younger section there. And, it's definitely a great stepping stone to get into the high school age FIRST Robotics. And, from there, building your own BB-8.
Great.
What's amazing now as well is the technology that's available. I mean, the Arduino, I think, has transformed what we do. And there's a whole bunch of things now that are really accessible, that they're affordable. And, when you start to pull them together with 3D printing, Arduino servos, it's absolutely astounding what you can do today. And, as somebody who's starting out in the hobby, they're not difficult to learn. They're really not difficult to learn.
Yeah. I've only learned them recently, actually, Michael, because I've had to. But, the Arduino tutorials and the CAD tutorials online are so good, and I've even at my age, I managed to pick them up and get through them, and it's a handy thing to have in the toolbox, So certainly anyone watching this, I assume they're already, you know, well versed in it, but certainly CAD and Arduino is very useful things to have and learn to use for your robotic builds for sure. We've lost Matthew, haven't we?
I was just noticing that. I'm like, we're missing a screen there.
Yeah. Can we
I
get
think
him
he's
back?
Glitched out.
What do we do?
Yeah, he was glitching out. He's going to rejoin when he can.
Okay, cool.
Do you want us to carry on then?
Yeah, so why don't we go back to Team ETAP and they can do another question.
Well, I have a question, personal question. What was the biggest challenge you guys faced when building up one of the droids? Like, what was the biggest challenge you guys had?
Biggest
Oh.
challenge. I mean,
Go on, have you got one, Michael?
yeah, my biggest challenge to date was when I made Chopper from Rebels, and the reason it was a big challenge is that at that time the Chopper building group had been established and there was already a lot of choppers that were out there, so to speak. And what I wanted to do is really sort of add a whole bunch of functionality on there that I didn't even think was possible. So there's kind of arms that come out the head and a whole bunch of animation mechanisms that and the head was wobbling, that the antenna on top had to wobble, and throughout that whole build, because I'd invested so much time in building, in designing, and in iterating all of the functionality, it was one of those that I thought, I'm really stretching the technology to the point when I may not be able to release this. So it was a big old design, and at the end of it, I didn't know whether it would actually come to any fruition. It's probably about 8 months worth of work. So that was a big undertaking and quite a scary undertaking. At the end of it, it all kind of came together and worked. And then the other scary thing is once you've done that by hook or by crook and by adding little bits here and there, you've then got a community of people that are also trying to reproduce it. And I know the investment that I made into actually making that, and the fear that I've got then is these guys that are going to work 8-9 months, can they actually manage to get something that's functional at the end of it? Anyway, the Chopper turned out to be a good story, and the ones that are out there seem to work as they are. But putting that investment, guessing, assuming, thinking, experimenting, playing is always the scary part, particularly against the tight time frames. But that's nothing to the tight time frames that you have in the film industry. So I'll pass over to Lee now at this point.
Well, it's exactly that. That was going to be my answer, is the time constraints. That is my biggest fear and always my biggest hurdle. I've got to keep on top of the building schedule. We know when they're going to be filming on the thing whatever it is we're building. So I've always got a deadline, and I've got to keep within that deadline. I can't get to filming and say, yeah, sorry, we haven't got a mouse droid on set today because I haven't finished it. That doesn't go down well with the production team. So deadlines. And if you spoke to my wife, she calls me last minute Lee. So I'm very good at leaving things to the last minute. But personally, I never panic. I always just see it as being good at managing my time. That's my excuse anyway. And I can literally sail in. If we're filming on a Monday, I may finish the build on a Friday. So, you know, it can be that tight sometimes. And people will come up to me and like, you do know you're on set on Monday with that, don't you? And like, yep, it's cool. I always know I've got the weekend just in case, but I've never had to go into work at the weekend because I haven't managed the build, thankfully. So yeah, it's because the other thing as well, I leave it to the last minute, is because I want to do it to the best I can. So I don't want to be finishing the build a week early, because if I finish it a week early, that week I could be doing more with whatever I'm building. That's the way I see it. But then it becomes a problem when you're building more than one droid. So I have a lot of Excel spreadsheets and a lot of dates and deadlines and schedules and what have you. And yeah, that can get a bit scary, but I'm so far so good.
All right, so I think we're back around to Husky Robotics for another question.
Hi. What were some failures you went through, and what did you learn from them?
Some of the big failures.
You said what were some failures that they went through and how they recover from them?
Oh, okay.
I went first last time, Lee.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, failures. So with failures on set, we have some pretty big toolboxes that we wheel on set with a lot of spares. So we always think and hope that we're well covered for any failures. With our build, certainly on set, we try and keep them as simple as possible. So with R2D2, it's got dome rotation and a drive system that just moves it, and that's it. If they want any doors opening, flaps opening, and so on, we save that until they actually need it. We don't put that function in an R2. We keep it as basic as possible. The more functionality it's got, the more you've got to go wrong. And I don't know what the figure is they quote now, but if you break down and stop filming, there's thousands of dollars in a second ticking away while they're waiting for you. So you've always got that fear of the electronics letting you down. Thankfully, I'm touching wood, that hasn't happened. But we did have one occasion where we had a droid, which was performed by 2 creature performers. And we called it crab droid because it was like a crab with their legs coming out of it. And they were hunched over, linking arms to be within the shell. And a stuntman decided to vault it during a take on solo. And it destroyed the droid. It just smashed it to bits. So in between takes, we then quickly carried it off set. And there was about 8 of us crowded round with loads of super glue, just gluing bits on, cable tying it back together. Well, I think we missed one of the takes and then just got it back out. So I quite enjoy that, the adrenaline of when it does go wrong, because, you know, team spirit and all that, you all get together and get on it and get it right. But yeah, that was probably one of the scariest moments. But thankfully, electronics wise, I'm yet to be let down because technology's improved, thankfully, and electronics is pretty bomb-proof these days as long as it's put together well.
Yeah, the first robotics teams are probably familiar with that, you know, pit camaraderie where they have to quickly repair something in the pits.
Yeah, it's great. It's such a buzz, I find, such an adrenaline rush. And the team spirit, once you have done it and got it working again as a team, it's such a good feeling, you know? And yeah, not for everybody, mind you. It's not that experience isn't for everybody, but I quite enjoy it in a weird way.
Yeah, most of my failures have been around designing things where the concept works, but then when you start to practically add extra bits in, it doesn't function as well as what you thought it would do. BD1 was one example where I'd got the head working full sort of 360. It was turning around. It was fantastic. And once I put all the electronics in, the weight on it was too much. And this is pretty much the story of my life, which is I just need things smaller and stronger. So I want a smaller servo, but I want one that can pull 18 kilos. You know, so and it was the same with BD1. I hit the limit on the little tiny servos, the MG90 servos. I thought there's no way it's going to pull this, and there's no space inside whatsoever to add anything else in there. And so I can't fit bigger servos in there. And then I was just Googling for stronger servos and found MG92Bs, which are a little bit stronger, but just got me out of that hole. So it's similar with most of the drives and most of the builds is, you know, what you want is something that's tinier, that's incredibly strong, a bit like Lee, that you can use in any situation really. And that's been most, but generally what. Because of that, and again, Google is my friend, being able to find new bits of technology, or even for the community to suggest new bits of servos or new motors, they've got me out of the hole. But yeah, it's trial and error, experimentation, and then trying to make good out of what you've actually got.
I think we might have time for one more round of one question from each team. So Matthew, we're back to you.
So droid making is obviously not just about like electronics and mechanisms. There are also other things that go into like painting and like just like kind of weathering and all these like kind of things to make it seem used. So with that, Lee, do you ever like bounce around between departments or like just outside of purely droid making work on like maybe like props or like helping with painting and such? And maybe the same thing can go for you, Michael. Like, do you also just like work on props or just like painting and other aspects?
Interesting. Yeah. So because the creatures department is so big, it gets up to over 100 people on a big production. And one of our departments is a paint department. That paint department usually is only 1 or 2 people, to be fair. But there's a guy called Henrik who's been with us since The Force Awakens, and he's a painting genius. He paints all the heads, he does the droids, he does everything. I think he did every single creature on The Force Awakens. He's since had help and other people come in and help him out. And I try and do some of the painting myself. Now, personally, doing the weathering destroys me. I hate it. So I leave that to Henrik. But R2, I painted myself. Again, the weathering was done by Henrik. A lot of the droids I do paint, but the finessing, given the weathering, makes such a difference, because if you just paint it and leave it as it is, it looks toy-like. It does not look natural. And the example Henrik always says is if you look at a brand new car, you look around the wheel arches and stuff, there's still a bit of, picked up dirt or something like that, things soon get weathered, however new they are. So we're lucky enough to have a team of people behind us. Weathering is another thing I should probably learn to do myself. I would like to, I must admit. But yeah, and there's another guy in the model making department. We've got a guy who actually studied art at college, and he's an amazing painter. So he'll, again, I'll paint, but he'll just bring it to another level with his weathering technique. So yeah, we're lucky enough to have a team of people. But crossing over as far as other departments are concerned, we don't really know until we actually go on set. And sometimes the props team will just have a bit of dust that they're throwing on their prop that may be near our droid, and they'll, I'll chuck some of that dust on our droid, will you please? We get some of that sometimes, but we generally take care of our own products.
Yeah, like on the video here, if we hadn't weathered R2, you wouldn't be able to see any of the lines on any of his panels. It would just be all white.
That's right. It just flattens it out until you weather it, and then everything just pops.
Yeah, I guess the opposite really, because I haven't got a team. It's just me, and also as I said before, I love painting. I love oil painting. So actually, I love the creation of building, but then when it's painted and it gets to the point of weathering, that's probably my favorite part of the build, because that's where the magic happens. And I've got a folder on my laptop which I would recommend anybody to do, which is just grabbing photographs of aged, weathered, rusty pictures from the world. I'll frequently with my phone be sort of taking a picture of that's an interesting handrail. I'll just take a photograph of that. There's an interesting little thing underneath that bit of brickwork or metal or interesting rust, because actually what the art of weathering is not just to make it dirty, but it's to look at where the dirt would naturally fall within that particular build. So if you look at R2 around the hollow projectors or in the seams, and then somebody's tried to clean it off, it's getting into that kind of mindset. And that's where I think you find taking pictures of real life world is where you kind of get that. And then the other side of it is on the internet, there's loads of tutorials in YouTube and whatnot. I find tank builders probably the best inspiration, because with people who are building tanks, they scrape the corners off, and then they've got mud splatters. And so what you do is you see all of these different techniques, which they're doing at something that's this big, and all you've got to do then is make it much larger. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy that whole sort of painting area. But again, I think you've got to do the research. You've got to have a picture of what you think it'll look like. And as we all know, too much weathering is as bad as not enough weathering. You can kind of go overboard, and it's getting the balance. But the inspiration from my perspective, should always be real life. You know, look at how things get dirty, how things get rusty, how things fall to pieces. And if you damage it while you're doing it, hey ho, that's what we call natural weathering. I think Lee's got a lot
Plenty
of
of
natural
that.
weather.
Plenty of that.
Built,
I got some on his shoulder there. He's got natural weather in there.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're back to Team ETEP. You guys have another question?
So, Lee, you mentioned that you wanted to learn weathering more, and I was wondering, is there any area of knowledge or any subject that you or Michael are working or studying right now that you think that would be really helpful on your projects for you to learn that?
Yeah, well, I touched on it earlier on. With me, it's Arduino. I'm still plowing through learning Arduino code and so on to achieve what I want to myself. You know, it's easy enough finding sketches that, you know, give you the result that you were looking for, but then to understand how the code works and so on. I did do programming at college for a year, but they're languages that aren't really used anymore. And so I have got a bit of computer knowledge, so I am finding it possibly a little bit easier than some people would. But yeah, so Arduino code for me, I did a 30-day tutorial for CAD online. I can't remember which one it was now. I did that in a week. That was pretty intense. And I now use it every day, CAD. So that was something else that I learned online. But certainly now Arduino is the route I'm going down. And while I've got a very talented painter at work that does it all for me, I can rely on them at the moment to do the weathering. So maybe I'll go on to that next. But yeah, certainly Arduino code is very useful.
Yeah. I mean, the world is my excitement in this area, I've got to say, because, you know, the beauty of droid building is it can take you into areas of woodwork, machining, 3D printing, painting, Arduino coding, weathering, animatronics, prosthetics. It can literally take you anywhere. So the day when you say you can't learn anything is probably the day when you need to give up the hobby, because there's just so much to learn. It's so exciting. At the moment, I think Lee touched on coding is king in a lot of the builds that we do, particularly where you start to get some of the more complex builds where you want realistic animations or you want balancing. You know, that is all down to code, really. But on top of that, there's some amazing new materials in prosthetics. You know, we're watching some of the guys that are doing some stuff, amazing stuff in latex that you can bring into the builds that we're doing. So my areas of focus, the CAD piece I'm comfortable with on hard surface modeling, which is all the robots that we do. I'm playing around with the sculpting side of things because, again, it taps into some of the more artistic kind of areas that I like to do. But from a physical materials perspective, I'd love to do a little bit more on the prosthetics and the latex and the silicon stuff, which is another area that I'm exploring at the moment. But as I said, you know, every day is a school day. It's just such an exciting hobby to be in that there's so much to learn.
All right, then we're back to Husky Robotics. You guys have a question?
Yeah. So we're wondering, what kind of tools do you use for time management and keeping on task and getting your stuff done?
So just to clarify that, is what tools do you use to keep on top of timekeeping? Is that right, on builds?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well certainly for me is good old Excel. I have a spreadsheet, and you know, I give myself usually a week to make the thing out of cardboard if I feel I need to, just as a mock-up for scale and make sure it looks okay. And then you show the cardboard build to the designer and make sure that's what they envisaged, that's what they thought they would end up with. And from there, it's usually the same process then. You know, you usually build up a framework, or, you know, you decide on the structure and what materials you're going to use as well, depending on the size. And then I just give myself just a time. Of course, if I've got plenty of warning, if I've got months of warning, then that's great. But if I've got weeks, then you just have to tweak it and make it as you have to simplify it. Obviously, the shorter time you've got, the more you have to simplify it. But yeah, it's just down to spreadsheets, really. Yeah, it's hard to explain how I do it. But what I do is I have pretty much a standard spreadsheet that goes through the build process, and then I can just extend, because it all's done in order. Obviously, you finish with the painting, so I know I've got to get it to the paint shop in plenty of time. They're not going to be happy if I finish the build on a Friday and I'm shooting on a Monday, and they've still got to paint it. So I have to take that into consideration as well. So yeah, all down to good old spreadsheets.
Goodness, I'm in awe of Lee with his spreadsheets, because I sort of realise what a chaotic life I live. So I mean, my time management is 5 a.m. in the morning, which is typically when I wake up until 9, which is when I actually go to do real work or job work, whatever it is when I'll do lots of designing and lots of playing around. My time management strategy is to fill every gap that I've got in between the rest of my life with stuff, and that's literally, I may do a conference call at work. I may have 15 minutes gap between the next call or next thing that I've got to do. I'll nip outside with a kind of rattle spray, and I'll be spraying something, and then it'll be drying while I'm actually doing the call. The other big advantage in working, and I work pretty much solely in that CAD world. So the advantage of CAD world is you can see every measurement, you can see every clash, you can see how things fit together. So it actually takes, I find it incredibly efficient, as opposed to actually trying to build and iterate stuff to do it in as much as possible in the 3D world. The problem I get with that is that once I've got to a point where something is printable, I want to print it even though I know it's not finished, because I want to physically hold the object and then move it together. And it's completely wasteful, and I'm trying at the moment to get away from that habit, to actually, when I know that there's things that need improving on the CAD, to improve them on there before I actually print them out. I'm saying that, but I've actually looked at three things that have just finished on the printers that I know I'll never use on the final model, but I can physically see them and play with them. So it's that real balance between, and that's where Lee's and my worlds collide. I think is that the physical world is where the magic happens, and that's where you really want to get to.
Definitely.
Once you can physically touch it and play with it, you can start to get a feel for the physics on it. You can get a feel for what motors and what servos are needed. And all of that's really important with time management, because what you're trying to do is, utilize your time as best as possible to output more stuff as we do. So
absolutely. Yeah. I will say though as well that if you haven't got a deadline, it's very nice. So as a hobby, I just come home and just build more droids, and I've got so many projects on the go, but it's in my own time. You can do it when you like. So don't put yourself under pressure unless you really have to, because after all, a lot of this is for a hobby, and you shouldn't be under pressure and not enjoying it because you've got these time constraints. When it becomes a job, different story. And, if you're doing a challenge, I appreciate, if you've got a first challenge and you've got a competition to enter, then of course, I appreciate you've got a deadline. But if you haven't got a deadline, it's a nice luxury to have, and make the most of it. Enjoy the build and take as long as it takes.
Absolutely. And time constraints can also constrain creativity. And that's the more you, like I was saying before about when, with painting, the more you can relax and just throw things around, the more creative you'll be, and the more you'll produce things that will be absolutely amazing. What you end up doing is constraining yourself, whether that's time or whether it's creativity, to the point where you're not producing those things that are wonderful. So relax, enjoy it, and what you'll do is make great stuff.
Yeah, there's a few builds we look back at now that we've used in films, and like, if only I had more time for that, and we would go back and approach the build in a different way, maybe, and just do things a bit differently. So just take your time if you can.
And that's one of the things I love seeing when I go to one of the tournaments, is all of these teams are competing in the exact same challenge. They're their robots have to do the same tasks, but the way they come about performing that and building the robots is so cool to see all the different variations to accomplish the same thing.
Cool.
So thank you to Lee and Michael for coming on and speaking with our 3 teams that we had on. And thank you to
Pleasure.
the teams for coming on and sharing your great questions for these guys. As everyone should know, if they've been watching our programming so far, we're raising for FIRST Robotics, which are these teams are representing. So make sure to click the link to donate that's on our social media. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for having us, and good luck in all you do, guys. Good luck with the building. Happy building.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
All right. Well, hello, Catherine. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your day and out of your schedule to be able to do this interview for 501st Legion for our big celebration and fundraiser.
Yes, well, I can't think of 2 things more worth celebrating than 501st and Lucasfilm. So
That's great.
They're up there pretty high on the list anyway.
Yeah. So you've been surviving, been keeping good, and having a great time even as the world comes back into normal. So
Yes, I'm one of those people that, like, although it's been strange and there's definitely some downsides, I've been able to find some silver linings too. So in some ways it's been nice. I definitely am looking forward to just being able to go out to dinner more. I mean, I can go out to dinner where I am, but just feeling like, footloose and fancy free about it.
Exactly. It's same, honestly, same. So we talked a little bit before we started about your work in Knights of the Old Republic and other video games, and I just want to ask you, like, how was the transition from being a video game actor, a voice actor, to then being an animated character voice actor? Like, how was that transition for you?
Well, the funny thing is I never intended to be a voiceover actor. I was just being an actor and got really lucky and fell kind of into it and just had the right situations line up. And my second audition was for KOTOR. So then I was almost immediately working in Star Wars. And I always say that, like, I think the reason that I booked Mission Veo was because I was a Star Wars fan and a sci-fi fan. And there's just a certain, when someone doesn't understand that world and it's almost like they just don't get it and it's kind of silly to them, I think you can tell, as opposed to people who love that world and love playing in it and can imagine being in their, starship cruiser. So I just felt like it was all Star Wars. And honestly, when the other stuff was coming up, I just kept thinking, well, I hope they won't not consider me because I'm this character, and luckily that didn't happen. And I laughed once with Dara O'Farrell, who is LucasArts and I'd worked with many times, when he brought me in for something else. And he was like, I was like, thanks for having me back. And he said, I know. I was like, can I hire her again for another Star Wars character? And I was like, yes, you can hire me for as many Star Wars characters as exist forever. I'd love to someday be like, one of the females who has the longest list of Star Wars characters. So I just feel like it was slightly different, methodology, but it's still the Star Wars universe. So it was pretty the same.
Yeah. So on being a voiceover actress for a very prominent character as Padme, what was that like, stepping into a role that had already been done in the live action and the prequels, and now you're in an animated thing? Was there any kind of intimidation of, are you going to portray the character as it's already done, or did you have direction to put your own spin on it, or did you just go with what felt right?
I definitely think, that there was a lot of pressure. I think that there's pressure in general with the Star Wars world, because, it means a lot to so many people that you want to get it right. And thankfully, we had Dave Filoni at the helm, and he is, just the perfect person for that. there was pressure, but I really already loved the character of Padme. And I've told the story before, but I didn't originally have an audition because I was really new and the casting director didn't know me. My agent at the time actually called her and said, you have to see this girl. She is Padme. So I felt like I had a lot of understanding of the character. But Dave was really great also about saying, like, this is your Padme now. And you get to be her. And we got to experience a lot of scenes and a lot of, you know, situations that didn't occur in the film. So you kind of have to make it your own. And again, luckily I loved her. I loved what Natalie had done in the films. And so, and, you know, and again, there's all this stuff online where you can go and read about characters' histories even beyond the films. So I did a lot of that, you know, and imagined her in her, you know, early Senate debate. And like I was on the mock UN in my schooling too. So I felt like we had a lot in common.
That fits perfectly. And then you were, you know, after Clone Wars had kind of ended in between the final season and the main season ending, you were asked to read for the E.K. Johnston books.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is a trip, by the way, to listen to them being voiced. It's like, oh, it's Padme. Cool. Awesome.
That was really crazy because Padme means so much to me that I was like, you know, I was so grateful that they asked me. But I was also like, what are these books going to say about her? How are they going to portray her? Am I going to like it? Am I going to think it's true to the character? And then to meet EK and know how much she loves the character, and then to see the things that she filled out for us, like just the idea that she took these costumes and these hair changes that some people dismissed as being like, you know, overly girly or whatever, and made them functional and gave them a purpose that was so cool. Like I just loved everything about it. And I remember when I read just the intro of what's the first one? Queen's Shadow. Queen's Peril is the one I just did.
Yeah, Queen's Shadow.
Yes. The first one, the one with the red cover. I remember just reading the intro and like I was crying, like literally. And I'm not a big crier. So I was like, okay, this is gonna be safe and fine. And yeah, it was really fun and an honor. And again, one of those things where I'll often think, well, maybe that was the last time I get to play Padme, and then something else comes up and I'm like, yes.
Yeah, they were really great books too. I picked up a copy at Celebration Chicago and then read it on the plane home. So
it was hard to get at Celebration Chicago. Like they kept selling out of it. So
I was lucky to get a lottery slot to have it like signed.
That's
and
awesome.
So it was fantastic. So between, you know, Clone Wars and even the books, like what is your favorite scene as Padme?
Oh boy.
or a few, if it makes it easier.
There's something, and I always say there's something about very early Clone Wars with the Malevolence arc, where there's just some really quick banter between Anakin and Padme that's so just cute. Like, and I loved it, you know, and like, it was just that really fun Star Wars feel, and it was romantic, and quippy, and, you know, kind of also has that Indiana Jones sort of fast-paced feel to it. So I love that. And then I love the, I can't even remember what it's called right now, the arc where we basically kind of almost break up and it's really dark with Clovis. It might be called the Clovis arc, actually.
I think it's been dubbed Clovis arc.
Yeah. And you know, I hated it in a way. And I remember going in and being like with Dave, like, what are you doing? They can't break up, you know, as if he didn't
like,
know.
It can't happen. Yeah, right.
As if he didn't know Star Wars, but he was, you know, he was reassuring, and just Dave always wanted their relationship to feel like something that people who were in actual marriages could be like, you know, they could understand and say, yeah, it's not ever perfect. You can really, really love someone, but you still have these issues that can feel quite big. And I just loved that one because I felt like the writing was so good, and ultimately the animation and seeing it all put together, it didn't even feel like a cartoon anymore. It just felt like great film.
So when you are recording for the shows or for the books, how much do you actually get to see? Like, are you just given a script, or are you given like a rough animation if it's for the Clone Wars, or is it almost into final stages? And then for the book, like how far in advance do you get like the book to be able to like read it and then be able to just do the audiobooks for it?
For the animation, usually there's nothing, there's not much done. When we were, whenever we worked on Clone Wars, though, Dave would sort of almost start it with like a meeting, like you could imagine it like a sports sort of game, a sports game, a game where like, before it's sort of that team meeting and here's what's happening and would lay it out. And again, if you were a person who had an understanding of Star Wars, it was really helpful because he might be like, the time that Han and Leia are doing, and you'd be like, yeah. So that was the way that we would approach that. And it was just kind of fun. The book is, again, it's an individual thing. So I get it ahead of time. In this instance with enough time to read it several times. And when I'm doing a Star Wars book, whenever I'm doing any audiobook, I sort of like to cast the book and create an image of either actors or just random photos of people that I find on the internet that I think look like that character. So for Star Wars, it's interesting because I go get actual images of actual characters if they exist. I try to listen to a clip of their voice if they've actually spoken. And then if they don't exist, I'll find a picture or something that makes me think of it. So the Star Wars book is definitely more in depth. And when I approach those, I really want to try to be as authentic as I can to the voices. So there's definitely more work. So thankfully I do get it enough ahead of time and have some time to try to get my impressions, as sad as they might be in some cases, down.
No spoil. I mean, the book's been out for a while, but like no spoilers. But oh man, there's some scenes in those where I was like, "Ow, okay, my heart."
Yeah. And I mean, I love that aspect of it. I would say the hardest part is doing voices of other people that I know as actors and not wanting it to sound like I'm mocking them.
Yeah. That's always.
But I always joke with everyone about my Palpatine with the producer of the book. I'm always like, next time there's just a full Palpatine book, you should just hire me because obviously my Palpatine is spot on.
Yeah.
I have that resonance naturally.
It is always interesting. Yeah. That was interesting. I was listening. I was like, okay. All right. There are times when like people will listen to audiobooks that like, females doing masculine voices or feminine voices. They can always sound like a little weird. And you're just like, all right. And then that came out. I was like, okay. Hello. It was amazing reading.
Thank you.
Did you learn anything from the characters that you have portrayed, like either about yourself or even, a better understanding of them as a whole, like character in their own from each different role that you've done for Star Wars?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been really lucky in that I've loved the characters that I've played. Like, I love Mission because she is just spunky and not afraid and has that like courage of youth to do what's right. She hasn't been beaten down by the world yet, which is surprising. I love that about her. And I just think, again, that's always a nice reminder, just like, have some courage, it's worth it. It's worth it to have courage and do what you think is right. And with Padme, it's kind of the same thing, actually. It's this theme of integrity and doing what you think is right, even when it's scary. That was one of the things I loved about Queen's Peril, was just this idea that it showed her right before her first big speech and what she's thinking, when that she wasn't even meant to be giving that speech. And then suddenly she's thrust into it. And it's sort of like, okay, we're doing this.
All right, what do we do? Yeah.
And just having grace under fire, but still having the courage to step forward for what you think is right. And yeah, I always like to, you know, I think those are great reminders for all of us. And definitely it is pretty easy for me to draw on some of the characters that I've played for, like, what would Padme do here?
Yeah. So do you ever find yourself, like, with like books and other Star Wars media in particular, do you find yourself like gravitating more towards one where like Mission or Padme are portrayed in, or do you just love all of Star Wars in general?
I love Star Wars in general. I do love the characters from the original trilogy the most. I mean, I'll say, like, honestly, for me, you could really never have enough Han, Leia, Luke. Yoda is my favorite. Like, I just love Yoda. How can you not? And again, if I could have anyone in my life from the Star Wars universe, it would be Yoda.
Nice wise old sage to give you advice. It kind of leaves you a tiny bit confused.
But also, you know, keeping you living up to your own potential.
Yeah.
So.
So what is your favorite memory from working with the Clone Wars cast?
Oh boy, that one is really hard because anyone who follows me on social media or anything would know that I've stayed friends with my cast. I mean, James Arnold Taylor.
Oh God, he's awesome.
Matt Lanter, Ashley Eckstein, D. Bradley Baker. These people are like actually my family. And so I just love them. And there's several memories specifically with them. I'll never forget getting to do the USO event with them, because the USO is something that's really important to me. And so to get a chance to go with them and entertain on behalf of the USO was like one of the coolest experiences of my life. There was one time when we were at a Star Wars celebration. I can't remember which number it was, but we were in Orlando and we were just walking down this long hotel hallway trying to find maybe the 501st party, actually. And it was just us together, and it felt like this really weird, surreal, like, here we are, Padme, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and we're just walking down the hallway with our tall Yoda. And just memories like that were just fantastic. And then I can also not leave out the times that we got to spend at Skywalker Ranch together, because I mean, to get to go to Skywalker Ranch is just amazing. And again, a blessing that I will never get over. Like, I've gotten to go several times, and it will forever just be some of my favorite memories. But to be like in the kitchen at Skywalker Ranch making pasta with Dee and James. Actually, they were making pasta. I was having a glass of wine.
That's
like
fair.
it really doesn't get any better than that. So
that's somebody, if somebody doesn't draw like a little comic of like what Rex and Obi-Wan cooking and Padme's just having a glass of wine, I'm going to be very disappointed in this fandom as a whole.
Yes,
artists, you know who you are, get on it. And then finally, my last question, a little background: I am a costume maker. So if you could have any one Padme outfit, what would it be?
You know, I have that book, Dressing a Galaxy, and I like periodically just take it out and look at it. And it's funny, one of my nieces, whenever she comes to visit, because it's up high on a shelf with actually some Skywalker wine next to it, she's always like, can I look at the book? And so we look at it. I mean, it is so hard because her outfits are spectacular, but I think the light blue outfit, and I don't even remember what it's called. You probably know what it's called. It's really pale blue, and it's got, you know, like the
midriff top.
Yes. What is that one called? I know I should know this. I'm bad with.
Remember
Okay,
either.
good. You don't know either. I know them.
There's so many of
Yes.
them, and I know exactly. It's like has that kind of crisscrossy one. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I just can't remember. I think it's just like blue midriff or something.
Okay, good.
Let's just
good.
call it that, and
Yes.
a bunch of people will be like, "Oh yeah,
I know.
totally
We're
what
gonna
you're
like totally. There's gonna be people watching this screaming.
they're gonna
the name of
comment.
it. Like, forgive us.
Sorry, I can already hear the comments.
There's so many great and beautiful outfits that I would actually take pretty much all of them. And I really actually love some of her outfits from the Clone Wars. You know, the adventure tights outfit. I just, you know, I could just wear that tomorrow, but that light blue one, because that blue color is my favorite.
Yeah.
It's just stunning. So someday.
Someday. Well, that's about all I have. I thank you again so much for taking time out of our day and out of your day and out of your schedule to be able to do this interview for our big celebration, 1138 for 501st Legion, and hopefully this helps us raise some money for First Robotics.
Yes, which looks like such a great
it's a lot of
organization. It just looks like so much fun. Like I was looking at it and I was like, I wish I could have been a part of something like that. But yeah, thank you guys for what you're doing. And obviously any of us who have had the opportunity to work in the Star Wars universe have also had the opportunity to meet 501st members from across the world, and you guys make it happen. I mean, you really do. From a small event I did at a library in my hometown to the, you know, premiere for The Force Unleashed. It's like, I mean, The Force Awakens, so many forces.
There's so many, yeah.
It's just, it's cool. It's so cool. And it brings people together in such a great way of all ages and from all over the world. So thank you guys for what you do for us and for the universe, and happy anniversary to Lucasfilm.
I can't believe it's been this long.
I know. I was trying to calculate how long I've been working in it, and I'm like, I'm just going to stop doing this math. We're just going to say to many more.
To many, many more years. But yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. May the force be with you all, and stay on the light side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to 1138, where we are celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. I'm Taylor Goodson. I'm the commanding officer of the Northeast Remnant here in New Jersey, and I'm here with Justin. Hi, Justin.
Hi, I'm Justin Sonfield. I am BH 74711, and I am the XO of the Northeast Remnant Garrison. And we're here today to introduce you guys to an amazing talent in the Star Wars universe and other universes that we are all very familiar with, Michael Giacchino. The best way to talk about him is to show you what he has done.
come to Papa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a true talent, a 501st Legion honorary member, and a native New Jerseyan, Michael Giacchino.
Hello.
It's
so
such-
weird, when you do these things over Zoom, there's like, and you make these announcements and pronouncements, and then there's no reaction. You're like, oh, the crowd hated it. Oh, well. I'm going to switch my glasses there. That's better.
So
hey, how are
Hi.
you doing?
Great. How are you? Thanks for joining
I'm
us.
doing great. It's good to see you.
Excellent. So we had such an amazing time talking with you back in August of last year, and we're so thankful to you for taking the time out, your busy schedule, to meet with the members of the 501st Legion, especially now as we celebrate these awesome 50 years of Lucasfilm. But before we dive into all that, how have you been doing? It's a different world now since last August. So what's been keeping you busy?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, the last year, all the movies that I was supposed to work on sort of, as you can probably guess, just got pushed into who knows when, they would get finished. Everything got postponed and paused. And so during that whole pause, I just sort of, I wrote an album. I put out an album of music that I've been wanting to do for so long. And it's right here. This thing.
Oh, wonderful.
So, and it's on vinyl, but you can get it on Apple iTunes and all of this, whatever. Spotify, all those things. But so I spent a lot of time just doing that and working on my own projects, stuff that had been just piling up over the years that I never had time to do because I was always working on, all of the things that I have been working on. So in that sense, it was kind of a nice little break to sort of recenter myself and do the things that I kind of personal projects that I had to put aside for other things. But now that we're sort of back into the swing of things, or starting to get back into the swing of things slowly but surely, all of those films that were supposed to have been done last year now got pushed into this year on top of all of the films that are supposed to be from this year. So this year is proving to be quite a busy, crazy a year. But all good things and all things that I love working on. So no complaints.
How many days of the week are you in studio, or are you still doing a lot from home, or?
I almost do everything from here, other than, when we go to record with the orchestra, that's when I leave, and we go, because you have 100 people and 100 people aren't going to fit here in my studio. But even then we haven't been able to do that to any great extent. I did just finish recording Jurassic World. We recorded that in London, but we did it like this over Zoom, and we had a feed coming in so that I could hear it in super high quality, and I could talk to the booth and talk to the players, and if I needed to change things, we could do that. But it was pretty time consuming. A film like that would normally take us, say, 5 days to record. this took us around 12 days to do because you couldn't have the entire orchestra in the room. You could only do sections at a time because of COVID protocols and all of that. And so we wanted to try and be as safe as we can, but we got it done. It just took a lot longer, than you normally would. So we're sort of moving into the next projects, trying to figure out, is it going to be like that for the next year? Or are we going to start to be able to get people together? I don't know. It's like day at a time, and we'll figure it out. So yeah, so Jurassic World finished. Now moving on to things like, Batman and Spider-Man and a few other films that are in the mix and, haven't quite fully been announced yet. So yeah, it's kind of nutty.
That's a pretty exciting time. And I know all of us are fans of pretty much every movie you've just named there. So very exciting stuff. Michael, tell us about your early life and how did you get into this? Like, was it always music or was there other things? Are you a born Star Wars fan or did...
Yeah, well, I am definitely a Star Wars fan. I actually, the first time I saw Star Wars, I grew up in New Jersey, as you said, and about as far away from Hollywood as you can be in the United States, and so if you wanted to learn anything about how movies were made, you really had to do a lot of research, and you had to go to every bookstore that you could find, and in many cases, the bookstore near your house wasn't the one that was going to have anything about how to make movies, especially if you were making as I was, Super 8 movies, or even before that, regular 8 movies. So you would have to go to Philadelphia or find small, very specialty shops to find any kind of information. Not like today, you could just get on the internet and find out anything you want. So I was growing up in the 70s, and of course, that's when I saw Star Wars. And I was, 9 years old, I think, when I first saw it. I saw it in Cape Cod. We were on a family vacation, and it was one of those days where it was raining, so we couldn't be outside or go to the beach, and so my older brother took me and my younger brother to the movies, and he took us to see Star Wars, and that was the first time I saw it, and I was like, what is that? Oh my gosh. So that quickly became an obsession. Now it wasn't my first obsession. Obviously, one of my first obsessions was King Kong, which led to all of the Ray Harryhausen movies, because Willis O'Brien, who did all the stop motion on King Kong, then a young Ray Harryhausen worked with him and then went off to do his own thing. So I followed Ray Harryhausen's path quite vociferously as a kid. I loved it. I loved the idea of stop motion and all the creatures that he brought to life. So that was the first thing I started doing, was just making these stop motion movies. And then, and then Planet of the Apes, was another obsession before Star Wars. Like there was all these little, every time something like that would come in, I wouldn't just go in and like it a little bit. I'd go in and like it a lot. And I would want to learn everything I could about it and basically live in those worlds. So, and then from Planet of the Apes, what led me to Star Trek, which I absolutely love Star Trek, and the Twilight Zone and all of those things. So naturally, when Star Wars came out, it was a no-brainer that I was going to fall all over it and allow it to sort of engulf me the way it did. So, and I still, back in that cabinet over there, all the toys that I had as a kid growing up, all my Star Wars toys are there, all of that. So no, music wasn't the beginning for me. Music was sort of a side thing that was secondary to what I wanted to do, which was just make movies. And where music came in was once I would make a movie, I would all right, it needs music, and I would have to go and find the right music. And in those days, trying to add music to a silent movie is very difficult, especially if you wanted that music to change and shift in tone with the story that you were trying to tell. And of course, my stories were about guys going into space, landing on another planet, getting eaten by dinosaurs that they come across, and things like that. And so, but I always liked it when, in a movie, when the tone changed or something happened in the movie, the music changed too, and it really followed along with the story. And I was really sort of insistent that the music in my movies did that too. So it was a lot of figuring out, how do I edit sound and music together on a cassette tape, and it was almost impossible. But I figured out ways to do it. And if I started this and that at the same time, it would generally line up. enough to satisfy me in my 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old, brain. So that was really the beginning of my interest in music, was how it sort of affected picture. What happens when you put music to picture, how that helps you tell the story. And I just kept getting more and more obsessed with soundtracks and classical music and jazz, anything that was instrumental in nature. It didn't need to be, it wasn't necessarily, I wasn't really into at the time, rock music or popular music. I was really into, I was a weird kid. I was listening to marching band music and John Philip Sousa, and I was listening to 30s jazz, Django Reinhardt, and I was listening to, Jerry Goldsmith and John Williams and Max Steiner and all of these guys, So I just loved the sound of when a group of musicians were playing together. So that's sort of where it all sort of formed in this weird bubble, And on top of that, I would go and I would sneak my tape recorder into movie theaters and record the films so that I could listen to them. As a kid, I'd listen to them at night. I mean, because once it was out of the theaters, there was no way to see it again. I mean, that was it. Today, it doesn't really matter if you miss it. You're going to see it a couple of weeks later, wherever you want, and that's good and bad. But at the time, that you had to find ways to keep these things in your life, and for me, it was recording the audio, which also taught me to really listen to how the sound worked. It wasn't, because when you're just listening to a cassette tape, there's no picture. You're just listening to the sound. So it really drilled into my head how sound and music work together to help tell a story, which was, and that was really the genesis of all of it for me, way back then in New Jersey. And that's how I spent almost every waking day of my childhood. When I was in school, it was always looking at the clock, waiting for 3 o'clock. There's no, then I knew I was free to do what I wanted to do. And when I could, I would include it into whatever projects I was doing at school, So if we had a book report, I would do a book report on, well, I have one, if you want to hear that we can, so this is a book report that I did. You were supposed to read a book, pick a book, read it, and then write a report about it. But I was like, I don't feel like writing a report, but maybe I could use my tape recorder and the music that I have and sort of do it in a different way. So here's this.
My next book report is Star Wars, written by George Lucas. Luke Skywalker was a 20-year-old farm boy who lived and worked on his uncle's farm on the remote planet of Tatooine, and he was bored beyond belief. He yearned for adventure among the stars, adventures that would take him beyond the farthest galaxies to the distant and alien worlds. But Luke got more than he bargained for when he found a message from a princess held captive by a dark and powerful Darth Vader. Luke didn't know who she was, but he knew he had to save her, and soon, because time was running out. Armed only with...
Yeah, time was running out. And if you're a real Star Wars fan and you know this book, you know that I was probably just reading the back of the synopsis. So I probably didn't get a very good grade on that report because it wasn't really totally in my words. But it was certainly more fun than sitting there typing out a whole report. So, that was, the way I sort of just grew up, was sort of revolving all of those things that I loved, trying to wrap them into my everyday life and school and all of that. But it was a weird education for me, and I didn't even know it was going to be an education. It was just doing it because I loved it.
Yeah. I mean, it's awesome because I think a lot of us started the exact same way, and it ended up in all the different places that it brought us to career-wise and influence-wise. So how did your career start to take off, and where did it all come together after school?
Well, in high school, I continued making movies. I and I got more ambitious with the movies that I was making. They started out as little 3-minute films, and then as I got older, they started getting into 8 minutes, and then there was a 30-minute one which I did, about two kids that fall asleep and wake up after a sort of a nuclear holocaust to find that their neighborhood is gone, and it's sort of populated by these weird deformed creatures, and they end up helping them help freeing them from some guy who has sort of taken over and enslaved them all. It's sort of a weird thing. And then that led to, we were like, well, if we can do a 30-minute, let's do an hour-long one. So, there was one called Taking Care of Business, which was sort of an adventure, sort of treasure map type of thing. And that was an hour long. And that was in high school. So in high school, I realized that, I really I wanted to do two things. I wanted to study music and I wanted to study filmmaking. But, the school, I applied to two schools, School of Visual Arts in New York and to Cal Arts in California. And I did not get accepted into Cal Arts. And Cal Arts is where you can study both film and music, whereas School of Visual Arts just had a film program. They had an animation program. It was more about the visual arts. So I ended up going to the School of Visual Arts, which was one of the best things that could have happened to me. I loved it there so much. And I studied film, and then I studied music on the side. I would take private lessons with whoever I could find to continue sort of learning piano and sort of any sort of theory that I could. And it was really just a mishmash of things. And I graduated from college and right to work for Universal Pictures in their publicity department, and then shortly after that moved over to Disney, to their publicity department. And while I was there, I started then sort of taking more serious music classes at Juilliard, which was not far away. This was in New York City. They had Disney had an office there, and that's where I was working. So for about a year, I took classes at Juilliard. And then that led me, Disney asked if I wanted to move out to California to work on the studio lot. And I was like, yes, of course. So I moved out to California, continued taking classes at night at UCLA. And that's just sort of how I started learning. And then opportunities started sort of coming up, weird little things where, they were doing these sort of promotional commercials for movies in the marketing department. And I, sort of in the department that I was working in. And they needed music for them. And I said, hey, could I submit something? And they were like, well, we have our vendors that we use and all of that. But sure, if you want to submit something, why not? So I submitted something, and they ended up choosing mine to do this little 30-second commercial, this piece of music. I remember getting paid, I think it was $2,000. And I $2,000 was like, at that time, somebody just handed me $1 million. It was like, that was a big deal. So, that was a sort of officially my first paid gig. And then I got a job. My story goes all over the map. Then I got a job. I saw something opened up at Disney Interactive, and they were hiring producers. So I got a job as an assistant producer in that department. And while there, we're working on all these video games, and of course they all need music. And they knew, as I got to know everyone there, they get to know me. They know that I write music. They asked me to set up a small music studio in the interactive division, which I did. And then they just said, hey, could you write music for this thing? We need this. And they just kept asking, and that led to, me just doing more and more work in video games. And eventually sort of, I ended up quitting, again, the next step was moving over to DreamWorks Interactive. Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg started DreamWorks. And I started my own animation company. So yes, I also had an animation company in addition to all of this other stuff, which they funded my animation company. And what we did was we were there at the very beginning of DreamWorks, and we were helping them come up with ideas of what they were going to be doing, what they were going to be making. We were coming up with ideas for TV shows, for films, for video games, whatever. And we ended up making a couple games for them. But through that process, again, opportunities arose for me to write music for the Jurassic Park Lost World video game, and that's how I met Steven Spielberg. And he really liked the music I was doing and asked me to work on this other thing called Medal of Honor, another video game. And what was great about these was he was insistent that we use live players, live orchestra. Everything up to that point that I had done had been, synth, because that's all I could afford or deal with. And I certainly wasn't getting hired to do projects that had a budget for that. But these, he insisted on it because that's sort of what he knows. And thank God he did, because I feel like that first stepping in with the orchestra for me was a big, big turning point, And once Lost World happened, I was like, oh wow, I really love this so much. And I sort of made the decision at that point to just quit producing the games and just do music. And I said, if I were to leave and just work at home, would you guys consider contracting me to do music when and if you need it? And they were like, absolutely. So that sort of led to me doing a bunch of the Medal of Honor games, which J.J. Abrams played, unbeknownst to me. I didn't know who he was. He just emailed me out of the blue one day, said, hey, because I had this little janky website at the time and it had samples and stuff and you could email me. So he went to my website and he emailed me and said, hey, my name's J.J. Abrams. I wrote Armageddon and Regarding Henry. I'm about to do this new TV show for ABC. Would you want to come in and meet and talk about it? He goes, I love the Medal of Honor music. I was like, okay. So I went in, met with them, and we just hit it off. And then from there, life sort of went nuts, into all those other things because it was, Brad Bird had watched Alias, which got me into Pixar, it's you really have this revelation that whatever it is you do, don't half-ass it because you never know who's going to see it or who's going to be listening or watching it. And not that I ever would half-ass it, but I know sometimes there's a tendency, it's like if you get tired of something and you're kind of like, I'll just do the least amount of work possible. But, I was never like that. I always wanted things to be as big and as good as they could be. And I feel like that sort of translated somehow into the work and they felt that because they're very similar people, Brad and JJ. And that's just where it went. And then from there, it was just like all bets were off. It was crazy. It was just sort of like, and I did choose to stay with certain people along the way. I didn't just take any job that came because, I still wanted to make sure the things I was working on were things that I cared about, things that I loved, things that meant something to me with people that I liked working with, because you can get into this business, just take anything, but you're generally not happy because you're really rolling the dice. So I was very careful about the things I chose from the very beginning. And I've been very lucky to say that I have loved every second of it. It's been really fun so far. So hoping it's not done yet. We'll see. You never know.
We're hoping it's not done either, for sure. So jumping from that, we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm here. So of course, us as all these big Star Wars fans, we've got so many questions about that world of things. And one of the main things people always talk about when we're talking with other people involved in these films and involved in the saga is this responsibility of Star Wars. It's this huge thing. It's a family affair. It's been around for a long time. So when you got that call about Rogue One, doing the score for that, how did you feel?
Well, I had just come off of a really hard run of movies that were sort of one against the other. And I was about to have, for the first time in a long time, a break between projects. And me and my partner, Andrea, we were going to go on a vacation and we were very excited about this, and as we were sitting there looking at where we were going to go and what we were going to do, the phone rang and it was my agent, and he said, hey, are you sitting down? And I'm like, well, no. And he goes, well, maybe sit down. I just want to ask you something. I'm like, oh man, what are you going to do? And he said, Kathy Kennedy called and was interested if you would be, interested in talking to her about working on the new Star Wars film. And I was like, what? And he goes, yep. And I was like, and I remembered like telling Andrea, just close the computer because we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to, and he said, the only thing is, you have, if you decide to do it, you have like 4.5 weeks to write the thing, which didn't bother me at all because I was used to writing very quickly, working on Lost and Alias, and you get used to doing that, and so I was like that part didn't bother me. It was more the part of wow, this is Star Wars, it's a big deal, and this is something that is, and this film in particular was something that was so tightly tied to the original trilogy, which is like I love so much. You know, when I say original trilogy, it means 77, you know, onward. So I know there's all different ways to call things now, and I always, you know, get confused. But so I, you know, I was just like, yes, of course, I will absolutely go and talk to whoever. And so I ended up in London, and I ended up meeting with Gareth Edwards, with Tony Gilroy, with John Gilroy, the editor, with John Finkley, the music editor, and they said, hey, why don't you come over to the set? So I went over to the set, and I was like thinking, this is just insane, you know, because there I was on the set of this thing, and what they were shooting that day was the scene where Darth Vader comes into the blockade runner and is just, you know, tearing everyone apart bit by bit. So not only did I get to walk the set and get to go on that and see, I mean, then I got to see Darth Vader doing his thing, which was, you know, really amazing. I mean, it's also kind of funny as well, because when you're just on set watching them film, you know, there's no special effects, no sound or anything. It's just a guy in a suit, you know, waving his thing, and sparks are flying here and there. So there's a funny aspect to it as well. But, you know, when it's finished and done and you add everything you add, that's when it becomes what it is. But I remember just thinking, this is crazy. So, but of course I said, sure, I'll do it. Why not? And, but so it was, I didn't get caught up too much in the like, oh my God, it's Star Wars. 'Cause you really can't. You have to just go, all right, what's the job I have to do? Let me see the film. Let me figure out what would be best for this movie, and just get out of my way so I can finish this in time for you to have it for your dub, you know, because there was just so little time to do it. And I think that was actually great, because they just gave me a tremendous amount of freedom to do what I wanted to do. And it was an enormous amount of trust that they gave me, which I am thankful for. And I just had a blast. And every time it was sort of like, I'd be halfway through the day and go, man, I still have so much left to do in this film. I would look up at the screen that I was working, and there's like stormtroopers running around. And I was thinking like, come on, this is great. There's nothing bad about this situation at all. This is pretty awesome to get to do this. And I mean, yeah, it was slightly intimidating being one of the first people kind of coming in and doing a Star Wars score that was not John Williams. You know, I mean, John is John, and he sort of, you know, set the whole tone and template for what Star Wars is. But I also knew that I needed to bring something of me into it, so that it wasn't just a copy paste type of thing. You know, I have a real visceral reaction to when I see films that are basically, you know, there's fan service, and then there's fan service. Like, and there's ways to make people happy with the nostalgia and all that, but there's also ways to just sort of do that and yet not bring anything new to the table. And I feel like, you know, we all go to these things. We want that bit of nostalgia. We want that, what we loved of it, but you also need to have something new brought to you, you know? So for me, the most, I guess, the hardest part was going, how am I going to bring something new to this that, you know, and I do feel like the short timeline helped that just happen on its own, you know? So, yeah, and it was just, in the end, it was just a blast. And to be on stage recording with the musicians and all of that, we just had such a great time. I brought all my Star Wars figures with me to the scoring stage, you know, and had them up there on the counter. I actually think I have this photo here of this right there. You know, and that, you know, that incredible. As you remember, like that, and that's the mail-in thing that you had to get, which was, you know, when Star Wars came out, they really didn't know, as you know, they didn't know it was going to be a big movie. They didn't prepare to have action figures and all of this stuff. So that first Christmas, the only thing they really had for sale was this mail-in card. You could just, you know, it was an envelope, you know, and it promised you figures at some later date. So I remember getting that envelope, and even though there were no action figures or anything, I remember it was the most exciting thing, knowing that at some point in the next few months, I'm going to be receiving these action figures, and it came with the stand, and you could collect them on, put them on there, and it was pretty great. So, while I'm not a huge collector of sort of new Star Wars toys, new things, the things that I do hold dear and keep with me are the things that I had as a kid. So I have every one of my Star Wars toys, all of the different action figures, all of that I still have with me, and that's the stuff that I like the most.
It's great. And so the next question I have here is perfect transition from that. One of the greatest things about the Rogue One score that you worked on is how many references it has to A New Hope, to the other soundtracks that exist. And you already touched on it a little bit, but when you're using motifs like Leia's motif or the Force theme, or even the original Darth Vader motif, how did you balance, using those things and making your own? You only have 4 weeks to make these kinds of decisions. So do these things kind of just flow out of you from your experience, or what?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. That it's really just a gut instinct. I mean, when you're doing anything creative, it's always just like a best guess, right? And there's no science to it. You're guessing, and you're hoping, and everyone has their own way of guessing. But for me, when you use something like that, I knew I wanted to do the Death Star theme, and I knew I wanted to bring in the original sort of Imperial motif that was, attached to Darth Vader from A New Hope. And, because those sort of disappeared after a while, which I understand for the Death Star motif, because I got blown up, so we're not gonna play that. But here we are, we had it again, and sometimes they'll play these old themes in these newer movies, but they're not attached to what's really happening story, or they're just like, oh, it's a well-known piece of music, so let's put it here. And for me, I mean, everyone can do it however they want to do it. For me, I would not want to do that, because I know how important for me music is to telling the story. So if the music has nothing to do with the story, then you better not, reference something that has nothing to do with what you're watching. That's my rule, just for me. I know everyone, like I said, has a different way of doing it, and that's fine. But for me, I knew here we are going to have Darth Vader. I was like, oh, I want to bring that back and use that, because I always loved it, and I was like, whatever happened to that? So it was really selfishly being brought back, but in a way that really tied into the storytelling. I would, if Darth Vader were not in this, I never would have used it. Like, I never would have brought back that theme unless there was a reason to bring it back. And this movie gave me these great little reasons to bring back things that sort of hadn't been used or hadn't been heard in a long time. And that really made sense to use within the boundaries of the story that was being told. So, there is, you could argue that, and there was a lot of discussion about this. You could argue that bringing the Imperial, the newer Imperial theme, Darth Vader's theme, or the Imperial March, playing that is, you could argue, should I have done that? Should I have not done that? I don't know, because it didn't really exist until Empire, right? So, but, that was a discussion I would have with the filmmakers, and part of me was like, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And they're like, yeah, but people really want to hear, and, I'm like, all right, well, let me find a way to do it that's not just sort of, a rubber stamp of what was, and maybe we can do it in a way that feels different. Like when he's in the hallway slaughtering those guys, that's Darth Vader's theme playing. That's the, but it's played very slow. And I noticed that people caught on to that, and on YouTube and stuff, they've sped it up and go, look, it's Darth Vader's theme, but doing things like that, I love finding ways to bring them in and sort of weave it in a really fun and organic way that ties to what the story is. But yeah, it was the fact of where that film lies in the timeline of Star Wars was such a gift in terms of being able to do those fun things, which I think I'll never forget. I had a friend of mine, Rich Moore, and Rich Moore was one of the directors on Zootopia. He was over at my house for dinner one night, and I was like, do you want to see a little bit of the new Rogue One? He was like, what? Yes, because he's like a super Star Wars nerd. And so he came up to the office, and I showed him the scene, when basically when Tarkin comes in and they see the Death Star and they start talking about this. And and he, as soon as he heard the Death Star motif, he jumped off the sofa and was just like, "That's the Death Star motif! Oh my god! Oh my god! My brother's going to lose his mind!" Like he started talking, like he turned into like a 10-year-old kid immediately. And I was like, "Yes, that's exactly how I felt like being able to do that." And that's where and it worked great because it was like it was the Death Star. It wasn't being played against some other unrelated moment, Yes. So yeah, it was just one of the most fun things I got to do. And working with Kathy I've always had an amazing time working with her. I loved it. The whole team there is just great.
Yeah. And speaking of other big decisions, momentous decisions, I would argue, I believe this was the first movie without the crawl and the blast, right? I believe.
Yes.
So what was that kind of discussion about? That was such a big buzz in the Star Wars community. Like, it's not going to have a crawl. What are we going to do?
Yeah, I know. In some ways you can't win. There's nothing you can do. No matter what choice you make, there's going to be a large group of people that absolutely disagree and are going to let you know very loudly that they don't like it. So especially with something like Star Wars, which has such a wide fan base. But, I think at the time, thinking of this, because they were trying to figure out what is this? It's not part of the trilogy. So that idea of coming up with a Star Wars story or something like that, it's sort of these in-between moments within the history that we already know. What was that? And we felt that the trilogy films really owned that whole crawl thing. And I there was a feeling that, it just felt wrong doing the crawl for this. It was like, okay, well then how are we going to start this? And there was an idea to start it with just, the B flat chord that sort of, just bam, that whole thing. And just have it go bam and then fade away into nothing, But that almost in the end felt like kind of mean. So we had, I remember talking with Gareth and just like, well, let's just do like this crazy, like the ugliest sort of like what kind of a thing that we can figure out and just open on space and see what happens, and we did that, and that seemed to work just as well, and I do think, once the film starts, you quickly forget that there was no crawl. You forgive it very quickly, and I think it was the right way to open that movie. Who knows? Again, everything's a best guess. Nobody knows anything. Everyone's just trying to make something good. That's all, and you can't please everyone. But yeah, so that was a big decision to make.
So a fun thing that I want everyone, and we talked about this before last time we talked with you, but one of my little favorite things about your soundtracks are the pun titles that you put on all these tracks. I love that.
Yeah.
And last time we were talking, I was asking you, what happened? The Rogue One soundtrack doesn't have it, but you corrected me. Is that right?
It does have it. Yeah, they do have their own titles. We were on the dub stage after everything had been recorded and we were mixing down the whole film, and we had to come up with titles for the CD and the album and all that stuff. And, our titles were as they always are, and when I say our, I mean, my music editors, because this really started with them, my music editors, specifically Steve Davis. And Steve Davis and I started on Alias, and, he would just get bored titling things like, all right, hallway chase, and, whatever, Sydney drives a car, anything, it was all just like, so he started doing these very funny things, and it became this sort of a contest or so between us all, and we would all, whoever could come up with the best title for a cue, that won. And, a lot of times it was Steve that won, and mainly, both because he was great at it or because I just didn't have time to think that because I was writing the music, but we just kept doing it over the years for every film. And when it came to Star Wars, I was thinking, are they going to let us do this? Because, all of the other Star Wars soundtracks have been so sort of like buttoned up and very nice and neat and everything,
Qui-Gon's
sounding,
no end.
Yeah, sounding so official, and I was just like, Well, let's see. So, when we were recording, they were labeled the way we wanted them labeled. But when we got to making the soundtrack, we were like, Kathy, is this gonna? She's like, I was like, okay, how about this? I said, what if we do this? What if on the inside cover, we put our titles as the alternate titles for anyone who's a fan? Like they can then rename their iTunes playlist, whatever they want. They can use this. So on the outside cover, you have the sort of official, necktie covers is what I like to call them, and then titles, and then on the inside you have our titles. So yeah, so you can, it's your choice to do as you wish with those titles. But yeah, they're there. We just had to put them on the inside this time. And that's the only time we've ever had to do that. But I understand. And you want these things to kind of fit into a certain library type of feel. So whatever. So
I was just super glad to see that they were still there.
Yes.
That made me so happy.
They exist.
So Michael, a lot of people, in the Star Wars community feel that Rogue One is possibly the best Star Wars out there. My wife and I, after our last meeting, we're on a podcast, and the topic of the podcast was bring your top 3 favorite songs or themes from Star Wars movies, and talk about them and why they're so special to you. And I can tell you, every single person on the panel had a theme from Rogue One.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was nice, unsolicited, and amazing. And mine happened to be "Your Father Would Be Proud of You," I think is the title. Which honestly ranks as one of my top favorite themes in all of Star Wars. My wife's was the Master Switch, because in that movie, she's of half Asian, and so so the 2 characters really resonated with her in film. Yeah. And then there are others that had other themes. How do you feel being part of such an integral part of the success of Rogue One?
It makes me very happy, actually. When I do hear people say that Rogue One is their favorite of the Star Wars movie, that makes me very happy, because our intent from moment one was to make something that was sort of built off of our love of what this was, of what this, to give back what this gave us in some way. So what you're really experiencing in this movie is a lot of people who are just giving back all of the love that they got from Star Wars over the years. They're giving it back to a whole new audience. And I think when you do that honestly and truthfully, it resonates, and none of us were in this in a cynical way. None of us were in this just because it was a job. It was something we would have done, don't tell anyone, probably for free. But, and it was, and even then, there wasn't as much Star Wars out as there is now. Now we have the TV shows and all of this stuff happening. But then this was like I say then as if it was 100 years ago, but it was something very special, and we all felt that way. And I know for me personally, it was a true reflection of just sort of my childhood. And I feel like I think it was my brother Anthony was just like, oh, come on. It shouldn't have been that hard for you to write that score in 4.5 weeks. You've been writing that score all your life, and meaning it was just sort of percolating in my head. Oh, what would you do if you ever got a Star Wars movie? And not that I physically wrote any themes down or anything, but it's just, the mental prep you do over the years, you don't even realize. So it makes me very happy to hear that when people say it's their favorite or amongst their favorites. It's hard for me to judge the work that I do. The only way to do that is, to hear comments from people out in the world like that, and that's really nice.
We thank you for it. You touched earlier that you have an amazing relationship with J.J. Abrams, and that start of things. Has that led to any cool, interesting experiences on the sets of Star Wars?
Well, yeah, and I'm sure some people are like pointing to the corner of my screen, going, "Oh, look, that's probably his red helmet. Isn't that one when yes." So yes, I did get to play these guys in we'll raise them up there. You know who these are. So I did get to play stormtroopers in Force Awakens. I got to play FN 3181. And then I don't think my guy in you know, they in the final film got a name. I don't think so. But I don't know. Maybe we can have a contest. We can think of a name. But yeah, being able to actually be on set in a stormtrooper outfit, like, is the greatest thing in the world. And this one in particular, you know, for the Rise of Skywalker, I was on set during the big final battle on the you know, top of the Star Destroyer thing, and everyone's running around and there's, you know, all this stuff going on. But I remember they attached, this is the helmet I had on set too, and they attached an explosive to the side of it, you know, because I was supposed to get hit in the head, boom, and the thing goes off. So I got the whole experience on that one where I got to actually, you know, be fired. And it was Finn who ends up, I think, killing me in that film. So this guy didn't quite survive. I like to think that FN 381 is still out there somewhere, you know, roaming the outer rim. Maybe he's got his own little tiki bar out there somewhere, and he's just sort of kind of given up and found a new life that is more peaceful and tranquil than the one he was in. But yeah, this was fun because I got to arrest Poe, you know. Oh, wow. Yeah, so, you know, in the scene in the very beginning of the movie when the stormtroopers bring him to Kylo Ren, that I'm the trooper that throws him down on the ground and says, you know, and I'm the guy that frisks him when he says frisk him, I frisk him, you know, which is silly because, you know, as a stormtrooper, if he had anything on him, I never would have known it because I couldn't tell what the heck I was doing, you know, but it looks good on screen, you know, and it was, and I also got to play I played the same character in 2 movies. I got to play him in Wreck-It Ralph 2. In Ralph Breaks the Internet, is that what it's called? Yeah. So I played the same, and I'm credited with the same name in that movie as well. But of course, you know, I play one of the stormtroopers that stops, what's her name, the little girl in the movie, and ask her if she has if she's carrying around some pop-up ads or something, and I'm like, do you have a permit for that? And yeah, so that's me. I got to play him in that one too. So yeah, so those kinds of things are the best, you know, and it's a little. You know, you could argue, oh, come on, isn't it enough that you're writing the music for these things? You get that, you know, what, you got to be, you know, just take that over too. But yes, I do. And it was really fun. So.
Awesome. Well, before we have an hour, so before we wrap it up, we want to ask some quick fun questions.
Okay.
So, and because we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, which is hard to believe, but we are, we're going to put you right on the spot. And I'm going to ask you, absolute favorite Lucasfilm movie?
I'm just gonna go with A New Hope because that was the one that sort of just like I for many reasons. A was probably, you know, as a kid, that was the one that sort of blew my mind, and B, I absolutely love I'm a huge, you know, visual effects artist fan, a special effects artist fan. I love all of that. I love miniatures and all of those things, and I feel like, you know, with the technology they developed to do that movie, that was an incredible achievement, what had to be done. Because when you look at other movies that came out at the same time, other science fiction movies, we won't name them, but if you look at them, they are miles apart in terms of what the effects look like. And even if they didn't touch things up or do special editions like they do now, I mean, those effects from that original one really hold up. And I have such respect for the people that were there down on the ground trying to figure out how to do this. In fact, just this morning, I was looking at someone's post, and they had a bunch of behind-the-scenes shots of when ILM used to be in Van Nuys, which isn't far from here. You know, that whole end Death Star battle, all of the exteriors of the Death Star and the ships blowing up, that was all done in the parking lot. And I was just looking through all these photos, some of which I had seen before, some of which I hadn't, and I always wish that I could have been there for that, to see that kind of that puzzle solving that must have happened to make that film come to life. Because without that crew, without that, you know, special effects crew, that film, you know, could have been something very different. So for that alone, I just love what I will call the first Star Wars movie.
That's Star Wars.
Yeah, it's just Star Wars. Exactly. I love that.
All right. Further on the spot, other than Rogue One, what is your favorite piece of Lucasfilm music?
Well, I'm gonna just I'm gonna group it into the entire Empire Strikes Back soundtrack. You know, I mean, it's very hard because I love the New Hope as well. I love Star Wars. I love that original one so much. But I remember getting the second one and they decided, you know, and I was just like, wow. And that was like the perfect, you have Star Wars and then Empire came and Empire had all of this new material in it, you know, and it touched on some of the things that the previous one brought up, but it didn't overuse them. And it just gave you all this new stuff. And that's probably where my philosophy about all of this sort of was born, because I remember that so much coming out. And of course, the asteroid chase is like one of the quintessential, you know, pieces of music.
My
to
favorite
picture.
piece, by the way.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, that music to that sequence is a sort of masterclass. And all right, here's how you do it, you know, and it's just so great. And I also love, you know, again in the original one, all the Tatooine music. It's very hard to decide, go either way, but you know, somewhere in that world, those are the greatest. Yeah.
And the last question, and it's somewhat off topic, but on topic for us. If you were going to make a bad guy doing good costume for the 501st, what costume would you want to make to wear and troop in?
Oh, a bad guy doing good costume of one of these existing. I guess what you mean by bad guy. I mean, bad guy is a gray area, right? I mean, you know, is Boba Fett a bad guy? I don't know. You know, like he's doing his job. I don't know. I think bad guy doing good. I think, you know, people, or Jawas bad?
It's a perfect costume.
You know, I like Jawas are the coolest. You know, I you know, although I wouldn't make a very good Jawa, I'm too big, but I always loved them. I love that design. I have to say, you know, again as a kid, we called them Sand People, Tusken Raiders. You know, that whole, you know, something like that. I really absolutely love the Tusken Raider outfit. That design is incredible. So I'm gonna go with that.
Perfect.
Great choice. And they did so much with them in The Mandalorian. It's like, it's
Yeah,
a whole new
that was
life
kind
there.
of fun to see more of them in that. Absolutely, yeah. I just thought that's such a brilliant design. Yep.
Well, great. I believe that's all the questions we have for you today. So thanks so much for, you know, joining us for this awesome Lucasfilm celebration.
Absolutely, it was so much fun. Thanks for having me. Anytime.
Of course. So this entire weekend, the 501st Legion is raising money for FIRST Robotics, which is an organization that's focused on promoting the interest of STEM learning. I myself was a part of FIRST Robotics when I was in high school, so I'm super happy that we're supporting this amazing cause, and it's absolutely worth supporting. So everybody who's watching at home and abroad, please check out the links provided, and we always appreciate the support from you.
Michael, thank you again for talking to us today. Truly a pleasure. May the force be with you.
May the force be with you. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Take care.
Ring, ring, ring.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Parabéns pra você. Parabéns pra você. Parabéns pra você.
Tunes.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, and welcome to another day of this awesome 3-day roadshow we've got going, which is this 1138 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm celebration. Today we got some amazing droid builders with us, which we'd like to go around and maybe go around of introductions. Let's start with Sam. Sam, we'd love to learn more about you.
Sure. Okay, so I'm a UK droid builder, also part of the fund TX78666, and I'm a droid builder for the most part. And then occasionally I go out and stormtroop as well, which is nice. And they've been on this crazy journey, which has kind of taken me all over the place and far exceeded my expectations on just building something for the corner of the bedroom. This is, as you can see in this room, it's been insane. And with the other guys as part of the UK builders, I've been into some incredible things such as a film and also the red carpet events and all this other kind of crazy stuff. So it's a great opportunity for anybody who really wants to get involved with something like this and learn a new skill. It's almost like learning a new trade, especially when you're putting these things together. And then, of course, with the moving forward with 3D printing, that's really become quite a large part of my life now. And to say the least, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'll go back to this maybe later, but I remember seeing or reading an interview with you about like maybe aquariums were your thing before droids, and now this thing has exploded and taken over your life. I'd love to learn more about that later, but let's learn more about the other folks. Brian, where are you hailing from and what you got over there?
Sure. So I'm Brian Anderson. I am in New England, Massachusetts. I've been with the 501st for 18 years. Droid building is actually relatively new to me, to the point where the 2 astromechs you see behind you were both built over COVID quarantine and have never left my house. So I got started with BB units in 2016, right as the first of the sequel trilogy was coming out, and it's been nonstop. I've done K2SO, IG-11, Pit Droid, Astromechs, 2 BBs. I've got a 3rd BB on the way. Sound like I'm an expecting parent. I've got a 3rd BB on the way. But yeah, I've dug in very deep with it. So I'm really excited to be here today.
That's awesome. Michael, would you like to continue and share a little bit of your awesome journey and also the stuff that you provided to all of us, all through your Facebook group and your Patreon?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Michael Badley from the UK started building, probably about 5-6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. Actually started with 3D printing design, and that's probably what I'm known in the community for, is for designing things. My the very first thing that I ever designed was actually R2-D2's dome. I thought, how hard can it be to cut a ball in half and put some details on top of it? Threw it onto Thingiverse and then discovered with a bunch of people who were absolutely passionate about creating these things through the R2-D2 Builders Club. And since then, been challenged to then create a fully 3D printed R2-D2, which we did. And then after that, the rest is history, as they say. That, as most droid builders, I think we are rapidly running out of room in my house. Unfortunately, I have to prototype every print before I share the prints and all that kind of stuff. So consequently, we built a shed, we filled the shed, and now we're starting to put things back into the house again, which makes me popular. But it's been an amazing journey. And also, I think not just the 3D printing, but creating the community, the Facebook community. COVID's been an incredibly difficult time for many people, and we've, every 2 weeks we've been grabbing sessions online and just having fun and getting people through this time with a little bit of a laugh. So it's been fantastic, and I think it's the start of things to come, really.
It's definitely, not to step in as we're doing intros, but that really resonates with me. I think this time of COVID, much like Brian was saying earlier, has been rough for people. And I think when you have something to do in a community to be part of, it felt a little easier. And so thank you for the stuff that you've done. David, you have stuff to share?
Yes, my name is David Castellano. I hail from Pennsylvania over here in the US. I started out my journey with the 501st in 2011, and got into droid building in 2013. So relatively newer. Just started out with astromechs, building them. Now I have 3 astromechs in my house. Progressed to the 3D printing world, doing IG-11, 21B battle medical droid, battle droid. Now working on K2, L3, and a 3D printed C-3PO.
Wow. An L3 as well. Wow, that's crazy. That's a
planet
lot.
by the looks of it, David, by your background.
What's
Good
that?
work. And
Thank
the whole
you.
planet by the looks of it going by your back.
I know it's all nice and quiet up
Crazy.
here, you know.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of droids over there. Lee, please close us off on our intros with a little bit of more information about you. And everybody knows about Lee, but any more information you could share about your journey?
Certainly. Well, yeah, I've been a builder since 2007. Not working quite as quick as Brian. This has taken me about 14 years, these 4 droids behind me. So not as quick as you, Brian. I'm amazed by the speed you've built them. Good work. And thankfully, from an R2 builder, I've gone on to work for Lucasfilm since 2013. I worked for the Creatures department as a model maker. Started off making R2-D2 with Oliver Steeples. And it's gone on from there. I've been there ever since, working at Palmer Studios in all the recent Star Wars films.
That's awesome. I'll do a quick intro, and then maybe I'll go real quick talk about first, and then let's keep this panel really open and chill, and just like maybe it's a back and forth. That's what it should be. So my name is Dino Ignacio. I'm the Legion's diversity officer, but also a amateur droid builder. I've got one over here, which is all I got. Started this build 3 years ago. It's been a really fun journey. Again, to everyone's contributions in this group, I feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants in the fact that there's so much information out there that's been freely given, which has been amazing. And my growth as a person who builds has been because of all of you, and in connection to that, my daughter as well, who helped me make this build. This was a really fun bonding moment with me and my then 7-year-old, who is now 9. So thank you. And so, which is a great segue to the charity we're all trying to support today, which is FIRST. So just to remind everyone, FIRST is an amazing organization that's devoted a lot of effort in raising money for STEM. So getting young children to be educated in the sciences, and they've got a robotics program. So again, this is me encouraging people, if you enjoy this conversation we're having, or any other of the amazing things you've seen this week, do remember that none of the people behind the camera or in front of the camera have been paid. All this entertainment has been brought to you as a labor of love for the name of like the charity that we're supporting. So please consider donating. There's a button down below or a link up above, I think. In any ways, just find it, donate some money, and help us out. So on that, I'd love to keep this panel really open. It's not like I'm the host and everybody's like here to answer along or whatnot. But I do want to start it off. Like, what's exciting about robots and R2-D2 in particular to all of you, and why build, I guess?
Yeah, I'll grab that first of all. I think for me, as probably many similar with you guys, the magic of seeing these things in the movies when we were 8, 9, 10, 11, watching the first Star Wars, seeing, and at that time, I think because everything was physical, each prop, each character, each individual piece was so special. And so memorable, and I made them out of cardboard and sellotape and all of the usual kind of stuff. So to hurtle back, I don't know, 30 years, 35 years later, and to be able to create something that's almost exactly what's in the movies is crazily exciting. And the advent of technology, things like Arduinos, 3D printing, all of the new techniques that are available there just give us magical tools, to be able to print something and physically hold it the next day. I still can't get over that. So I'm just recreating the magic of my 8-year-old self, and still feel like that every morning when I jump up to look at these things.
I totally agree. I think just to plus one on that, how other fan communities have artifacts. Like for example, if you're a fan of a TV show that is like has real people, those people are real and for the most part are attainable in terms of like getting an autograph and whatnot. But or if you're into sports, there's a jersey you can get, and now you've got an artifact from that world. But for the stuff that we love, a lot of it is like locked away in movie magic, and just having a physical version of it sometimes is all you need to feel like something tactile is so satisfying to hold when you've only seen it in the movies and suddenly, to your point, Michael, you printed it and now it's in your hand. Oh, the joy of that. It's amazing.
Yeah, and for me, the rise of 3D printing and the accessibility of large prop building was really appealing. Like I said in my intro, I've been with the 501st since 2003. And so I've been trooping for a very long time. I'm not as young as I used to be, and my body doesn't love the Stormtrooper armor for 12 hours a day like it once did. So I started over the last few years getting really into set building and booth building for the Legions. And where I am here in New England, the 501st, the Rebel Legion, the Mandalorian Mercs, the Droid Builders, we all collaborate on our convention displays. And so as we started building like big set pieces, I started spending more time with the Droid Builders because they were sort of bringing, we built a Millennium Falcon chess booth, but then R2-D2 coming and hanging out in it sort of brings it to life. And then with the advent of these 3D printable droids that Michael has created, it's like, wait a minute, I have a printer. I could just make an R2. I don't even have to leave my house. Like,
yeah.
Amazon sends me filament and droids come out, and it's amazing.
It's easy to sneak in a roll of filament and then another one.
Well, and that's part of what used to intimidate me. Like I'd go on the astromech boards and I'd see, this new aluminum droid frame has come out and it's going to be how much and take how long? Like, no, I don't think I can really commit to that. But when it's $20 here and there over a period of weeks or months, or, you're in lockdown and you get obsessive and you buy like pallets of filament and just print nonstop, like it's a lot more attainable.
It's like an Airfix, to be honest, where you get to choose how fast you decide to buy the parts and when they're accessible. And then, if you're anything like me, you put the part down, lose it, and then you have to print another one. But you can replace parts as well. But it is, we're in a magical time. The other big thing I think is watching the new generation, and we'll talk about first, and some of the new builders. We had some of the guys come on from the competition on one of our little Zoom chats that we had, and we were really proud of what we built. And then they showed us what they built.
Yeah,
and we went, "Oh, okay, then that's all right." Their skills, their knowledge, and that next generation that are coming through. I think we're just scratching the surface of what's there, and it's lovely to see. As you said, I get loads of pictures with people with families, kids, things that they're building. What I remember doing that with my parents, but making aeroplanes and whatnot. And it seems to be that same recreation of the family connection. So there's a big plus on that.
Yeah, and not to diminish what we do, but at the end of the day, we have remote control robots. These kids are making like actual machine learning, pathfinding, and like AI based robots. I can only imagine what will happen to this club and this field in the next few years as these kids grow up and join in.
Yeah, we've all seen Terminator. That ended well.
I think I know a lot of us here were builders when we were kids as well. The opportunity children have got now with the first is so good. If we had that opportunity when we were younger, how cool would it be? And what would we be building now? It's great that we're doing the R2s and so on, but it is, like you say, Michael, the information and what they're building is phenomenal compared to what us guys are doing, for sure.
Oh, completely. And I think you've done some work, haven't you, in school, Sam, of just getting kids literally jumping on a Zoom session, I think, with children. Is that right?
Yeah, it was weird. I got a couple of people reached out to me on Instagram, and I was posting up pictures of things I'm doing and all that kind of stuff, and obviously YouTube and whatever else. And then oddly enough, I just got this message saying, "Oh, can you come on and talk about robots?" We were a UK school. Everyone's in lockdown. We're annoyed that we're in lockdown. The kids aren't paying attention to what we're saying. They want to get involved with this kind of stuff. I said, "Yeah, sure, okay." And then I did one, then that led on to another one, and then to another one, and it just kind of started, snowballing a little bit. And I was saying to the club, "Does someone else want to get involved with this? Because it can't just be me." And whatever else. And then, of course, now the schools have started to go back, and that's kind of dissipated a little bit more now. But, it's from what you've been saying there, guys, ultimately, I see this as a bit of a stepping stone. So what we're doing today, someone else will pick up on and go, well, we're going to try and do this. And then as things develop, polymers, different types of filaments, different types of printing, different types of printers. And we've seen that with, FDM and resin and all those other crazy things. And as you touched on before, when I first joined the astromech.net site, and I was thinking, okay, so I've got myself a B&Q, which is a hardware store in the UK, lampshade, and I've kind of mottled this thing together. I met with Oliver Steeples, and I was like, this guy was in the film. How mad is that? And there was this kind of community that was there, which was, really lovely, and it still is really lovely. And then as soon as I think you kind of broke the mold a little bit, Mike, I've got to be honest, because all of a sudden Michael Badley's producing, because we met on Thingiverse, and that's kind of how that relationship kind of came to be. And I was like, I really want this part, and I really want this bit made. And Mike was able to kind of do that quickly, and he still is able to do it very quick. I'm sure you printed and made clones of yourself, Mike, because no one in the whole world is able to produce the kind of stuff that you do in such a fast, quick time and have a family. So, something's going on there. And, so long story short here is that, we're going to see some amazing things happening, I think, over the next couple of years. And going back to it when it took, it used to take, it's a niche thing, it might take 10 years to build an R2. Now with the kind of stuff that we've got going on and the community that's so much larger than it was before, you can do these things in several months, depending on how many printers you've got, of course.
My green and white droid was, I think, maybe 5 months start to finish with all electronics and everything. And he's the more active of my two astromechs. The R5, he just sort of turns his head and walks, nothing else moves. But the sprite droid, he has working arms and panels and lights and everything else. And it's just becomes so, I don't want to say easy, like I don't want to understate it, but compared to where it was 10 years ago, it's amazing how little it really takes to get into it.
The other side of it as well is the education and learning. I don't think you can underestimate how much you have to learn when you do these things. But none of it feels like learning. So you go into this process, and at the end of it, if you look back, you can now program Arduinos, you can paint, you can weather, you can fill, you can sand, you can 3D print. There's just an incredible bunch of skills that you learn almost just by having fun. And I think that's the pleasure of it. And also for that next generation builders, it's not just about robotics. It's also you've got the creativity side of it, the painting, the colouring, the weathering. It's amazing, a hobby.
Yeah, David, I want to learn more about your builds. Like, what is the most amazing or most fun skill that you learned through the process of all the builds you've done so far?
For me, it's been learning I've learned a whole lot of skills, from painting to electronics. All those sorts of skills, and even to that point, jumping into 3D printing as well. My 3 astromechs now are, I'll say, old school. They're wood, styrene, aluminum. I'm actually now jumping into trying my hand at printing, at doing one of Michael's full printed droids too, just to have the experience and see how it is and how it compares. I've been actually fortunate to, one of my astromechs actually belongs to my daughter. She, wanted to build one of her own, so she and I sat together. I let her. I taught her everything I knew, putting this together, putting the arms in, how to sand, how to paint, how to do everything. And she actually now is actually using that. Hopefully he's going to be using those skills in her robotics club at high school too. So
awesome. That's exciting. To move the topic a little bit, I know for a fact Brian started off with non-R2D2 astromechs, and Sam, my bread, started with the black one. Michael, you started with R2, right? I believe.
Yep.
What is everyone's reasoning for starting where they did, and how did you say, well, I'm going to start with the specific one as opposed to R2D2?
I'll start on that one then. So I met with Oliver, and he had an R5 unit in his house in a box, which was just, the whole day was just completely bonkers to meet this guy for the very first time. I think I even text my girlfriend, now wife at the time, and said, if I don't come out in the next hour, if you don't hear from me, this is my last location. Because, you know, these guys, you know, you've got to remember, these guys are so open and honest. It's like, yeah, come over, come and have a look at what we're doing. And I've done the same thing. And people have turned up and gone, so what is it? And how does it work? And you kind of have that way about you. So this is going back to 2016 when I was in London at Celebration UK. And we got to where the droid bit was, and there was just a sea of R2D2s. And it was mad. It was just all R2D2s everywhere. There were one or two that weren't. And I kind of like the idea of having Dave talk over the top of me. Dave, are you going to mute?
Oh, once.
Yeah. There we go. So, yeah, so I like the idea of having something that wasn't the norm. And I think in the UK, I'm still the only one with R2Q5, which is unfortunately almost an embarrassment in comparison to the stuff that I did afterwards. So, you know, and then of course, Lee reached out to everybody and said, hey, we need R2D2s for, you know, tier 2 events and Disney events and stuff. And then I built one of those, and I've built other things. And this is a fully 3D printed ALT droid, which, you know, Michael was kind of responsible for, and Lee was involved with the track system and stuff. So, you know, for me, it was not building an R2D2, but when you take it to a Comic-Con, that is the droid that everybody wants to see. So, you know, if you are after the attention and you want to make sure that, you know, all that painstaking building time that you've taken to make this thing, and nobody cares about it, R2D2 wins the hearts every single time. So it's an amazing experience to get that point as well.
Yeah, and for me, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. For me, I had a similar mentality as Sam. When I started, I saw tons of R2D2s out there looking on astromech.net, and I said, while I plan on building an R2 at some point, I want something unique. So I picked a R5J2 from Return of the Jedi. The appeal to him was not only did he have a different dome, different look to him, but he had those really cool looking binocular eyes. So he was completely out, you know, different look to any of the R5 droids I had seen there. I just wanted someone that stood out from the rest.
Makes sense.
And my first build was R2D2, and that really was because it was so long ago now that Oliver's was the only other R2 I knew about in the UK. So, and like Sam's already alluded to, you know, that gets all the attention. So you put all that effort into a build, you want to get in a bit of attention to it. And it certainly does when you take it out at events. But now I've certainly changed because it's nice to see the different droids being made. My R2 has now changed to the black and white one that you can see at the back behind me. And I've made a second R2D2 now, which is the closest one to me. But we do use droids and hire them in. So I'm always looking for non-R2D2s. So I encourage people to go for different color schemes, whether they're replicating something or making up their own color scheme. You know, it's always exciting to see new builds and new color schemes for sure.
Yeah, and like up here, we have a very thriving droid building community in the New England area. At a big convention, we might have 6 or 7 fully mobile R2D2s. So I felt like making an R2D2 would just be another one in that pile. And while it's great, you know, if you have that many of them, it's not that exciting. And then one of my favorite things about the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge extension of the Disney theme parks was that they themed it all the way down to having specific droids for the soda carts. So they designed the Sprite droid and the Coca-Cola droid and all these other things. And I thought it was great that they had astromechs pushing little hover carts selling bottles of space soda. So I decided that I would build the Coca-Cola R5 because he's very Star Warsy looking, but if you get it, you get a smile out of it. And then people started teasing me saying, oh, when are you going to build the Sprite and the Diet Coke droid? And lockdown, boredom, 3D printers, and next thing you know, I have the Sprite droid. Now I just have to figure out where I could fit Diet Coke.
Yeah. There's a pattern here which always fascinates me. I always bang on about it, but as if building one droid isn't enough achievement, we go on and build more. You know, it's crazy, and the only thing that really does stop us if we run out of space. As you can see, you know, Sam's room's looking a bit cramped, and you know, we just carry on building it. It's bizarre. So we, you know, if we've got partners, very understanding ones at that.
But that's about accessibility, isn't it? You know, before, as I was saying before, you know, it might take you 10 years to get all the parts together to make this thing. 3D printing comes out and then they're going, well, yeah, that could be metal eventually, or that can continue to be 3D printed because it looks like metal. And as I say, you know, Michael's, you know, 3D printing skills there have just turned the whole thing on its head, really. So, you know, I don't think it's unrealistic for you to go around to someone's house that might be into Star Wars that's probably 3D printed and R2D2 now. You know, it's not out of this world now. It's a very real thing that can happen.
Yeah,
that's out of pure goodness. That's why I've started doing smaller ones, because
yes,
the world needs smaller.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
And of course, every time he does a small one, I immediately think, well, what if I printed that at 1/1 scale? he made a 3D model of the little soda carts from Galaxy's Edge that you can remote control and drive around. And I keep thinking, if we just scale that up a bit, and I hooked one of my astromechs to it.
Yeah, no, this leads me to like an interesting topic, which is that, I mean, a lot of people are intimidated by this whole process, right? So obviously, it takes a lot to start thinking, well, can I do this? These are skills I don't know about. I've been fortunate that I'm surrounded by a community here in the Pacific Northwest of amazing droid builders that have mentored me. Everything from Ian Martin and Todd Maxfield Matsumoto. I'm surrounded by amazing people that have just guided me through the process. Some people may or may not have that around them. What advice can you give to young, aspiring, or not so young, aspiring folks that want to get into this?
Yeah, I think my view on this is just do it, which is just get started, and particularly. And again, I mean, I guess most of the things that I built, or all the things that I built, are 3D printed. And that's why I've done a number of the smaller ones, because there's a little baby astromechs which are kind of about so big, but they're effectively exactly the same mechanism as a full scale one. So you've got dome rotation, you've got the motors on the legs, and so what you can do is build one of these things literally over a weekend. And you've still got to sand it, you've still got to paint it, you've still got to finish it, you can weather it. There we go. Here's one
I produced earlier.
So these, and effectively they are mechanically exactly the same as a standard 3-legged R2D2. Great way of starting, and also something that you're not going to invest, 6, 9, 10 months. So it's just jumping in there and starting to play. That's how you learn, I think.
Comic cons are a good place to go as well. Now we're getting back to normal, hopefully. As if comic cons aren't cool enough, you see so much. Hopefully there'll be some droid builders there, and just get talking to them, because while you're doing a build, it's always good to physically see what you're working on, and if you've got any queries on how things go together. So it's good to get to know your local droid building community for sure. And there's so much information online as well. You've got astromech.net, you've got Facebook groups, and so on. You've got local groups as well around the world, European groups in UK and the US and Australia. So yeah, just spend time doing your research and find out what a friendly bunch we are. Everybody's happy to help. And just do your research and be comfortable with the materials you're using as well. 3D printing's a great way forward now. A lot of people are 3D printing, let's face it. But also you can make them out of wood, out of plastic, or you can buy the parts in aluminium. Quite an expensive route to take, but people do different part runs and so on. You can buy parts in as well. So whatever materials you're comfortable with, and you learn things along the way as well. It's very rare that you go into a build and you're going to know everything. A lot of people find that the electronics are quite daunting, but once you learn that, it's quite straight. You'll be surprised how straightforward it really is once you learn the electronics. And again, us builders are there to help you through the way with that as well.
Yeah, just to add on what Lee said, I've never met a builder who doesn't want to talk about his build, doesn't want to share, doesn't want to help. And I think, when I first started, it similar to Sam, it's quite intimidating. To Facebook, suddenly I'm friends with Lee Towsey and Oliver, and I kind of then look at them and think, oh my God, they were in the film. They won't want to talk to me because obviously these guys are in films. But wow, how amazing! And then suddenly, when you reach out, they're just passionate builders like the rest of us, and everybody I think who's in the club is in that same vein. the community and the sharing and the helping and the encouraging is absolutely amazing. And distance is no longer an issue. I know you said you're surrounded, Dino, but effectively in the virtual world now, anybody will jump on Zoom calls and whatnot, just help out and chat through and share.
Well, and that's one of the things about these biweekly droid chats that's been so great over the last year is, the way that Michael's been organizing it. You may get 100 people on one of these Zoom chats, but they go into little breakout rooms that feel just like what we're doing right now. And so you can have sort of a simple, straightforward conversation between a handful of builders. And really, rather than it being a Facebook group where you're just sort of posting out and hoping for the best, you're kind of face to face with a handful of people and just kind of chatting with them and sharing. And I know, like, back when we had conventions, and I'm sure we'll be doing this again, like, we always did panels at the cons where we'd have droid workshops and prop building and costuming and everything, because we wanted to kind of get those people. And one of my favorite experiences was, one year, we have an annual convention. One year I did a panel. The next year, someone comes up to me and goes, it's your fault. It's like, what? He's like, we went to your panel and I bought a 3D printer that night for my son. And then I bought another 3D printer for myself because my son was always using that printer. And it's like, yes, I've done my job.
Good. Yeah, job done, Brian. Well done. That's great.
On that's actually an excellent question to segue to, Brian. What are some of the most, memorable moments with you and your droid? I kind of know probably Lee's, but I'd love to hear it again. But everybody else that's what are some of the memorable moments you've had with your droid that stuck with you all these years?
So I have one that jumps immediately to mind, and I have to move my camera for a moment. So it's with this guy here. So I built K2SO. He was one of the earlier droids that I built, and he doesn't do much. He lights up, but he mostly just stands there, but he's really big, so he's intimidating. And I was doing a maker workshop at our booth at a convention. So I was demoing things, and I hear, oh, you decided to make the fake droid. And I look up, and it's Anthony Daniels. He came over to see what we were doing. And then he immediately starts engaging with us, just like everyone else there, asking questions about the droids and how things work and what that we do, and asking to see the insides of stuff. And then he goes over to the other astromechs and he starts, asking photos about them. And it was so great just having this connection where, the original droid, like the very first droid most of us think of, it's either R2 or C-3PO. And here's C-3PO, just like every other fan at the convention, excited about this after all, he has seen so many droids in his life. And the fact that he was still excited and still friendly and still engaged was so fun.
Well, you've got to watch Anthony Daniels, though, haven't you? Because I've got a dent on my droid here where he slapped it to tell it to be quiet so hard it's actually dented a small little dent in his dome. So he's a menace around droids.
Good Lord.
Yeah, Anthony on set, he does it to wind me up. He always puts his coffee on R2-D2's dome in between takes. He just does it on purpose. And he always looks at me as he does it. I'm like, I'm watching you, Anthony.
One of my more memorable ones tend to be online, but one I've had, I think it's mostly the messages that I've had and photographs that people have sent me privately. I had one which was a teacher at a school the little Tito, which is the small three-legged one that I designed. He brought that into school with the class, and then he also printed out some of the face plates of Tito that the kids could then colour in, so they could all create their own little masks of robots. And that was lovely. And to Brian's point, I mean, the amount of messages that I've had around the Zoom chats in, quite personal messages about how they've helped people through this period and all of that kind of stuff. It's been, and they're most of my memorable ones, which is really touching people and helping people. I think there's been some lovely kind of messages that I've had and photographs that I've had.
That's awesome. Yep, please go on, David.
Sorry. For me, I have two that really stick out. One was, I think it was Celebration 2017 down in Florida, getting to have my astromech on stage, even if it's for like the last 5 seconds of a big, panel they had. It was a Droids of Star Wars. They had Anthony Daniels and they had Alan Tunick on there talking about droids and stuff, and then had a bunch of us builders bring our droids out. That was an amazing experience. But one other one that really sticks out for me is we did an event, was I think 2018, 2019, where we got to go to the Pentagon. A bunch of us from 501st and myself as a droid builder went there for a retirement party for one of their employees. And it was just amazing to see, this iconic building that you know is a center of government for us, at least here in the US, that I'm walking these halls and going to see inside of it. And I have some really good memories of just going in it, hanging out.
With your droid.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
I feel like the security check must have been fascinating.
Oh, it was. We all, the normal security checks, driving through the building, having to have, the car swept by the dogs and everything. And then once you get inside, it's amazing. Everybody, as we're walking the halls, stops and they're like, "Oh, let me take a picture. It's R2. It's R2. It's stormtroopers." Oh, everybody's just amazed at what it was experienced. I think we stopped business for the day for like at least 2 hours of everybody gawking at the 501st and the droids and stuff. So
that's so fascinating.
I'll share a couple of stories. First off, non-film related, and it's generalizing really, but when you build the droids and you get them to events and take them out to Comic Cons, that is special because you're interacting with the public, your droids are interacting with the public, and then you get them spot you if you're trying to do it stealth-like most of the time, but they're always looking for the controller. Then they seek you out and find you. Then they get chatting to you, and they're not interested in building, but they just want to talk to you, which is fine.
Yeah.
And they usually compliment you on your build and ask you all the usual questions. But it's still lovely to share all the stories when they come and see you. And you seem to forget about that when you don't go to events for so long. Once you go back to an event, this is why I do it. It's so cool to show what you've built to people and people to show their appreciation for what you've done. And then film related, I've got so many film stories, but I'll say hopefully a relatively new one. And that is getting other builders involved. We've got this system set up where I'm so grateful to Lucasfilm. They are happy to get good enough droids in on set to use them as background droids. And during each film, we submit all the photos, and it usually goes to the production team and the director, and they go through, and I never say who it belongs to or anything like that. They just pick their droid, the ones they like, they think it's going to be suitable for the scenes. And then I make the phone call to the builders and tell them that hopefully they're going to be involved in some shooting further down the line. And then the excitement through our department of knowing that someone outside the industry, as myself used to be, is going to come in with their droid. They didn't build it to be in a film. They built it for the same reason everybody else does, And it's going to now be in a Star Wars film or TV series or whatever we're shooting at the time. So the excitement of having someone come in on set and just drop in and have that experience of their droid, hopefully being seen as well. It can be very brief, as I'm sure Sam will share in a minute. But that is special. That's amazing that we can get other people involved, and fingers crossed, long may it continue. And I'm very grateful to Lucasfilm for allowing that opportunity and getting other people involved.
It's awesome.
It's quite easy to become desensitized by the fact that you see this thing in your house every day. And, when you take it out to a con and somebody that has never seen this before, and it just blows their mind. And you see that, you see this with children especially, they see it, they won't really understand how it is there in front of them or why it's somehow interacting with them. But you get those very special moments. And there's quite a few of them, to be fair. You get them time after time after time. And the parents are there and they're saying, is there somebody inside it? How is it controlled? And you get this kind of sense of, I forgot how good this was and how good and how humble these feelings actually are. And it's, once you've got to that stage where, when you're building these things and I walk past it and I'm like, I'm annoyed that it's not finished. I'm annoyed that it's not quite where it needed to be. This needs to happen. That needs to happen. I haven't got the parts for this yet. Then finally, when you get it to that part, the build process is an incredibly enjoyable thing. But then at the end of it, to then take this thing out and other people to get the same kind of enjoyment you get out of it as a kid or as an adult, is incredibly remarkable. But touching on the film stuff, you know, I did some work with Lee, and again, it was one of the most amazing experiences that I've probably ever had. And, you know, I was thinking about this as almost like a legacy thing. You know, what have I done in my life? And the day, I think, Lee, and it's not really, you know, the Millennium Falcon was there, and Lee said to me, R2-D2 is on the Falcon. And I went, okay. He goes, do you want to go on the Falcon and get him out? And I went, yes. And we went up the ramp. Okay. And it was amazing. I was so excited to get on the Falcon. It was brilliant. And we get up there, and inside I see R2-D2, and I look around, and there's scaffolding all inside. And I'm like, oh man, you know, this isn't quite what I thought it was going to be. And Lee went, don't worry. And he took me into another part of the building, and then the set for the Falcon was there, and we got to walk around it, and he showed me all that kind of stuff. And I think, you know, I've got a different vision now to how films are made, and how, you know, how many takes things take to produce this kind of content. And it's an amazing experience to be involved with that. But now to be able to come out of that and then share that with other people and educate other people and influence other people, not just through Star Wars or films, but also 3D printing. It's, you know, I get an enormous amount of value out of doing that and helping other people out. So that's my story.
That's awesome. All very inspiring. I want to, I guess, channel the conversation towards like bringing our droid out to the public. And there's something that's always been an internal conflict in me, right? So when I've got my droid and it's out there, and as Lee was, you all were describing, there's that moment where you're hiding and you're trying to be as sleuth as possible. And sometimes there's fun in hearing people go, ooh, it must be alive on its own. Or where is the person managing this thing? Maybe it's that guy, and you're clearly beside them and they don't know it's you. But there's a moment when they finally talk to you about it. And I'm always torn between two possible scenarios. There's moments where I try to maintain the magic when I see children look at it and say, yeah, it's alive. And I make that little lie that it's a living robot. And there's moments when I stop and open it up and make it a STEM moment and show them how it's set up inside. And I'm still 50-50 about which is the right approach. And I don't know how you guys do this when you're out there in the public. Do you lean to the magic or the science of showing what's in there?
I would say science myself. If people want to, you know, we want to encourage people to do this themselves. We want to, you know, we want to share that involvement with them from a club point of view, I would say. But yeah, I think you're right with the 50-50 thing. You know, it's great when there's a child there and they're taken in by the magic, but you know, the parents know. Then the parents know someone's controlling that, and if they want to then engage with you and have that conversation, I think it's good to have that.
I think if you're out in public.
I always feel a bit uneasy taking R2-D2's head off in front of people, I must say. It just doesn't feel right. But what Oliver started to do, which is a stroke of genius, I think, is he takes a partly built droid along to events. So he's just got the frame that you can drive around with no head on. So people can peer inside and see how the electronics work. So that's a good idea. If you've got some part builds, we always encourage people to bring their work along as well. And we usually have a table to show works in progress, as we call it. So I think that's a good way of showing people. So yes, definitely important that people are shown, and science is very important. But I would favour a way of doing it personally.
Yeah, the two go hand in hand, don't they? Really, because you know, and I remember my first convention, which was very late because I spend most of my time, as you know, stuck in the shed designing and printing things. But I took DO out to a convention, and DO is so small and so accessible to small children. It was breathtaking for me. It was the first time not took Arthur out, any of the bigger ones out, just took DO out, and there was little girls coming up, you know, stroking him on the head and bending over and talking to him, and that was the real magic. But then to Lee's point, you know, we were sat on the builder's table, and at the builder's table you've got part assembled ones, which is equally as magical. I think in people's minds they can deal with both. They can see the draw of the magic, and then actually how does that really work, and then they want a little peek behind the scenes. And it's, you know, these conventions are fantastic for showing both of those facets.
Yeah, we do similar with our conventions to, you know, our droid builder section is often kind of a Jawa sandcrawler kind of theme. where one of our members has a big pop-up background of a sand crawler, and we'll set that up, and we'll have tables with work in progress droids. And it's great for sharing. It's also great for embracing new builders. Because someone comes onto like the New England Droid Builders Facebook group and says, oh, I'd love to come meet you. I don't have a droid yet. We're like, do you have a dome? Do you have a foot? Do you have a drive? Like, just bring whatever. Like, we had one guy once, he just brought like the interior shell of the torso. And that was it. It had no electronics, no skins, nothing. But people were fascinated with it. And even when I was first working on my BB-8, I remember bringing the 3D printed skeleton that had like one circle and one triangle screwed onto it. No head, no anything. But it was just enough to be recognizable as BB-8 that it sparked a lot of interesting conversations.
That's awesome.
I think the thing to remember is if that person that you're inspiring could be the next person that comes up with something so amazing for a STEM project. It's all about the Disney element is all about using your imagination and thinking bigger. And I do honestly believe that the stuff that we do at Comic-Cons and conventions and things like that, the science behind it really does relate to everybody.
The way I've handled it, the gag that I pull is I make R2 part of the gag, and before I open him up, I ask permission. I go, hey, R2, is it okay if we show your insides? And he'll do that. And I go to the kid, I think that means yes. And the kid's like, no. And then I open him up.
Yeah, like sometimes I'll play the part of the droid technician, because most people kind of get an auto mechanic sort of thing. And I'm like, oh, I'm their tech. I'm here to just help them and fix them when they break down.
That's
awesome. One of the things I wanted to do, I started to design was as an not autonomous, but a set of wheels that just goes underneath the dome. So you can take the dome off, and then the dome can shoot off and spin round and roll around afterwards, which I think is quite magical as well. So, but put a little speaker in there. So if you are showing it in part builds, the dome can wander off and create a bit more magic.
Oh, that'd be really fun. Like my domes don't connect to my bodies at all. The electronics are freestanding, self-powered, everything. So my dome could totally run away and keep on doing its thing.
Crazy. Do you guys have any questions for each other? I feel like I've been dominating the questioning. I'd love for us to, of course, make this a panel. Yep.
Yeah, Lee, can we see some of the stuff you're not allowed to show us?
I mean, no one's watching, right? This is a private channel, Lee, just so you know.
Exactly.
Very good. I'd love to, Sam, but it's all at work at the moment. I haven't smuggled any home yet.
Okay.
So what does everybody have for a wish list project? Like what's a thing that you would love to build that you haven't yet?
Well, Badley and I are working on something at the moment, which hopefully will be out. We're going to be doing some filming some content and stuff for that, which is for a 3D printing thing that I'm involved with. So that's going to be an exciting thing. But the building big things, is understandably a bit of a problem, especially if you're addicted to this kind of stuff. But I felt like I didn't have another droid in me, yet I know that there is another body and another set of legs and another dome in this room that can easily be made into something quite quickly. So the smaller things are sort of certainly more appealing. I'd love to do a BB-8, but certainly in the UK the parts, the Carrie Christie stuff isn't that accessible to the UK like it is in the US, unfortunately. So time will tell.
Yeah, my project at the moment is the Sandcrawler. I think it's not a loved vehicle. You don't see that many of them being made. So I'm just in the midst of creating this kind of beast, which is
my God.
Good Lord.
How wide is that?
Sorry?
How wide is that?
How wide is it? It's
oh my God, it's massive.
It is massive, yeah. But it will. What I want to do is roll some smaller ones out of it. But I just love the iconic shape and design of that, and I've always wanted one. And if you're going to get one, you might as well build it big. I think is a common theme in what we do.
Oh.
My dream build is a Johnny 5. I'd love to build a Johnny 5. But I don't know. I don't want to really get involved in that, to be honest with you. I think I'll stick to the Star Wars route, really, the Star Wars theme. And I'm currently building yet another astromech. So I'm timing myself as well. I'm trying to build it in quite a quick time just to see how quick I really can build an astromech. It's going to be all aluminium. So, and I've got all the parts now, I think. So yeah, just frantically building that and timing it. So that's my current project anyway, my main project.
Yeah.
Amazing.
For myself, as I say this, I'm sure somebody's already doing this or has done it, but I would love a quarter scale Imperial probe droid that's got a real drone inside that I can fly around. I'd love that to be a thing. And if it already is, please point me to where I can find the files. Michael, have you started working on this? I mean, that would be so fun to bring a probe droid to the conventions just flying around.
No, there's an amazing set of files that Dave Moog just released on Droid Division. They're 1-to-1 scale. They are amazing, absolutely amazing. If you have a look on, I think Michael Masters has made is the one who's furthest forward on that, and it's a beast. And I'm guessing it would scale beautifully down to about a quarter scale.
I've got the files for that. Dave sent me the files for it, and I went, no, I haven't got it in me, dude. That is insane. It's mental. Honestly, this thing is
9 foot, isn't it? 9 foot.
Okay, because he's got the space for it. This is the space I've got. So something has to give.
Prior to Michael's build, that would have been my dream build, but after seeing his, I know better. I would have to get rid of like my dining room table or my living room furniture or something to store it.
Yeah, our Garrison built one, but not 3D printed. Like Gregory Smith built one as well. But yeah, it's gigantic. Like I really just want a smaller one. And if we could figure out how to make it in foam so it can be lighter to float, that would be it for me.
Yeah, it'd be cool actually.
That's one for you, Michael. Well done. We'll see that next week then.
Yeah, in foam would work. Then that's the other thing with the materials, the lightweight PLA, which is kind of brilliant stuff. When you print it, it foams out, so it's about a third of the weight. And I used it for the DO head, but you could potentially 3D print the probe droid in that, and you would not need that much lift, I think, to be honest.
Another thing on 3D printing, the polymers that are coming out right now, and certainly some of the stuff that I've been sent recently is literally indestructible. Certainly when you're working with gearing and things like that, and the stuff I'm doing with Michael at the moment on this new robot that we're building, a lot of that's been produced in ASA and various, carbon infused filaments, and you can jump on it, you can chuck it around, you can hit it with a hammer, and it doesn't break. So it's incredibly durable.
That's awesome. David, any dream projects?
I have two. I still would like to do that Imperial probe droid. Again, I don't have the space for it. I'm taking over my dining room is my 3D printing room right now, but I still would like to print a BB-8 as well at some point, have a fully functional.
I'll tell you what I've got a full scale STL of Lee Towersy holding a remote control. It just popped into my head seeing him sat there. I was thinking, you know what? What about a full-size Lee Towersy?
Nobody needs that in their life, Sam. Nobody needs that. God knows why I gave you that file.
We were talking about this in the other panel. Like, I was hoping there was going to be a Lee Towersy action figure in that he's been in costume in some of the films, right? So, but apparently not.
Well, there's been a pop vinyl. We did a run of pop vinyls with Lee Towersy on them, and that went down really well. Well, actually, they ran out of those quite quickly, but no full-size model as of yet.
Well, if you send me the scans, we can make it into an action figure.
You know what? I did make a promise to Lee that I would not share the files, and I have been true to my word and not shared the files with anybody.
He agrees.
So, gentlemen, we're coming up on our last 5 minutes. So, on that, I want to use this time to quickly first say again, please donate if you enjoy this conversation at all. Everyone out there, again, none of these people are being paid. None of the people behind the scenes are getting paid. They've done some amazing work. Some of us have not slept at all. And so if that matters to you at all, please donate and help us raise money for FIRST. On that, I want to end on you guys all just sharing future projects and see what you guys are all working on before we say goodbye.
All right, I'll go. So I am very excited about the world reopening and conventions coming back. So I've shifted into costuming again for a little bit. I'm currently working on Paz Vizsla from season 1 of The Mandalorian, which is actually my first 3D printed armor costume that I'm attempting to do. And it's a very fun and interesting project. The designer spent a lot of effort on that guy for the 4 frames of film he was actually in. So many, many, many pieces.
That's awesome.
Yeah, mine's are the little racers. I'm really enjoying those at the moment. You can probably see one just back there, which is a pit droid sat on top of the speeder bike. But what the project that I've got in the back of mind I haven't started yet is actually doing some silicon skinned ones, which with animatronics inside, effectively, but then creating 3D printed molds so that you can mold the silicon then with the fairly cheap and simple animatronics that sit inside that. And again, it's just that extension of skills because we've done printing, we've done weathering, we've done painting. I think then stretching that out to silicon would be really cool as well. So the little racers have got a lot of legway, I think, in creativity, which is a bit that I really enjoy.
So you'll be creating a remote controlled Grogu and hover cart.
That could be it. That kind of thing, yeah.
That's exciting.
I've already mentioned the projects I'm on. Obviously, I'm building an astromech at the moment. So I don't think there's one in the UK. I'm replicating an existing astromech that's out there in the Star Wars universe. So I look forward to sharing that soon when it's finished. But also, we are preparing for a live event on July the 4th. You Americans may be a bit busy doing other things on July the 4th, I understand. But Michael's involved, Sam's involved, and we're getting some events set up where builders can get together. So it's not a Comic Con as such. We have this MOT system which tests people's droids and makes sure they're sort of event worthy, if you like, and they're safe. So we're planning to get together a couple of venues here in the UK, and I think we're going to try and stream it live, aren't we, Sam? And do various other things.
There's been some talk about that. So we're going to try and do a similar kind of format to what we've got here, and maybe just do some interviewing of the droid builders as we're going around and things like that. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So, and if anybody is looking to build, there's all the Facebook groups, like I mentioned, and please look us up. And, we're all accessible. We can all be messaged. I don't hide myself behind Facebook or anything. People are welcome to message me and ask me any questions. As I'm sure Sam and Michael are the same. I know Michael's very active and Sam.
I've had a few messages already, and I will get back to those guys. Thank you for your messages.
Yeah, I've got 2 people to help after this Zoom chat, actually. So I promised people I'll call them back this evening. So I will do that.
For me, it's aside from the L3 and the K2, I plan to start dabbling a little bit into animatronics, making, start small, like the eyes of K2 moving, and hopefully build up to taking my 3PO and making that actually a bit animatronic. So I can have the 2 of them, between him and R2, talk to each other and literally interact at a convention. That's kind of like my dream goal right now.
That's exciting.
Awesome.
Sam?
Yeah, the last thing I guess is obviously working on this thing with Michael badly at the moment, and which hopefully will be in the next couple of weeks. You might sort of start seeing that. I'm also doing a hell of a lot with 3D printing and trying to find the perfect 3D printer to make this stuff on. And in fact, I'm doing more with 3D printers than actually building at the moment, which is kind of role reversal there, but that's kind of how it is. I'm working on a Ratrig V-Core 3, which is a Core XY printer, 500/500 and a 400/400, which is just over at the back here, which you can see the domes underneath. And this should be a relatively quick process for 3D printing with any luck. So I know there's a lot of people in the community that have just bought these. So I hope that I'm correct with my calculations on perhaps promoting this. But as I say, it's all good stuff. And again, I hope to see more droids out there very, very soon.
Brian, close us off.
I don't know. I think I'm out of words.
Cool. Well, on that, thank you, everyone. This has been amazing. I'm a big fan of everyone's work. And again, standing on the shoulders of giants, thank you so much for enlightening me and allowing me to be a vessel for the audience to learn a lot about droid building with you all. So thank you for your time, and hope to catch you all on the forums and the groups. And again, Everyone out there, please donate to FIRST. Thank you.
Good building, everybody.
Bye
Good
for
to see
now.
you all.
Bye.
Bye.
See you soon in person.
Hey, I'm Anna,
And I'm Kunal.
and we're Team 846, the Funky Monkeys.
We're a FIRST robotics competition team based out of San Jose, California. Today, we're here at Industrial Light and Magic to learn how they bring Star Wars droids to life using visual effects.
Welcome to the Industrial Light and Magic motion capture stage. We do a lot of things here related to virtual production. I'm animation supervisor here at ILM, so I'm in charge of things like characters that we have to bring to life. And I'm going to talk today about creating K2SO. While K2SO is not as hard to engineer as a real physical robot, we did try to make all the aspects of him work in a real three-dimensional way, and partly because we wanted a sense of realism to it, that there was real engineering behind it. Of course, another big component of this character was the actor who performed it. And so Alan Tudyk, the actor that was cast, came up here to ILM, and we put him in a standard motion capture suit right here on this stage. The point of this was for him to essentially try on K2SO like an actor tries on a costume.
Looking at how he's able to move his arm, but at the same time, all of these pistons are animated to look just like real life. That must take a lot of math.
Ultimately, someone has to actually solve it for real and make all the little parts work and mesh. So figuring out all those little pistons and the different actuators and things is pretty tricky, yeah.
I find it interesting how motion capture makes the human movement much easier because, for example, when our team was animating a human character, that was really the hardest part, to get the joints moving right and to make sure that it looks kind of like a human. In FIRST, we also have animation projects. I actually lead our animation team, which creates a video for the yearly safety animation. We're doing something more than just the technology or more than just the art. It's really bringing together those two things.
I want to introduce Rachel. She's our R&D supervisor here at Industrial Light and Magic.
Well, since we're on the motion capture stage, we were thinking that maybe we could have you guys actually shoot something. Anna, that would make you K2SO.
Awesome.
So let's go ahead and step out and we can get you into a motion capture suit. Come on out.
Wow, wait, that's so cool.
As you can see, you're a bit of a puppeteer here, right? So as you move around, K2SO is moving similarly.
What kind of software can do this?
All of the software that you're looking at right now is proprietary software that our team has built, both software components as well as jerry-rigging different hardware components together. This mirror itself is actually tracked, so as I move it around, you can see that it actually moves in space as if it were a real mirror. So Kunal, you're going to be our camera operator today, and then you can see what the camera sees on the front side of the screen. I'm going to have Brendan help you through this entire process.
Hi, Brendan, nice to meet you. I am the motion capture tech here on the stage.
Brendan is also an amazing performer. He actually performs most of the characters that we do on this stage. In this scene, K2SO is trying to sneak away from a bunker that he was in and get to a ship to escape.
Give me a T-pose, great. Ready, Kunal?
Yes.
And action.
That was a really, really fun experience for me, kind of living out the dream of being able to embody a droid in Star Wars.
Go for it! Move, 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 move. Great.
Seeing today the amount of detail that the artists have to think about and the amount of technology that goes into capturing in order to make this robot come to life, it's really amazing.
You need that realization of the threat.
I think my biggest takeaway here is just seeing how everyone's having fun integrating technology and art to create a meaningful story. What first really encourages everybody to do is to build, learn, and inspire. First, you build a project, and from that you learn from it, and then you get to inspire others that come next.
This year, Disney and Lucasfilm are teaming up with the global robotics community first as part of the Star Wars Force for Change philanthropic initiative.
We are on a mission to inspire the next generation of heroes and innovators. Learn how you can get involved at firstinspires.org/firstrise.
Welcome to 1138, celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. This event is being presented by the 501st Legion and is benefiting FIRST, the robotics program for school-age kids. This is the You Don't See Us, but You See Our Work panel. I'm Michael Gross, BH23185 of Inferno Squad Garrison Tyrannus, and I'm being joined by our special guests, Kieran Shaw, Samantha Allain, Artie Shaw, Leilani Shu, and Ariel Shu. Thanks for joining us, team. Everybody knows the faces of actors on screen, but what about the behind the scenes hard work that goes in for all the people and all the wonderful character costumes or creature effects that you don't actually see their faces necessarily, but they're there and they make the movie magic. And that's what we're going to explore today. So for the fans, everybody, our guests, I would just like to, and Leilani heard this yesterday, let's just assume that the audience and I know nothing of the details of the jargon of the film industry, but explain it that way that, you know, we're all fans and we love it. So the first question I'd like to say is, what inspired each of you to seek a career in the film and television industry? And where do you draw your inspiration from? Whoever wants to kick it off, thanks.
I can do it. Right, okay, well, my idea was that my dream was to become an actor from very, very young age. Way back in Kenya, I think about 7, 8 year old. I used to take Mickey out of my uncles down the street, you know, mannerisms and their walks and all that, and make people laugh. And once I saw them laughing with me, it made me decide that I wanted to be an actor. And when I came to London, and I saw my chance in 73 to work with a Japanese theatre company called Red Buddha in London. And that's where I learned working with masks, movement, mime, kabuki, a little bit of kabuki as well. And once I got into the movies, and Dark Crystal, when I worked on Dark Crystal, it got me back into creatures with masks, anatomic masks we can never done before in theaters or anything like that. So that was really, really brilliant. That got me back to my roots of working with masks and movements and giving this moments to the creatures.
Thank you. What about you, Artie?
My love for films, as a child, always playing role play, and why not get paid for doing role play? No, I joke. Role play, again, for me, it was when I was studying, I didn't follow doing a degree in film studies or drama, but I loved drama in school. And it was when I graduated that my year tutor said, look, I can really see you working in this industry. And it's a great way to tell a story, to get out there and channel your emotions as well. Even when you're in a suit, you're not just behind a suit, because every single character there is has a backstory. So you are bringing that to life, as I say a lot, and to try and change perceptions as well.
That's great. Thank you. Samantha.
Hi. So much like Artie and Kieran, I think that when you have a love of acting or any sort of that creative sort of thing, I think it's in your blood. And no matter how much you try and pull away from it sometimes, or life takes you on a different path, you always kind of feel drawn back to it. Like Artie said, when she finished her degree, it wasn't even in that, but she got pulled to it. And it was similar for me when I was a child. They both mentioned role play. I have memories of being in the school playgrounds at about 6 years old and getting all of my friends to reenact scenes from musicals. Like I would fully direct them in the playgrounds, and we'd do scenes from Oliver and stuff, all queuing up for our food. So yeah, I think it was always in me, and there was lots of role playing. And then I studied drama at school. I did really well, and then I did it at college. And then I was ill for a bit, so I kind of left that, and then I went into graphic design. But again, that pull was too strong, and so I left that job and went back to school, and I got a degree in acting. And so yeah, I think once you have that in you, it's really hard to sort of pull away from it.
Excellent. Thank you. Leilani.
I have to agree with everybody. As a child, I took drama class. So in school, I always wanted to be an actress, because I would see my mentor, one of my mentors is Billy Barty, because he's little and I'm little. And so being little, you have limitations sometimes, but you can't look at your size. You have to be, you still can do everything, like our hands and body can do the same thing as everybody else. So I love seeing, he did Under the Rainbow, he did, he was Ewok. He's the most famous little person of all. So I took acting class, and then when I was in high school, I took drama class, and I was in my first one, which was The Wizard of Oz. So I was always into The Wizard of Oz. So being a munchkin, it was fun. You meet a lot of people. So I think not only, you get to create this creature, but you also get to meet a lot of new people. You get to meet friends, and you start becoming a community. And then from there, like now I'm on The Mandalorian, it's the behind scenes. It's meeting people. It takes a lot of people, around you. Like Brendan Wayne said, it's not just, it's not just us being actors. It's also the people around that do all the hard work, the PAs, to, the people who do catering, everything. It's just great. So I went to film school, and then I did special effects. I did the behind scenes, the character animation, but then it leads me to now. I got a call, and I was like, wow, I get to be on Star Wars. And we didn't even know what we were going to be. And it's just great. Now I'm on something really big, and to see it now on screen is like amazing. And then meeting the fans is great too. So.
Thanks. And Ariel, thanks for joining us. So I'm Michael Groves. We're just talking about kind of helping the fans to understand what's happening behind the scenes, all the hard work. I liken it to the parades at Disney, right? There's a parade, rain or shine, every day, goes off without a hitch every time, but there's probably 10,000 people behind the scenes that make sure that all happens and looks great. And I want to tell the story of you guys as performers that don't always get your face on screen. Sometimes you do or not. So the first question was, what inspired you to seek a career in the film and television industry? We're having a little trouble hearing you. Okay.
We can go back to her.
Yeah, we'll circle back to that. One thing you've all mentioned is doing small productions as kids. As a kid, I got roped into doing the Wizard of Oz with my school play, mostly because I was light enough that they could hoist me up in the fake balloon, and because I had a booming voice. And when they give me the microphone and they pull the curtain back, and it's this skinny little 12-year-old kid, but had the big voice. It was kind of fun. So there we are. Ariel, are you up now?
There we go. She's doing it on her.
Okay. No
Maybe
worries.
she can come in here. Ariel, come in here. Maybe
So
that-
one of the things that I always find interesting, and we're going to go back to Indiana Jones and Kieran there, because I know Kieran, you served the dates, the bad dates, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But so
yeah.
that comes to mind of a scene that's pretty famous in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the Cairo swordsman comes out and he does all this pre-rehearsed choreography. But actually, as I understand it, Harrison Ford had a bad stomach ache from some bad food he'd had. Really, I don't think it was dates. So he ad-libbed and pulled out the pistol and bang, shot him. And the stunt actor played along with it. And that's an iconic scene that makes you love Indiana Jones as his character, totally unrehearsed. I'm sure you guys have been around something where it didn't go as planned and you went with it and it ended up being something iconic. So if you have any stories like that, I'd love for you guys to search your memory banks and pull one of those out, because I think the fans would love that. You don't have to answer right away, but if you've got one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think with me, when I did Tito in The Force Awakens, and we were in the desert in Abu Dhabi, really hot, everything, and I think JJ was very specific about the light, the light that we were looking at, the sunset light. We had that little window to work there, and on the first day, it took about 3-4 days to get the whole thing done. On the first day, when with the dialogue and everything going on, and I was writing like a beast. And at one point, I went quite a little bit lower than I planned. And I was like thinking, I'm going to fall. I'm really going to fall from this thing. At the same time, I had an open mic and everything, and I was like screaming, I think I'm going to fall. And nobody stopped filming. And it carried on, and I thought, all right, okay, whatever happens, if I fall, I'll fall. But I will have to try and get myself a little bit upright. I was struggling both ways, fighting to get the BB-8, at the same time trying to get up and get back to the level. And you just carry on when you know the situation that, yeah, I can just about save myself, or, whatever happens, and you do that and you carry on. Once you know that, yeah, they're not going to stop filming, or they're going to expect that if you fall, then what's he going to do after that? It was really fun, but I did manage to get back to my balance, so it did work.
All right, thanks. Artie, you look like you've got something to say.
So episode 9, myself and Kieran were gonks, and we were filming exterior scenes. And I think this was the hero scene towards the end of the film. There's a celebration going on. There's lots of people, and there's 2 gonks. And as Leilani also mentioned that, there's a whole team involved and everybody, works together. So there was a operator, another puppeteer, but she could communicate with me because, you can't see much when you're in the gonk. And everybody wanted to make sure that all puppeteers and those who are in costumes and droids and performers were able to be told what's going on. And the gonk itself is open at the bottom. So, you know, anything can get in. We're outside and we're filming and a bee gets in. And you know, gonks are quite heavy. They move slowly, but no matter how fast and hard you're moving, you're still moving slowly. And inside I was actually freaking out because there was a bee and I was like, there's a bee. And the operator, her name was Wim. She's like, Artie, you're doing so well. Keep up the energy, keep up the energy. Little did she know there was a bee. When they shouted cut, I was like, but yeah, the bee, you know, it helped my performance, I guess.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. Wow. Samantha.
Hello. Oh wow. Well, in case anyone doesn't know, I spend most of my time in Star Wars in a stormtrooper outfit, which involves a helmet with very little visibility. So much like, I mean, no, don't get me wrong, nowhere near as hard as it is for Artie and Kieran and I guess Leilani as well. But you know, you can't see, and we have a lot of moving to do, marching, running. There's been quite a lot of me falling over on set. The first time I ever got on set in that outfit, I'd never worn it before, and then I was thrown straight into scenes, Battle of Jakku on episode 7, and I was to run out the back of a ship down a slope into the sand dunes at night in the helmet with bombs going off. So yeah, that was pretty intense. And the first 3 takes, I fell flat on my face, and I couldn't get up. It's like a turtle on its back. Like it's probably really funny to look at, but I had to be hoisted back up. I'd like to say that when I was Ali Samter, the X-Wing pilot, in episode 9, even without a helmet, that I was okay, but I wasn't, because as Artie was saying, those scenes where we were in Black Park, there's a lot of hazards, because we are in a real place, it's a real forest, there's real, you know, bees, and there's also fallen trees. Hi, Sophie.
He just wants to say hello very quickly. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Come here.
hi,
Say hello. Say hello. Hello.
Hello, Sophie. Oh.
Sorry.
That's okay. Oh, it's so nice to see you. But yeah, so basically it was one of my first scenes in Black Park, and yes, I didn't have a helmet on, but I had to run basically through the set, and Daisy was doing a scene with BB-8, and I basically tripped over a branch and went flying into Daisy and BB-8. So even without the helmet, it's still really dangerous. But yeah, there's lots of hazards, and there's probably so much footage of all of us doing really funny things, and sometimes it works and stays in the movie, and hopefully in my case most of the time it doesn't.
Well, thanks, Sam. So Leilani, you were telling me yesterday about on The Mandalorian how they waited till all the filming was done with the Jawas till somebody from the production looked through your mask and said, holy cats, they really can't see. So talk us through those challenges there.
Okay, so like in in season 1, like so we're like, we have layers, like we have, like, people ask us, oh, how is your costume made? I'm like, well, the way they got it is totally different than the way you guys use it. We are like, we have our own like suit on. We have to wear undergarments, and then we have another layer, and then another layer, and then it's thick as a scunny sack, but even thicker. So it's like, you know, and then you have the hood, but before the hood, you have to put the bakala, right? The mask, the ski mask, and then you have to put another one just before it's before action. We put on our eyes. Now our eyes, as soon as that goes on, we can't see nothing, absolutely nothing. And then you put the hood on, so you can't see this way, this way, this way. So, you know, it's like, okay. So then they say, okay, we need you to go run to Mando. And we're like, okay. And then we're like, and then, you know, we're all like, we're excited to be a Jawa. We're excited to be part of Star Wars. And we don't want to mess up. And we're like, okay, how can we go that way? Well, which way is it? And we're afraid to even out tell them, like, well, which way do you want to go? Well, straight ahead of you. It's like, okay. So we're trying to run, but then also we're outside and we're inside. So our first season, it was during the rainy season. So it's like one day it would rain. So we would be in mud and everything. And then the next day we come back, it wouldn't rain, but they had to make it the same way, right? For continuity. And we'd be like, oh my gosh. So sometimes our suits, because we wear the same thing, so it's already cold and everything from the first day. But to run into our boots is like, it's very challenging. And even we can't hear too. You can't hear with all that stuff on. So anyways, to cut it short, when at the end of season 1, they some of the people tried it on and they're like, oh my God. And we were in the volume and they're like, we can't see nothing in here. And we're like, we told you, because they would make us run. They would make us like in dirt, and then they have these fake rocks, right? Well, not fake rocks, but you know what I mean. So we would run and it's like, oh my God, we were scared of tripping or whatever. And it's like, yeah, so those that can be challenging, but we make it work.
Sure.
We have a very similar thing. When we start a new project, the Star Wars project, there's obviously a handover that happens between, you know, production, but on a small level, people don't realize that, you know, we can't breathe in our stormtrooper helmets. And so a lot of directors or assistant directors will expect us to keep them on throughout the whole filming.
Exactly.
And we have to kind of let them know very early on that actually we need to take them off when you yell cut. We can't keep them on because you'll end up with a lot of unconscious stormtroopers. So yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. And then a lot of them will try it on and then they'll be like, oh wow, you can't breathe. And we're like, see, that's what we told you. So I really empathize with you, Melanie. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yes, it's true. Because like yesterday, so Brendan played Mandel's stunt double, and he's basically the main guy, basically, because he's in it more than anybody. So doing scenes with him, so he knows us Jawas can't see nothing. So we're doing, I especially me, I'm in a lot of scenes, just me and him, and it's like, oh my God, and just the, yeah, it's crazy. we can't see, we run, and if we trip, and then we're in action, and then it's so hot inside. Like when it stops, it's like, take it off. Can we take it off now? No, we have to do another take. And it's like, oh. So, but the first season, we were all nervous, so we wouldn't tell them we need to take our mask off or whatever. The second season, they had, you know, they had fans for us, you name it.
Oh, good.
We're being pampered.
Yeah, we get new guys who try and keep it on all the time. And I admire that when you're like you said, when you're new, you don't want to like let them down. So you don't say anything and you keep it on. But now my logic is they would rather you say something early on than you cast out and they have no stormtroopers. So yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that every character I've played, more or less, most of the characters I've played have been in blind. And one thing, when I was in theaters, when working with masks, I learned techniques where I tend to use my hand as my guide for eye lines and everything. Because if I'm looking at somebody and I know that I can't see, the eyes can be up here and not where my eyes are, that means that if I look back, I'm looking right at the top and going over the eye line. I use my hand and I'll go right, and that's it. And I find angles by using my hands. If I'm completely blind, the idea is that whoever is looking, there are so many people looking after us. You know, in between them, there are people, allocated people will come to you and look at you, find all of that. And before they leave, I would always tell them that point me in the right direction where I gotta go, and then I start using my hand before they start rolling the camera. And if like I'm currently going like that, then if I go to do banana, then I'll do that. And I know exactly when and where I have to turn.
Yes.
Something like that, things like that. But still, you can muck up and you can bump into things. And if you do, you just carry on as if, yeah, I was meant to bump into that. Pretend that and just carry on. If you fall, try to get up and, still keep going.
Counting helps as well, doesn't counting helps as well, doesn't it? Like steps and
so
things.
many, yeah. So
Yeah.
there's so many techniques. But the thing is, when I did the White Rabbit in the Alice in Wonderland for HBO, BBC, and that was a really completely blind thing. Very big mask, can't see anything, quite a thick skin, everything. And I had two earpieces, one from a puppeteer doing the dialogue, and one from the movement director going, okay, right, you left, right, left. And I really got fed up with the left, getting the instruction from the movement director, and I'm going, no, I can't follow them. Oh, I just started using my hand again. And, you get away with that. And if I bump, and then carry on. You always do that. It's an instinct. Once you've been doing this, you get second instincts that what you're going to do, and you're going to finish it, and you're going to complete that. And it works. You're going to be confident.
Well, I think you've all mentioned one word throughout this that's interesting to me from being in these heavy, interesting costumes, whether it's from a stormtrooper to a gonk droid to a Gelfling. I mean, it is movement, right? And so whenever you're learning anything about theater or drama, right, you've got to tell the story. That's the whole point of why we're doing this, right? Is to contribute to the story and not be a distraction. We've all seen the other end of the spectrum of movies, not like Star Wars, where there's so many explosions or so many special effects, it actually takes away from the story. And you don't want to do that. You want it to be immersive. So the fascinating thing to talking to all of you is seeing how you're having to move your body differently because you're aware of how you're going to look through the costume to the outside, which might, if the costume disappeared, it'd look completely weird already as a gonk, but the way you've got to move and it comes across beautifully because when my kids watch it or I watched them as a child, I don't think that I'm seeing a person inside a costume. I'm seeing Tito, okay? I'm seeing the gonk. I'm seeing the Jawas. And I feel for you, Jawas, because Brendan really took out a lot of you guys there when you stole a ship. I mean, in fairness. and Samantha, I always feel for, I've done a little bit of essay work, but I always feel for the stormtroopers that I imagine it'd be like a bunch of 10 pins in bowling, that somebody does the wrong thing and you're all in formation and then.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of kissing people's backs accidentally because, there's some sort of obstacle. And yeah, once one person backs up, that's it. We're all going into each other. There's a lot of that.
Nice. So what is the next professional goal each of you would like to achieve in your individual careers? What do you think that you'd like to shoot for next?
For me, I just agree on working the way I'm working to do more creature. I mean, I've been doing acting stunts for kids and stunts for myself, creature work and all that stuff. And I just want to carry on as long as my body will let me do it. One thing is I love working with masks. The masks covers your face and it gives you a different character. When you look at the mask, a mask will give you that thing. And I'm really still fascinated with working with masks. But, I'm looking forward to work with very difficult, different kind of mask all the time. Because my future is there and that's what it's going to be, I think.
Okay.
I love being variety, yeah.
Go ahead, Artie.
Oh, sorry. For me, again, is to keep telling stories, keep working as a performer, but also to try and get roles where my face is also seen,
Sure.
and tell stories that way as well. Doing a combination of both.
Has the ceiling
Um,
fallen off?
The ceiling hasn't fallen off.
But what's happened there?
That's a Star Wars set. Sorry, we have a
No,
small
it's
place
okay.
and
We
nowhere
were
for a
doing this for
4-year-old to.
It's called Azalea.
It's to keep telling stories ultimately, but working inside, being hidden, and again working where I'm also seen as well. That's my goal.
Good, good. That's great. Ariel, is your mic working now?
I told her to come in here. Ariel. No.
Okay. Samantha.
Hi, yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting one for me. So basically, stormtroopers aren't credited, as a lot of people know. So although I've worked on all 5 of the Star Wars movies, my name doesn't appear in the credits. And I've been thinking about that a lot lately because there's a lot of
Write on my mask. I want my baby Yoda my mask.
not a very nice way about people that are uncredited. But the name of this panel just really got me thinking about that and about our contribution to these films. And I just think people should be mindful of the fact that although some people's names don't appear in the credits, there are a lot of us working behind the scenes. This goes for, like Leilani was saying, people catering, PAs. I know I'm really good friends with someone who takes out the trash of Star Wars and has done since I started in 2014. And there are lots of people like that who are there all the time. And people need to know that there's so much more that goes on, not just those people's names that, you know, quite rightly are up there. But for instance, just on the Rise of Skywalker alone, I did 82 days.
Wow.
82 days, which for an essay is unheard of. And I kind of do a lot of days on all, I have to have done a lot of days on all of the other stuff as well. So I've worked really hard on these movies. And so I think people should remember that just because someone's name isn't up there, it doesn't mean they haven't worked as hard and sometimes harder than some of the people whose names have been up there. And so in that light, Archie, I want to tell stories, but also I really want to get out from under that helmet and show my face just like Archie and tell stories that way and speak. Speaking would be great. So yeah, I'm a trained actress. I believe I'm a good actress. And I just want to get out there and get my teeth into some really good roles and tell stories like that.
Well, you know, I point out to my kids all the time watching films. I'll go back to Terminator, where Bill Paxton was an uncredited SA with the Mohawk, one of the first people taken out by the Terminator, and how you got to keep at it and keep going. And I'll point out to other people, you know, where in films people were started out at, and for the audience, SA is supporting artist or extra. And
people need to also realize that not all SAs are people that are trying to be, you know. So I could have not done Star Wars and done acting work that is credited, but I wanted to be a stormtrooper in Star Wars. So it is a valid job choice being an SA, and it's not something you know, like a fallback or something. It's not me trying to get to somewhere else. I'm already where I want to be. This is just a different path. And so now I want to go down the other path, which is to the helmet off and speaking. But yeah, it's great that you point that out, though. There are so many, you know, great people that did start out as essays or who, have done it and just happen to get a break.
Well, and it's hard too, because as an essay, you get an availability check. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean you got a job. You know, and you can easily be dropped very quickly. I don't want to go in, I don't want to take the panel that way, but I would like the audience to understand that there are a whole lot of people that put their lives on the line to pause, to work on these projects. But for the love of the Star Wars galaxy, people are willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
and bring everything to it.
I think when you get to a certain level, like I have, I never take it for granted that I will be in a Star Wars project. I'm always, you know, humbled, and I wouldn't just expect to be in something. But there is a level of loyalty and experience. You can't just get people off the street and be like, do this job, put on this costume, because it is hard. And I think a lot of what Artie and Kieran was saying, and I think you'll notice that from what they're saying, and Leilani, is that we just get on with it. We try again. We there's a lot of dexterity and there's a lot of determination, and we put up with a lot because we're made of that stuff. We're those types of people, and not everyone could do that. Not everyone could put up with the heat, the suffocation, that feeling of claustrophobia, all of those things that you guys put up with more than I do. I'd like to just point that out. I have huge respect for CFX, and you guys are literally gods to me. I know we're near going through what you guys go through. But you have to be a certain type of person. Not everyone can do what we do, because they would literally suffer it for 5 minutes and be like, no way, I'm not doing that. And some of us have been doing this for years. So yeah, you really have to be a certain type of person.
I mean, one of the funniest things was when I was working on Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And I was the lucky one anyway. The guys who were playing elves, they were fainting like anything because of the costume and stuff like that. I mean, they can't breathe. They can see and everything, but the costume there were limitations with what they could do, but they were really, really fainting right, left, and center, literally. And it's hard work. I mean, you guys, what you do as an essay, you go through a lot of things that you had to put up with, and but you guys are there. That without you, there wouldn't be a movie. Put it that way. Because
exactly. You just have main actors at the front and an empty set at the back, and it wouldn't look right. So we all play our part, no matter how small.
It's a team effort.
Definitely.
Sorry.
Well, and the beauty of Star Wars is that it's come across so well, that you can feel at least I can, from being 5 years old and seeing A New Hope for the first time in the theaters with my dad beside me, reading me the scroll, and saying, now don't talk, son, just watch. Is that what comes through to me is the love of the people making it. And as Ben had said yesterday, Leilani had heard, Ben Hartley runs an essay company. There's this serious mantle of responsibility that you feel when you're working on a Star Wars project that might not be there on something that's not as well established. And so that brings me to another question, is keeping that in mind, what for each of you has been the most challenging part of your work in general, and then in Star Wars in particular?
In general, I would go with trying to be acting scale doubles for the Hobbits. The idea was with Peter Jackson, when I started working with Peter, and even Kieran, I want you to get as close to their movements, their mannerisms, their characters as you can. And that meant I had to study them. And while we were filming, me and my team used to watch the monitors with, whoever was doubling whoever the Hobbit. And the idea was that we had to pick up their mannerisms. And playing animals is simple, it's easy. You study them and you can do that. Trying to replicate the movements of an actor, a human actor, is difficult, because in one take they're going to put something there with their right arm. The second take they would do the same thing but with left arm, but going at the same marker where they need to put. And then you got to think, okay, right, which take Peter is going to go for double humans is much more difficult, and that was really difficult. And I think I got to Elijah Wood 70% of that close. But then I started watching all the movies he did, and I ended up doubling all 5 Hobbits, whoever was in the scene in Lord of the Rings, because Peter went, you can do it, so why don't you do that? And so I ended up doing, and that was really tough, studying all 5 actors with different mannerisms, different personalities and all of that.
Well, forgive an American baseball analogy, but I think we can all say you knocked it out of the park. a grand slam hit, because until I saw the behind the scenes, I didn't know that it wasn't the main actors as the hobbits. You know, it's seamless. It really set a standard. So, you know, from me, that awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what happened was that when Peter was looking for little people in that one, and my name kept coming up from CFX, Rick Becker, and so many people went, yeah, get Kieran and he'll be fine. Get Kieran and he'll be fine. And finally, when he got me, and when I started working with him, and I did tell him, look, it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be that easy. And it's going to be a lot of hard work, and you will have to be patient with us as well. And he understood this is what we were going through. But that was really fun.
Thanks, Karen. Leilani and Ariel, what do you guys think?
I have to agree with Kieran. I have to agree with everybody. Just putting it's you're holding a legacy, you know, being in Star Wars, and so that alone, and you're carrying a weight, you know, and
Sure.
so it's you, your personality, it's what you learned, you know, you put it to life. Like there's the Jawas from the you know, Empire Strikes Back, and you know, so you know, and Mandalorian was something new, you know, and they launched that to launch Disney Plus, because if you think about it, every Christmas time, or like was it a Black Friday, a Star Wars movie come out, and it's the #1 blockbuster, just in time for kids to want all those toys and everything. So it's a hit, right? So how
The power
can
of merchandising.
merchandising? So how can so think about what Dave and Favreau, you know, has this weight on them too. You know, they're gonna put out Disney Plus because they want to be like Netflix and all of them, because they've always been in film, right? So they're like, oh, how could I, you know, this has got to be something big, because you know, when they launched it, and when you think about launching Disney Plus, it's like how much Little Mermaid you can watch, or Mickey Mouse you can watch, or you know, how much, you know, you can. So how can you make it for whole family and adults, right? So when they launched it, it was like, it turned out, you know, amazing, because especially with COVID, like people are all about us now. Like it's like anything on Disney Plus, you know, because you know, people are at home and they can't go to the movies, you know. You know, now movies are starting to open up. So it's just carrying a legacy, and it's putting your talent in it. And like you know, like Samantha, this being a stormtrooper. I know you have a lot, because I worked with a lot of the stormtroopers being in season 1. And there was a lot of scenes that it was just me and the stormtroopers. So I'm behind the scenes with them, and we're you know, we're sitting down, you know, at Crafty and everything, and they got this, you know, all this stuff on, and it's hard to go to the bathroom, you know. And
Stormtroopers can't sit.
You have to take.
You know, that's the secret. Stormtroopers
It's
can't
hard
sit
for them to go to the bathroom. It's even harder for a female stormtrooper to go to the bathroom.
Exactly. Then you got even to sit down. So you got because we were given the hard chairs, you know. So you have these chairs, and to sit down, because I was like thinking, oh, you guys have it worse than me, because I would be looking at them like, I'm gonna stop complaining. You guys are. I don't complain. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my god, because they were like, because in their private area, like, oh, you know, I'm like, oh my god, it felt so bad for them, especially the guy troopers. I was like, oh, because they would pinch them, you know, in certain areas, you know, and I'm like, oh. So you know, it's just putting life to it, you know. It's like it's us as personalities. Otherwise, you know, because in season 1 there was so many of us Jawas. There was stunt Jawas, and there was us, right? But then season 2 they narrowed it down. So it's, and then you know, and then the future. So it's like you do your best, and the because the directors are going to see that, and the directors are going to see how you work on screen and how you do well and how you put the drama put your character to life, but also how you act outside of the scene. You know, how are you with the people
As a team.
Yeah, as a team. How are you with the everybody around you? Because it's a huge, it's not just the directors are with you, it's everybody from special effects to everybody. So you just have to be, you know, you are the one to bring it in life, and they'll bring you back, and then your future keeps going. Like what, like the question was like, where do you see yourself next? You know, like you know, there's stuff I can't talk about, but it's like the future, it's there. Once you're in it and you do well, there's a future, and that's why, you know, kids that are watching and people are watching, you can do anything. You know, I'm little, you know, and you know, I didn't put that, you know that would stop me from doing anything. So and that's why my daughter is part of Star Wars. She's part of the Mandalorian. It's like it's not about if you have the brain and everything. You can do anything everybody else can do. It's about you doing it, you know. And that's why I said, like, acting on set, it plays a big role, because if you are a pain on set, you won't be that.
That's inspiring to hear that, you know, how there's you know, we talked about the other day how in the Star Wars galaxy, it's a big enough galaxy for everybody, right? And there's a big enough way with all the stories to be told that you need contributions from everybody, from all walks of life, all body types, all mindsets to tell the stories.
Definitely, because creatures are going to be all shapes and size. Where you need all shapes and size. Even on Star Wars, we have been using disabled people, amputees, and so on. So it's not, we are doing really well with getting all kinds of people in.
So Samantha, you talked about one aspect of how many days it took to work on, and I don't know if people understand the perspective. I think you said it was 82 days as a supporting artist. And you know, I mean, I've only been an SA on one thing, and that was Spider-Man: Far From Home, but it was 12 hours of work for probably 5 to 6 seconds of actual screen time when it's all edited out. And I was blessed to be in every second of it, and it was super cool. And like any of us, we'd love the opportunity to be on Star Wars too. But I think the key was not realizing for the fans how different it is when you step on set. And you guys can all talk to this way more than me. I just remember the first time I actually got there, and they feed you first, right? And then you wait, you get in costume and you wait. And then it's you're waiting, and then go. And then you got to go again. And I don't think people understand, but there's the dedication. Nobody's whinging. Nobody's complaining about it, because you feel the weight of, we have a responsibility to tell this great story. What do you guys think?
It goes right back to what I was saying about being the right type of person. Not everybody could do it. And going back to what Leilani was saying, if you're not the right sort of person and you complain all the time, or you're not going to get called back. And I think it's testament to our personalities, that all of us, Kieran, Artie, Leilani, that we went behind the scenes, are easy to get on with and create a nice atmosphere on set, because nobody wants to work with people that moan all the time, and you just get on with it. And we have to remember, we're so incredibly lucky to be there. I thank God every day, that I'm there. But yeah, you're right. They feed you. There's a lot of hurry up and wait. We call it hurry up and wait. But when you've got to go, you've got to go. And then you're right. Boom, 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 non-stop. Take. But yeah, we're so lucky. And yes, there is a lot of pressure to do well. This is Star Wars. This is the biggest franchise in the world. And it is a lot. But there's so much passion on set as well, that it doesn't feel, we're not all walking around like this going, oh my God, it's Star Wars, oh my God, it's Star Wars. there's a lot of passion, and especially when you work with J.J. Abrams, his passion is infectious. He loves Star Wars, and it shows through. And like I always say, it's like Hamlet with the fountain. It is exactly the same. His passion filters down, and so everyone else is infected by that. And so there's this real sense of this is a lot of pressure, and yeah, it's tough, but we're so lucky to be here, and let's make this awesome. Like Leilani said, you just want to do your best, and because we're all thinking like that and we're all pushing forward like that, I think that's what makes the end result what it is, because every little piece of that puzzle, every single person is just doing their damn best. And so it really comes across when you see it, no matter what you think of the storyline or blah blah blah, those performances and the integrity is always there, because we just love it so much, and we're so invested in what we're doing.
Well, I think you really captured it there, Samantha, and I appreciate that. We're starting to come to the close, and I wanted to give a final parting shot to everybody right at the end, but I just wanted to remember to tell our fans that we are benefiting first the robotics program for school-age kids. We've had wonderful guests of our special guests of Karen Shaw, Samantha Elaine, Artie Shaw, Leilani, and Ariel Shu. And, I turn it over to my guests. Is there any parting words you'd like to tell the fans out there about what's behind the scenes, and when they don't see you, what's happening to make the magic we love called Star Wars?
For me, I think every single film that I've worked on, everybody that works on it has so much passion, and they want to make it the best project possible. There's so much love that goes into it, and it really shows when we're all working together. And everybody, every department, everybody within each department, there's so much appreciation for everybody. And I don't know, I've worked on so many projects, and for me, you can really see the love, and I hope it shines through when you meet all of the performers or people who work behind the scenes, and when you see the finished product. Sorry, I'm so sorry about this.
I think that love that you're talking about, that's really comes through. And unfortunately, we've come to a close. I could go on for another hour with you guys, but with the content we've got to close out. Artie, thank you. Karen, thank you. Samantha, Leilani, Ariel, thanks so much. You guys are wonderful. The fans love you. You guys are killing it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May the force be with you.
Yes, you team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The first fun part is away. Dun, 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 dun.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are tuning in from. We have a special interview for you guys today. Everybody, please welcome Ming-Na Wen. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, good. I didn't realize this was live, so I'm trying to tweet about it right now.
That's awesome.
Get people to. But how do you do your hashtag or your name? What is it?
501st Legion.
50 like O, like the letter O?
501.
501 ST.
501 Legion. I'm seeing if it pops up. I'm really bad at this stuff, obviously. There's Legionnaires. Legion.
501 ST, like first, like 501 ST, Legion.
There it is.
Yay! Thank you so much.
I'm tweeting. We're live.
That
Okay.
is so awesome.
Yeah, you guys can talk.
We love that you are joining us here today. We're so excited to have you. But before we begin, I want to mention a little bit about the 501st Legion for those that do not know who we are, and then we'll talk about actually what we're doing here today. The 501st Legion is an all-volunteer organization that seeks to promote interest in Star Wars through the building and wearing of quality costumes and to facilitate the use of those costumes for Star Wars-related events, as well as contributions to the local community through costume charity and volunteer work. And Dina, if you want to talk a little bit about FIRST.
Yeah, so thank you again for having me to be part of this. So my name is Dino Ignacio, and I'm part of the Legion as well. And the charity we're supporting this next 3 days in support of the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm is FIRST. FIRST is a STEM program where young, new, and rich minds are learning more about science and technology, and they have a robotics program. And it's really just paving the way for the future of our technology with the help of like making sure kids are caught up. So their mission is to inspire diverse and young people participate in team-based STEM programs supported by knowledgeable volunteer communities. So thank you for being here. And if you are entertained by this program you're on or any other that you've seen these last 3 days, please consider donating. It's so important for us to make sure that we help STEM out.
Absolutely. And yeah, click that. I think we're probably be right about here on your screen, like somewhere around here, little donate link. Yeah, please remember to click that. And Ming-Na, if you're ready, we'd like to start with asking you some questions.
Yes, I'm so glad that you informed me. Because a lot of times I just read a quick title and I don't read all the content. And I was like, oh yeah, celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. Great. Oh, 501. Great.
Yeah.
But this is fantastic. I didn't realize this was also for all these charitable organizations. It's wonderful.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of actors and authors and I think artists and writers that have been on over the past actually since 2 p.m. on Friday. So
Wow.
it's been running all weekend long, and we're trying to raise money for FIRST. So again, we can't thank you enough for being on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is like a marathon that
Yes.
you're doing.
Yeah.
Which is a great segue to just like thank everyone behind the scenes. We have amazing people who have just been working on this for over a month, and just like a massive amount of people, volunteer folks making this happen today. It's just amazing. So thank you to everyone working on this.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad I was able to join you. So fantastic.
All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So you recently became a member of our Star Wars family as a bounty hunter named Fennec Shand. But before we get to her, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe something the fans across the world do not know about you?
Well, obviously, most of my fans know that I'm a huge Star Wars freak. Most of them know that it was my religion growing up as a kid. What they don't know about me is that I am nothing like Fennec Shand or any of these like badass characters that I play. And obviously from the start of this conversation, I'm not as flaky as I appear, but I've been inundated since we wrapped the Book of Boba Fett with like other jobs and my remodel, and so my head has been in a million places. So a lot of times I say yes to things because I love Star Wars so much, and I knew this was for something. I wasn't sure specifically what it was for. So yeah, I'm kind of a mingy dingy. I don't know if people know that.
So building on that, I think I read somewhere.
Building on that.
I might have been on StarWars.com where I read it. I understand that you were in a science fiction club in high school.
Yes. I was in a science fiction and fantasy club in high school. I played Dungeons and Dragons in high school. I was president of that club, actually. And so, it being part of the Star Wars world right now and getting this opportunity is my golden ticket. It's absolutely a dream come true.
That's amazing. To segue to a next question, you've had a fascinating career, Ming-Na. From starting out in an episode in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood to like your highly regarded role in Joy Luck Club that I do remember watching and seeing like, oh, we are seen because of this. And I love that movie, and it still resonates with me. Even as a young man, I loved it, and I saw how empowering it was for everyone. And also then being a Disney princess, and then really, really solidifying like a lot of like being seen as a culture in pop culture media, and then now in Star Wars. And so this question is about like, what are you most proud of in this like amazingly what's the word I'm looking for? This amazing career that you've had. Yes.
I think if anything, if I could be an example for AAPI community or anyone in general about being different, being an outsider, being someone who never fully felt like she fit in. I mean, I grew up in a very, very white neighborhood when we moved from New York to Pittsburgh. And if you just have enough conviction and belief in yourself, and you're true, like Mulan, if you're true to your heart, then your dreams can come true. If I could be a testament to that, because truly all the stuff that you're saying that has happened in my life and in my career, they're all gifts, number one, and two, it's just it's sort of like it's showcasing who I am. I'm that nerd that loved science fiction. I'm the I'm that wallflower who never felt like she sort of could achieve anything or make her parents proud in Joy Luck Club as June. So, if you're just true to yourself, then you can make your dreams come true.
Thank you. That's amazing.
That's what I'm most proud of. And my children, I guess.
That's awesome. And them too, and the kids.
Yeah, and them.
That's hilarious. So Fennec was last seen in both The Mandalorian and also in The Bad Batch, which I have to say I love. It was great seeing that, and it was like one of those, for me, when I was watching it, I was like, oh, I know who that is. It was just like, okay, this is just building and building and building, and the characters becoming, bigger and bigger. But it's one thing I wanted to add prior to asking you this question was just seeing the buildup of the character and then how you portrayed her was just amazing. Like from that bar scene where he's talking, about if you're going after Fennec Shand with, just yourself, you're not going to make it till dusk. That was just like the ultimate buildup. And then to have you come in and just nail it, it was just mind blowing to me.
Thank you.
So that being said, you're also going to be appearing in the book of Boba Fett. Can you share with us how you landed the Fennec Shand role and how you got in the mindset to become her?
You know, several amazing things happened that where everything aligned. First, I have to thank my girlfriend Tamita from Joy Luck Club. We're all the girls from the Joy Luck Club and the moms. We're still a family. We're still friends. We group text each other all the time, and she knows what a huge Star Wars fan I was. And we were at a party, and she met up with Deborah Chow, who was working on The Mandalorian. So Tamlin was like, "You have to meet Deborah. You have to meet Deborah." I'm like, okay. So, I met up with Deborah and I hit it off. And so from that, you're at these parties, these Hollywood parties, and they say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna mention you, blah, blah, blah." And you don't hear anything afterwards. But Deborah was true to her word. And I think she brought me up to Jon Favreau and Dave. And they apparently had a conversation, and then I was offered this role. And basically, that's how that happened. And then John and Dave and I sat down, and we really, really talked about her and kind of hashed out, because she was only in one episode, and I was actually kind of hesitant to do it because the character dies in the episode, and there was a part of me that didn't want to do it. I'm like, I've been holding out for decades, to be in Star Wars, and I'm just going to end up being in like 2 or 3 little scenes and then I die. But after talking to John and Dave, and they were just so amazing and collaborative, I was like, you know what, I got to do it. Maybe I'll never have another opportunity again. And that's how that all started. And as you know, she dies. Well, sort of, near death.
So to follow up on that, obviously, she did not die after that, which is great. And you got an opportunity to really build the character, right? So I guess my question to follow up what Jesse asked is, how much of Fennec's character and persona was in the script and in the direction, or maybe in the costuming? And so how much of it was from Ming-Na? Like, obviously, you've been a Star Wars fan for a while, and a sci-fi nerd for a while. So did you build in some of the things that you've always wanted to see, or was this all in the script?
No, I mean, in fact, after our conversation, John and Dave were so receptive that they made her more. We worked on some of the things and elements to make her more cunning and more harder to kill, because she wasn't handcuffed in the original. And and I was just like, well, if she's really a badass assassin and she's just with this one punk, even though he has a gun on, a laser on her, I would think she would find a way to be able to get out of that situation. So so that's when she got handcuffed. So like little things like that. What I'm most proud of is absolutely helping to create the look of Fennec Shand. Because there's something that I think I saw or read or heard about, that every character in Star Wars, there is a silhouette that makes them extremely recognizable. And I wanted that for Fennec. I wanted her silhouette to be, and the costume already helped tremendously. Beautiful, beautiful design. And her helmet and everything. So for me, the hair, I worked with Maria, our hairstylist, on it, where we took the name of Fennec Fox, and there's something very cunning and stealth and a loner with the whole fox image, and I wanted to create like the Fennec ears. So we did that in the braiding, where there's like a triangular thing in the braiding of her hair, and then in the long braid tail is the fox's tail. And then Maria like added these orange cording, because that's the fox color and it was part of the costume's color. So it all just kind of like organically happened. And that I'm really proud of, because it made her seem just more that assassin badass character
That's,
that
so
I
it's fa-
needed. Yeah.
that's fascinating. So were you involved in, I'm assuming, the development of the name as well, and also like the
No.
characters?
She was already Fennec. I took inspiration from that name.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I didn't even know that there was such a thing as a Fennec fox. But when I looked up, when I was researching, I was like, oh, there's a fox named Fennec. Oh, that's where that came from. So it just all sort of happened from the name.
That's awesome.
Did you have any say in the well, I know you mentioned some parts with the hair, but as far as like the costuming process for your character, did you have any say in that, as far as like when you were trying things on? Did something you just not agree with? Or
No, there was, I mean, the costume itself was also my inspiration, because that was already created for her. And the only thing I would do was I would just tweak little things here and there to make the silhouette, tighter or look more flattering. But it was there already. It's a beautiful design. And I think for me, it was being able to work in the costume, that, because there are like, I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers to that costume, because there's an inner, my bodysuit, and then there's the one piece, and then there's the shoulder piece, and then there's the skirt piece, and then there are the gloves, and then the boots. So I wanted to make sure that I was able to work and do stunts and stuff in that costume.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to ask a question about the
I also
way.
wanted a bulletproof, laser-proof
Yeah.
Beskar shield. And I you don't understand. I was like, during that episode when we were shooting, and I was asking Dave, I'll be like, well, what if she, it was like just she had some sort of armor protection in that area.
I love that it's almost like you're playing D&D here, and just like, how do I buff my character, right? How do I add more armor to her? It's amazing.
that is awesome.
I want to quickly ask about, the way you portrayed her, right? So, she was very stoic, and the few words that she said had meaning and had purpose.
Mhm.
And I want to just go into your mind about like what that process is, because people probably don't realize how much effort it is to be still and like be quiet as an actor, right? It's there's some, you're not just like static there. Even in your silence, there's weight to it. So we'd love to get into the process of how you built that and what it took to be that character, and how do you make every moment meaningful for her?
Yeah, because I'm so like her in that respect, right?
I don't know. Well, you're very
stoic,
animated. Yeah.
not very talkative. Yeah, I had an opportunity to really hone that kind of energy from playing as Agent May for 7 years. And it's very difficult in the sense that it's almost like the Force in a way, where you are projecting that energy or the thought without saying anything. So you have, as an actor, you have to really, really believe in the moment, and live it, and that way it comes through, and goes into and the camera is able to pick up on that energy. And I wanted very much to not have the same type of kind of stoicism that Agent May had. Agent May was very maternal in how she approached things, even though she didn't say it. She was kind of like the tough love mom. And Fennec isn't. Fennec is very much about all for herself, what she could, what can she get out of this? She's very mercenary, very calculating, And so the way the language was written, I wanted to create sort of a more lyrical way in the way she spoke, that there was some sort of like caressing of words and sort of almost like hypnotic in certain ways to try to get people to, and yet there's a lot of danger under it. So that was sort of, I watched actually videos of fennec foxes moving, and that kind of like produced the rhythm in the way she spoke, so that it became almost poetic in some ways when she's talking. There's a quality of the way she spoke that is different, and certain pauses that she would make that's different. So that's how I try to achieve her quality.
That's awesome. Do you, as a follow-up to that, do you, obviously you've played a lot of different characters through your career. Do you find yourself like making sure that when you come up with a new character that it's a little bit of like what you had before, or you try to find like, how do I challenge myself and build somebody who's not something that I built before?
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun to, to take on that challenge. And of course, in acting, there's always going to be an element of you. It has to, it has to come from some base of truth. And so for that reason, if I change a little bit of my voice, a little bit, it's very subtle, and only I, and I think doing a lot of voiceover work, I've been doing a lot of animations, and I've got a few more that's coming up. It's been wonderful to do that, because you're only working with your voice. So you're always able to manipulate the pitch or the rhythm, and that helps to create it. But yeah, I'm always, it would be weird to like put June into Fennec with like or whatever. So yeah, it's always it has to be a different character, different background, different life, different. But I always bring a lot of I think my I don't know,
sensibilities, I guess, or like yourself into it.
Spirit, my soul. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm sounding so actory, I can't stand it.
Oh, but it's just because it's a testament to all these characters. It really does come through, right? I mean, to your point, just going back to
live, they can't be caricatures. So, because if you just play a caricature of somebody who's a badass or somebody who's it's boring,
Right.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
So do you have, well, actually, if you could you share with us one of your favorite memories from being on the set of The Mandalorian?
Okay, now here's the part where I have to censor and figure out I think the very first day, seriously, I'm in my Fennec costume, in my Fennec hairdo, and I go on set, and I had no idea what the volume was, which is the LED screened fantastical new technology that we have in filmmaking. So I walk in, and it's a blank space, dark, with some sand on the floor and some pieces of rock. And I walk in, I'm like, oh, it's like high school theater. Like the black box or something, and not very impressive. And I just remember we rehearsed a bit. Dave Filoni was directing his first live action episode. So that was really cool. And all of a sudden they turned on the volume, and it was Tatooine with the binary sunset.
Wow.
And it took everything in my power not to just break down and cry. Because, as a teenager, as a little girl, 12 years old, that's all I dreamed about was being a Jedi, being on Tatooine, going on adventures with Luke and Leia and Han, and I was right there, and it blew my mind. blew my mind. I was so shocked because it's that photorealistic when you're on the set.
Wow.
You're just there. So I immediately, like, we're not supposed to take pictures on set. I'm like, oh, screw that. So I asked the first AD, I'm like, you have to take a picture of me looking at the binary sunset. You have to, with my one leg up, like Luke Skywalker, you know, that amazing moment.
Oh, yes.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
that amazing 30 seconds of film that lives with us forever when he's trying to figure out if he'll ever have his dreams come true. So that's what we did. And that's
Oh,
like
wow.
favorite moment.
Oh, that's
What a
awesome.
fan moment. Amazing.
Yeah, it's making me cry right now. It's crazy.
It's melting my heart to hear that someone like you, with all this experience, you're not jaded and you love it as much as we do. And it's just fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, like, if you're that jaded, you know, that's really sad. I think. I really think so. As a human being, it would just be so sad not to.
I mean, maybe that's a good follow-up question for this. Is that what is the tone of these shoots? Like, you know, from me and Jesse's point of view, we assume that it's all actors are professional, ergo they're probably not fazed by any of this. But looking at you and talking to a few other people who have been on these panels we've been going through, even someone like, say, Lee Torresi, who you know performs as R2-D2, is fanboyed every time he's on set. So is that the experience? Is everyone on set as big a fanboy as we all are?
Who can I rat out? I don't even know if I can say this. Oh, what the heck? It's a really cute dynamic. Tem and I are like the yin and yang. Temuera Morrison, he doesn't get phased as much about things as I do. Like, I get on set and I'm just like, you know, every new toy, every new whatever, I just, for like 5 minutes, I'm like going gaga over this or that or that or this, and he's just kind of standing there a bit stoic and just watching me do it. And so it's fun to watch him. You know, he's got a heart of gold, and yet pretty much he'd be like, all right, let's get to work, Ming.
I love that it fits the clone and the Boba Fett in him to be that way.
I know. Well, I guess, you know, he's been around the block a few times with it. I don't know, or, you know, but it's adorable, and I love him to death. But I think for me, it'll always be a constant. It'll, you know, I can't wait for Fennec Shan toys to come out. It's been, I keep waiting. I keep like asking Dave. I'm like, Dave, when are my toys coming out?
Look, if I can openly beg for a Fennec Shan hot toy right now, because I collect them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So I need, if you're listening, Sideshow, Hot Toys, whoever, I need a Fennec Shan hot toy.
Yes, me too. You know, I love the way you display your stuff. I'm remodeling my house, and I'm trying to figure out like the nicest, coolest way to like display all my toys. I still have like, unfortunately, I played with a lot of them, but I have the originals like from 1977 or wherever.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, like, but they're a little beat up, and I'm sure if I had to collect more pristine ones, it'd be an arm and a leg. But
oh yeah,
Jesse and I have a bunch of questions rolling in our messenger chat right now, and one that somebody was asking was Diana Lee Inosanto, you know, had commissioned from a fan a replica of the Beskar spear that she used as a magistrate. Would you, as your, is there anything that you would want a commission or a replica of from Fennec to have in your house now that you're redecorating?
ooh, I would think her helmet
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, I would feel comfortable about having her big ass rifle. But definitely, Yeah, I would love her helmet.
Yeah, well, you'll probably end up with 6 of them from people listening right now. Right, that's probably what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna okay, no more helmets.
No more helmets. Exactly.
Well,
I love diamonds. The
if there's
spending
an
more
extra-
diamonds. No.
If there's an extra, someone can send one to me. I'll take it.
Okay. I'll pass one to you, Jess.
Oh, thank you. Most appreciated.
Jesse, do you want to ask a question before I tackle the ones that Gina sent us?
You know what? We still got, Ming-Na, are you still good on time?
Yeah.
Okay. So
If
why
anyone
don't
wants to ask why she doesn't die, I'll let you know.
if you want to just throw another one in, we'll just like throw the fan questions in between the ones that we're asking. So go ahead and take another one, Dina.
Sure. So here's a fun one. So Mushu was Mulan's spirit guide, obviously. In Star Wars, who would be the spirit guide for Fennec, and what would it be like if she had a spirit guide?
Interesting. Her spirit guide. It would have to be like sort of a non-existent spirit thing, right? That's interesting. Ooh.
Would it be like some sort of like Star Wars version of a fox? Would be cool, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, so much of her character is based on that. Yeah, I think so. I think a good like evil fox with some heart, a misunderstood fox. So.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, we'll dive back into a question from me. At the end of The Gunslinger, Fennec's introduction into The Mandalorian, fans were left to believe that we had seen the last of her, and thank God we didn't. Did you know at that point that you were coming back for season 2, and how hard was that for you to keep a secret?
I did not know after we shot. The long story made short is that Dave Filoni and I, while we were shooting, discovered that we both grew up in the same town in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Mount Lebanon, and that we both went to the same high school. Different years, of course. But that blew us. I'm sorry. That blew our minds, because to think that 2 nerds growing up in this, small little town in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, ended up on a Star Wars set. And of course, Dave had been doing it for so long. But I think after that, Dave was, nope, she can't die no matter what now. She can't die.
So that was the ticket, being from the same
and I was
town.
just like, no, she can't. Dave, she can't die. And I kept going, maybe at the end, we should do one take at the end after she shot, where you just like close in on a close-up of her hand and it kind of like twitches a little bit. Maybe like every day I would just like drop little ideas about how we could shoot it where Fennec isn't dead. But I didn't know after we shot it until much later, months later, that they wanted me back and that they were going to find a way to resurrect her, and I had no idea. I was just so happy, to even have one more episode in The Mandalorian. And then when I think it was 3 episodes, and then the whole Boba Fett thing, crazy. I mean, come on, Boba Fett.
I know.
Yeah.
And then directed by Robert Rodriguez. It was just like, what is going on in my life? I have no idea. So yeah, it was, and then it was really difficult to keep a secret when I found out that I come back. Yeah.
I love how your persistence led to all this, right? I mean, the fact that you really wanted this role eventually is in some part the reason why we even have a Boba Fett show, because it's like now we've got like these 2 break-off characters that can go off on their own. So thank you for that. That's amazing.
Well, no, I mean, I think I have to thank Dave and John, and I think I also have to thank the fans, because truly when Gunslinger came out, that and the fans were so upset that she died, so thanks to them, truly. They also helped to maybe solidify the idea, because I think they already had an idea and I had no idea, but it's really the Star Wars fans, I think, helped a lot too.
Yeah, I think at the after the end of that, at the end of that episode, watching it and hearing the spurs, the sound, with Boba walking up towards you, and I'm sitting there going, "She's not gone.
Yeah,
she's not
that's
gone.
all he
No
did.
way, she's gone." Right, and I think that's one of the reasons why I love the character so much, is because now you're like paired up with the most badass bounty hunter in all of the galaxy, And that's just, to me, it's just like, okay, this is like from the build up to seeing this, the gunslinger at the end of it, to hear the spurs, and then now she's back. And then to be in the book of Boba Fett, I'm just like, I'm thankful for it. I think it's awesome. And I think the pairing of you two is just, it gives more weight to how badass Fennec Shand is, which I think is really cool.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's always nerve-wracking to work on any new series or any new projects, but because The Mandalorian is just a little bit popular,
just a little.
So it's a tough act to follow. Big shoes to fill in a lot of ways. So fingers crossed that when the Book of Boba Fett comes out, I think, never know, but really hoping that we entertain the fans and that they like it.
So I'm gonna read a question from one of the people watching right now. They ask, with Asian roles where they are now, and how would you say things have changed since Vanishing Sun? And was that show ahead of its time in a way?
Wow, Vanishing Sun. I don't even know if anybody remembers what that one was. It was a series that starred Russell Wong, and he, to have an Asian male lead was incredible at that time. I think it's definitely much improved as far as Asian representation, and it's across the board, right? So many different, sorry, that's my computer. So many different cultures and backgrounds and stories that can be told, and a wider audience globally. That's really important. And I think it can only improve. Very grateful to have been there to keep the movement going, but it's tough. It's really tough. We have to write our own stories. We have to believe that our own stories are worth telling and that it will have a universal appeal if it's told right, kind of like what Amy Tan did with a very, she says the more you write about something that's personal and true to who you are, the more universal it can become. And that I'm taking that and creating and producing some story pieces that I'm interested in doing that kind of showcase Asian American history. I think that's really lacking, where we need that representation.
That's awesome. I'll have a panel later on today on representation in Star Wars, but I'll ask you a question that I was going to ask my panel later on. So obviously, I love the fact that we have more people of color in starring roles in Star Wars, with yourself and Tam coming in as well. And it's such an amazing moment for representation. But at the same time, I guess my question is, how does representation fit into a fantasy world that's such as Star Wars? Like, how much of our culture and our own histories can live in a world where you were talking about alien races, right? And so obviously you're not Ming-Na, and you're Tam is not really Tam in these stories. And so how much do we bring, and when is it, can it still be representative in a world where you are an alien? If that makes sense as a question.
That's interesting. I mean, I think it can only be represented up to a point, but at the same time, like George Lucas was really influenced by Kurosawa's films, and you know, and you could see so many of that Asian influence um, in Star Wars. You know, everything from the lightsabers, which were the swords, everything from, you know, the samurai swords were like it, and just certain images and pictures, and so it can definitely have the layers of our culture.
Right.
But yeah, but that's interesting because we can't fully put the actual culture into it. So, but you could do it in the costumes. Like I feel like even Fennec's costume, there is a bit of, you know, an Asian silhouette to it.
Right.
So yeah, but I think just our faces is a strong way to represent.
It definitely is. Like if I can just
We
quickly
can't
just
do our language or our food or whatever, you know. Yeah.
like as a father of a 9-year-old Asian girl, looking at The Mandalorian and seeing you, to her now she feels like she belongs to the universe out there, to the galaxy out there. And that's a big deal for her. And she's like thinking, this is a costume we can build. And now we are part of Star Wars. And I don't have to, like, as much as she loves being Leia or Jyn Erso, you know, she can be Fennec. And that's a big deal for her. And I just wanted to say that I think that's a very important thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, Kelly Marie Tran, and you know, there's so many blanking on Diane's, yeah. What's her last name?
Inosanto, yes.
Thank you.
Diana,
Thank you.
no, yes.
Yes. See, I need more coffee. You know, it's definitely much improved. So, you know, and Donnie Yen was in,
Yes.
and as well as help me. But anyways,
Yeah, we've got lots of space Asians now, which is great.
I'm so bad with names. It's terrible.
It's okay. Jesse, do you want me to throw in another fan question, or do you want to jump into your next one?
If you got we've got about 17 more minutes. So yeah, if you want to take a few more questions.
I have one that's coming. It's about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So this person, Tristan, asks, so I've been watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. From its first season until the finale, and Agent May was absolutely my favorite. I just wanted to ask, how did you feel to transition from AOS to Mandalorian, as well as what were your favorite experiences in both shows? Thank you very much, he says.
Oh, okay. What, AOS?
AOS. Oh, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So he said from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
AOS.
AOS.
Okay.
Yes.
I just heard AOS. Well, you know, they're both like superheroes in some ways, right? Where they have these incredible skills to fight and be fearless, but it's different. I mean, the two mediums are extremely different, first of all. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a network show, and The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett is Disney Plus. Just completely different style of filming and different pace. So I really like it, especially as I'm getting older, to be with this slower pace versus what we had to do on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I mean, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was crazy. We were shooting 5 to 7 pages a day, you know, and it's just like you barely have time to breathe, and the hours are extremely long. And I mean, the only thing that made it difficult to shoot, like let's say the Book of Boba Fett, was because of all the COVID protocols right now that we had to also instill. But otherwise, like the pace is just so much, you can really focus, you can really like work out a scene and make you know, make it come out and come through more organically, in as opposed to just feeling like you're constantly rushed to make very quick choices and decisions, which isn't bad. It's you know, it's a good skill to have.
So would you say that The Mandalorian is filmed more like a movie rather than a TV show? If that's what it starts to feel like in pacing.
Yeah, it's like the middle of it, because I think on a movie it's even slower.
Hmm.
You know, they'll take like 3 days to shoot a page, or a week to shoot a page, and we still have to shoot like at least a page a day. But
Yeah.
it's definitely a much, you know, for me as an actor, as an artist, it's nice to be able to have that breathing space to sort of try things out.
Yeah, people don't realize that about like acting and that pacing that you're talking about, how in a movie set maybe, or maybe somewhat in The Mandalorian, if you are indeed just shooting a page a day or 3 pages a day, you're holding on to those emotions for much longer, and you sort of, maybe you can turn it off, but you have to turn it on again the next day, and it's like this extended process of like holding on to that same mood. It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, it's different, you know, but I don't know. I've learned to sort of, you could make quick choices and just do it, but I like the slower pace.
Cool. Awesome.
So here's another question from the fans out there that are watching. They want to know who plays the piano and the guitar that's in the background.
It's all for show. Because I'm Asian.
So
No, I used to play the piano. I haven't had a chance to really do it as well, but like June's character, you know, we all had to learn an instrument. So I do want to get back to it. And you know, playing the guitar, my husband can play it a bit, but it's been a dream of mine to play the guitar, and I will pick it up and I'll be into it for months and months, and then something else, you know, takes my whole energy and I can't get back to it. Robert Rodriguez was so incredible. He'll bring his guitar on set, and in between setups he'll just like be playing and singing. He's so prolific in everything, so he's inspired me to try to pick it up again. And Tim plays too, so I'm kind of challenged now.
do I hear a Boba Fett band coming up, I guess?
That was my question.
Absolutely. Off stage.
Maybe we can get that in the outtakes for maybe down the line. You
Yeah,
guys
that would
all
be
playing.
great.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
No, very talented guys.
Dino, I think we can skip the 50th question because we already answered that one.
Sure, I'll jump on to my question then. This is one I've been hoping to ask the whole night, or morning really. You're one of the only people that I know who's achieved what I'd like to call the Disney triple threat, right?
Mm.
You're a Disney princess, you're a Marvel superhero, and now you're a Star Wars bounty hunter. Like, you're all three things that people aspire to have, like in the Disney universe. So which of these characters resonate with you the most, and maybe which ones resonate most with your children?
Oh, and don't forget, I'm a Disney legend now too. Just throwing it out there. No.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I want to clarify. A lot of people argue like Samuel Jackson has done it, you know, with Marvel and but I'm
She's
like,
not Samuel. He's not a princess.
Princess. Thank you. So I got one over on Sam. Wow. No, in fact, when he came to see, I'm forgetting all these names. Who does he play in Marvel?
Nick Fury.
Huh?
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury.
You. See, my brain, I don't have enough coffee. My brain just goes. Okay, as Nick Fury, but when he came on set, I was excited only because I've never worked with anybody who was a Jedi. So that I just had to throw that in. But oh, it'd be so cool if I get to work with him. Okay, again, what was the question?
Favorite of
who do I relate
princess?
to?
Yeah, princess, superhero, or bounty hunter.
I definitely relate to Mulan, 100%. You know, a girl who always felt like maybe I can't live up to my parents' expectations and wanting to do something, because I mean, when I wanted to be an actor, my mom was just like, are you crazy? You know, do something else. So until I got into Carnegie Mellon for drama, then she was really impressed that they actually teach acting. She would be like, oh, American school, so easy.
Oh, Asian moms.
Like she was so amazed that I can get a degree in acting from a prestigious college. She was
I
so
love her.
amazed. But then it kind of legitimized it a bit for her. So yeah, I'm definitely Mulan. You know,
That's awesome.
yeah, I haven't saved a country yet, but
How old are your kids, and which characters resonate with them?
my daughter is 20, and she would probably say Mulan.
Hmm.
And my son is 15. He loves Star Wars also. So I raised one nerd. I'm very happy. My daughter is the opposite. My daughter's like my husband, a non-geek. But yeah, I think he would probably Fennec. Yeah, he would probably relate more. I don't know, but I don't know how he would. Maybe not. He just likes Star Wars. That's all.
That's awesome.
So we got another question that just came in. Being such a Star Wars fan that you are, what was it like to work with Mark Hamill?
Right.
Ooh, that's a biggie.
I can tell you.
No. I'm going to have to blow that scene. He was not there.
Oh, he wasn't?
Okay. It was, but he was. Gosh, how can I tell this? I don't even know.
If you can't answer it, we can move on.
I don't know. I don't know if I can. I mean, it's not a secret because they've shown. But basically, okay, everybody had to keep it a huge secret, even from us, the actors. Like the character's name was not the character's name. It was Plo Koon was on the script. And I looked up Plo Koon, and you know, and I mean, I know what that character looks like. And the person that came through well, first of all, they also had an R2-D2, but they painted the R2-D2 green instead of blue with the lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I just looked at John and Dave. I'm like, that's R2-D2. And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is.
You can't fool me.
I'm like, could we stop with the charade? That's R2-D2 just because it's got green.
Wow.
It was they were trying to be so secretive. And you know, and the guy that doubled Mark with the glove, I'm like, okay, the dude coming in, glove, lightsaber, cape, come on. That's Luke Skywalker. And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, come on.
This is not the Jedi you're looking for.
Yeah. So that's the truth about it. I did get to meet Mark. I mean, Mark came in to do consultation and other things, and you know, the loveliest human being on. I've met him a couple of other times at events, and it's you know, he's just the man.
I met him
Talk about somebody who's not jaded. Talk about somebody who still loves all of it. I am so happy for him that he's getting like the biggest moment in any entertainment moment that you can have. When that scene happened and people were crying, I was crying, I was there
Yeah.
shooting it, you know, it's just, I'm so happy for him. He deserves all of it. He gave us so much in our childhood and adulthood, and he deserves all the accolades right now for that moment. It's so beautiful.
It's funny the compliments you're giving him about how, you know, how still in love he is about the role and the passion he puts into it is the same thing I'm detecting from you, right? You're so you know, authentically happy about all these things that you're able to accomplish in the universe of Star Wars. And the few things that I've seen you say about like your role in Mulan, there's just this love of everything you've done. Like, how is that like? Do you have any like memorable moments of you meeting a fan and like what interactions you've had with people who recognize you as Mulan or any other character you've had in the past?
Yeah, definitely at the conventions, it astounds me because a lot of the adult women and moms really who bring their daughters or sons to meet me, it blows my mind because some of them they'll cry in front of me, and I'm like, I'm not the Beatles, I'm not but I understand it at the same time because that's how I would be. I mean, when I met Carrie Fisher, God bless her, oh man, Carrie, same thing, just so I understand it. I feel like I'm one of them. It's just weird to be on the receiving end of that kind of love, but those are the perks of what I do, you know, as an actor, is you get to communicate with another human being in a way that is no words can describe it. It's such a synergy and connection. And if what I've done is as Mulan or any of these other characters, it can give them the kind of inspiration or feelings of happiness that Star Wars, like Mark Hamill and Carrie and Harrison Ford and, you know, and what George did for all of us, and continues to do, really, you know, it's unbelievable. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's really inspiring and kind of you to say. That's beautiful. I guess this is the point of that. So we're down to our last minute. We can extend a little bit more, but I would love to hear about like what your upcoming projects, not just in Star Wars, but stuff that you may want to plug and share with us in the community. Obviously, you can't talk much about Boba Fett, and we don't want you to if you can't. But everything else that you're doing that we can help broadcast out, please share something.
Well, I'm working on developing a sitcom right now because that's one of my other loves, is doing comedy. And I'm also developing a project about the WASPs, you know, the women in aviation during World War II, and about these Asian American, Maggie G and Hazel Yingli, that were part of the WASPs, which is incredible. Never in my life would I have thought that there were Asian American women that flew during World War II for the cause, for the war. So I'm developing those stories, and hopefully, you know, they'll come to fruition. So in the meantime, I'm remodeling my house. That's a good project. So,
Yeah.
you know what? If Wolf wants to give me some cooktop thing, I'm all for it.
So we do you have time for another question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we were asked to ask you if you were a Jedi, what color lightsaber would you have?
Oh, you know, Samuel and we talked about that, and he told me that he told George he wanted his lightsaber to be purple. And George was like, there's no such thing as a purple. And he was like, well, They're good.
Make it happen, George.
Yeah, so for me, because I love orange, thanks to Fennec, it would have to be an orange lightsaber.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I don't think there is an orange one either.
I think Ray's was kind of like an amberish, wasn't it?
Yeah, closest one, yeah, would be yellowish.
Yeah. No, I want it to be bright orange.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So on that, I think Jesse, we're good to close on this. Thank you, Ming Na, for like hanging out with us. I'm beside myself being able to talk to you right now, and if it's not showing, it's just I'm sweating fan sweat right now, just like being excited and happy, just being here with you. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, that's new.
I'm not sweating. No, it's just Dino. I'm just smiling a whole lot.
But on that, I wanted to say
thank you so much for doing this, and for the charity. I hope raises a lot of money. It's never easy to do that kind of stuff. I'll definitely be donating something, and thank you so much, guys, for wanting to chat with me.
Thank you so much. And remember, folks, click that donate button. Help us out.
Donate. Yep. Good cause.
Thank you, Ming Na.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
You too.
May the force be with you.
And with you.
There was 3, but was there a 2 and then a 1?
All right. Thank you for joining us. My name is Sarah, and I'm with the Clone Trooper Detachment.
My name is Jason. I'm also with the Clone Trooper Detachment.
My name is Hunter, and I am also with Clone Trooper Detachment.
My name is D. Baker. I'm with the Bad Batch.
And today we have Mr. Baker with the Bad Batch.
Oh, call me D. I'm not a,
Okay,
my dad's Mr. Baker.
thank you, Dee, for joining us today. We very much appreciate your time and your joining us to allow us to ask you some questions about your work in the Star Wars universe.
Sure.
So I think if you could get us started with a little bit of your backstory and your involvement, we would really appreciate that.
Okay, well, so I'm a voice actor, now untethered from Los Angeles due to COVID. I've been recording The Bad Batch mostly from my studio, from wherever I'm located over the past year. And very excited about the show and really enjoying it as an old-time fan. Here, I'll show you a picture. I'm fond of brandishing my picture. This is me in October of 1977 with my Jawa costume that my mom and dad made for me. So I'm an old Star Wars fan, and it's a real thrill to be part of the Star Wars universe, which I have been since Clone Wars began. I voiced all the clones and now the variations of clones and a fair number of other characters in there too. Done a little bit of work in the feature films since then, and as well as video games. And I do a lot of other shows as well: American Dad, SpongeBob, Phineas and Ferb, Space Jam, the original Space Jam, lots of other shows. So I do a lot of different kinds of shows, but Star Wars has a real special place in my heart because I've been a fan of it, and it's been inspiring to me since I was a kid.
Great, thank you so much. So we're gonna get right into The Bad Batch because that's what pretty much everyone cares about right now, mostly because they're awesome. So when
Good.
you
Do you
are,
like it? Oh,
I
good.
stay
Thumbs up.
awake to watch it.
Oh, good. Well, just
I think
wait.
Hunter's a fan.
If you like it so far, you're gonna like it more. Just wait.
So when you're working on the voices, do you come up with the voices for each of the Bad Batch members, or do you take voice direction from like Dave Filoni or other creative producers on the show?
I'm directed by Brad and Jen, our kind of the animation director and the head writer on our show. But the voices we arrived at originally when we recorded this, when George Lucas was still very much involved with the Clone Wars. This was a Clone Wars arc that was eventually restored and then, started airing last year, the Bad Batch arc. And so this is kind of as I understand it, this is the end of George Lucas's direct hands-on with his legacy creation. And we arrived at that. I kind of came up with my ideas with Dave Filoni, and we pretty quickly got a lock on who these guys are and what they sound like and how to keep them separate from each other. And we were off to the races. And so now it's pretty easy to lock into them with a little bit of finessing help from Brad and Jen, but it's pretty easy. Pretty easy to go from Hunter to Echo to Wrecker to Crosshair and then to Tech. They all just kind of lock right in because I feel like I know them. I feel like they're, guys that I can see, that I know.
That's so cool. So obviously some things you can't share with us just yet, but what were some of your favorite moments from like recording Clone Wars or Bad Batch?
Well, the Bad Batch it's really interesting, partially because they're an interesting dynamic, and that's playing out, and that's about to play out a little more prominently, shall we say? But to me, just as interesting, and perhaps more so, is this unpacking of the rapid transition from a republic to a fascistic, tyrannical setup, and how quickly that happens, and how fragile democracy is, and how everyone's kind of scrambling to find their place and their footing as things slide off the cliff rather rapidly. And so there's that's a really interesting moment and kind of an important and a relevant one, I think, too, in terms of the whole Star Wars mythology. This isn't just something that's disconnected from reality. This is, especially the prequels. This is a political story that's playing out, a parable of how democracy falls and how fragile it is. And again, like I say, I'm not going to get into it too much, but it's like that is a very relevant concept anymore these days. And so that aside, it's interesting to see. It's like, well, what did they do with all the bots? What did they do with all the mechs and the robots and all that? Well, we last episode we kind of got some insight into that. How did Order 66 play out in various venues, not just kind of in the top echelons of power? There's just a lot of interesting things at play that surround this story of these unusual troopers and this younger girl trooper clone in this series. It's a great package, you know. It's a great package with the overall story that's quite interesting, and then the personal story that's playing out of, as some call them, the dad batch, and dealing with, you know, essentially raising a kid and sort of getting your footing where the morals of the universe and the control are flipped. And so it's up to everyone to kind of decide where they stand and where they're going to plant their flag and what their choices are going to be, which is part of what's interesting of what's playing out with the Bad Batch. All of them, you know, Crosshair included.
Oh, we're so excited to see that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm going to shift away a little bit from the Bad Batch here and ask you kind of a more behind the scenes type question. So you've obviously done a fantastic job giving all the Bad Batch members their own personality. But your voice work isn't just for characters that like speak English. In The Mandalorian, I saw that you had voiced like Frog Lady, that kind of thing.
both the frog couple, actually. They didn't credit me on the second one, but I'm actually both the frog people vocally. Not in performance.
Okay. So when you're approaching a character like that, how is it different than approaching a character that has like a spoken language that you can convey emotion through? Like, how do you approach building a voice for someone that doesn't really always have a voice?
Yeah, well, ultimately, the mission is the same. It's an acting project. It's an acting puzzle. So what's the story doing? What needs to happen so that the story is fulfilled? And that's true of whether you're speaking words or you're croaking or grunting or growling or whatever. And so the key to approaching that kind of a thing with the nonverbal utterances is to look at it as an acting project. So because what you don't want is just generic sounds, right? Mm-hmm. And the subtext, the idea is typically that this is a sentient creature that has specific conscious events that are happening and has a relationship to the people involved and the environment. This is all acting stuff. And so you apply that to the creature in a way that feels natural and authentic and just kind of dovetails in with everything else that's happening. But ultimately, the mission is the same. It's the same. You excavate it from an actor's standpoint and then make a performance that brings as much humanity and as much specificity to what's playing out as the script and the story demand.
So with a character like Frog Lady, did you do like background research listening to frogs, or is
No, I didn't. I love to not do research. I have a pool of sounds and a well of ideas, and I reach into that in collaboration with the people that are making the show. In that case, it was Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. And so in that, we were workshopping a lot of different ideas, and they would tell me, I think we had a script that we were dealing with on The Mandalorian, but then they'd also throw me like some adjectives or events or reactions that they might be using for the character in the show. And I would give them sound possibilities and options for that. And then, that you throw it over to Matt Wood, probably. And then there's a lot of editing and maybe some modification, maybe some adding of other sounds as well. Cause it's not always just me. Sometimes they augment that, make a little sound sandwich out of it. And so it's kind of it's a collaborative creative process. You know, this you're making a television show and an animated show. It's a deeply collaborative art form. So there's a lot of people involved in making it, and that's a really important point to me. I mean, you know, it's the easy thing to do is say, you know, yeah, look at me, I'm the Bad Batch, I voiced the Bad Batch, That's true enough, and I'll take some credit for that. I'll take a good amount of credit for that. I feel very proud of that. But look, there's a few hundred brilliant artists, technicians, crazy people who are involved in making every frame of this, and every nuance of expression, and some of that cues off of what I'm doing. Some of it they come up with as they animate it, but as a team. And so there's a deep team of really marvelous talent that's making all of this show. So I don't want to grab too much spotlight with it, because it's to everyone's credit who's involved in making this, that this comes together in such an outstanding, remarkable and kind of unprecedented way. It's like a Star Wars movie every week. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's how it feels to me.
I feel like we get new Star Wars movies every week. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's
time to be in as a fan.
Star Wars to me is looking at the screen and saying, "Oh my gosh, look at that," and just it's like I want to freeze this. I want to watch this again. Look at all this. Look at all this. It's amazing. You know, it's an amazingly detailed, rich, realistic world that you want to be a part of. You know, and hence you have cosplay and everything else. I mean. And the longevity of this all. This is a world that that grapples with things that are real to us, that are moral questions and personal questions in terms of dealing with what's coming at us in life. And it's also a world of invention and surprise and creatures and mystery and fun and exhilaration and all of these things that we want our life to be more of. And so we want to make this. We want to make this world, and we want to be a part of it. So we hammer out our armor, or we write, you know, our fan fiction, or we do our tattoos or whatever, just to bring us into this world that, you know, that's so appealing and so brilliant, you know, that George has created. He gave it that push. It's still rolling down the hill.
Say it is quite an amazing universe, especially one to play in. So for those that are a bit unfamiliar with the voice acting process, do you perform your scenes in the Bad Batch all at once, switching between the character voices? Or do you do a character's line in their voice, like with multiple passes, or through their full script and then switching off to another character for like a different take?
The way we do it now is I just go straight through it. We'll do it scene by scene, and I'm just working off my scene partners. So we go straight through it. If Wrecker's doing a lot of yelling, I might leave some of that to the end of the session just to kind of make sure I've got enough gas in the tank to get through the whole thing. But for the most part, you know, they're talking to each other, and we do it straight through. We'll do it straight through a number of times, and then we might spot hit a particular line if Jennifer wants, you know, it to go a certain way, or we want to explore it a little bit. Because sometimes what I add to it is a little different from what is on the page, and sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's kind of a waste of time. But that's my job, you know, as an actor. My job is to bring my ideas and my push to make this as good as it can be. So there's a little bit of experimenting and a little bit of playing with either improvising or just the seasoning of the words. And that's part of the fun of it. That's part of the great fun of it. They're open to that. Some shows aren't. Some shows don't want that at all. They want you to do the line reading. But this show, they're very free, and it's a very collaborative, fun process.
Thank you.
So when you're like creating the voices for the clones, or when you were doing those, what inspiration did you take from like Tamora Morrison, or what elements do you feel were kind of your own that you added in?
Well, it started, I mean, it's that the prequel started as the reference for the Clone Wars series, but to me, it's the focus was on the writing, and really the characters kind of became their own thing that still refer, I think, to the prequels, but that like, you know, I don't think, for instance, in making the prequels, that that having Obi-Wan, young Obi-Wan, sounding dead on like old Obi-Wan, that wasn't really an issue. You know, this is Ewan McGregor's take on it, referring to it, but kind of going his own way. And some things are more, fidelity is more of an issue, and other things it's kind of a new idea. You know, our Anakin, for instance, we started out with the Clone Wars of getting like a pretty much a dead-on impression of the Anakin in the features, and they quickly changed that to change the dynamic of it, which I think, in the case for the television series, was a good move. So there's reference to it, but the way it played out, I think, was increasingly kind of more looking forward to where these stories for the television series were moving, and fulfilling that.
Fantastic. So with those characters, you've obviously, like you said, like Ewan McGregor putting his own twist on Obi-Wan. Like, as far as your own twist and putting a personality into certain characters, is there a particular clone that you feel has like a bit more of your own personality in it, as far as comparing to the rest of the army?
Well, I'm probably closer to something between Cut LaQuaine and 99. You know, because I'm a dad, and I'm not Mr. Athlete or that kind of a physical heroic presence. That's not me. I'm an actor. I portray these things, you know. I'm hired all week to not be myself. Sometimes very much not myself, not even the same species. But it's part of the fun of being an actor, is that you bring in, you can dial up aspects of definitely of your own inner palette of who you are and what you are, and that definitely colors the performance. It seasons the performance. But a lot of the times you're bringing in ideas that are so far afield of who and what you are, really stretching out with your imagination to try other ideas, whether it's, you know, accents or dialects or aging up or just giving a tone that's not anywhere close to your core basic how you appear just every day in real life when you're shopping for groceries. And that's really a lot of the fun of being an actor and being a voice actor, really, because there's great latitude to do that. You're not really confined by the visual. You're only confined by the performance.
So normally we've been asking our guests what their favorite clone was, because, you know, we are the Clone Trooper detachment. But we decided for you, since you have voiced all the clones, we actually wanted to know what your favorite non-clone Star Wars character is.
Of all of Star Wars?
Of all of Star Wars.
My favorite non-clone character? Okay, I know exactly who it is.
Oh.
It's the Tauntaun at the beginning of Empire Strikes Back. That is my favorite non-clone Star Wars character. And I'll tell you why. I'm not being flip. I remember sitting in the theater here in Denver, Colorado, and that opening shot of that Phil Tippett animated Tauntaun, some of it was practical, and just seeing that shot and just thinking the feeling that I had that not only is this going to be Star Wars again, but it's going to be Star Wars better. And it opens up in a completely different space, unfamiliar, surprising terrain with this really cool, awesome, giant, hairy kangaroo thing. It's like that was a perfect moment for me. That was a perfect moment for me. The rest of it played out in the theater. I can still smell it. You know, the popcorn spilled, soaking up the floor of this giant theater I think it was on Colorado Boulevard. And you know, right up to the great revelation, towards the end there of what Darth Vader says, which in one line rewrites 2 movies. You don't see that a lot. And so it was that Tauntaun that was the gatekeeper for this kind of perfect Star Wars experience for me. And so because of that, I placed the Tauntaun on the pedestal as my favorite non-clone Star Wars character.
I love that. That's such a great, unique way to think about, things that you don't really, our main characters that don't really come to the forefront. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like the characters, absolutely. But for me, it's like, look at that speeder. Look at that. Look at these creatures in this bar. Look at all these things I've never seen before. I mean, I just got done watching Logan's Run, right? Just a few months before, and thinking like, oh, that's the thing. That's the greatest special effects. And I'm looking at this thinking, this is, just throw that away. To heck with Logan's Run. I don't care if they're in skimpy outfits running around the mall. This is so much more awesome. This is incredible. This is what I want the world to be like. This is what I want my future to be like. And so, yeah, so it's the excitement of the innovation and the fun and the surprise and the imagination in this fully realized world that just perpetually surprised and amazed me. That's the thing that I really remember. I mean, for my money, it's a lot of what I get from the same thrill that I get in watching The Mandalorian, where it's even like, look at this ship. Look at this ship that's landing. That is the coolest ship. Look at that cool ship. And it's like, it's just a ship, but it's an amazing ship. And that's Star Wars to me. It's like, it's not generic. It's a stunning, imaginative surprise that floors me. And it's because of all of the brilliant folks that are involved that give it this cinematic heft and substance to it. In the case of the Bad Batch, and also in the case of the Mandalorian, but it also moves that story along because of the confinement of the television time frame for an episode. You got to move it along, and that is a good thing. That's a good thing. The original inspiration for George Lucas were these old serials, Flash Gordon and all, and those guys, those stories move. They're clear as can be, simple but clear, and they move, and because of that, it's a fun, engaging story, and that's part of what I think is really successful about television Star Wars, which is it's movie Star Wars on television.
So you've done so much voice work in the past few years. Anyone that looks kind of at your CV there can see that I'm pretty sure anyone that's ever had a favorite television show as a kid, you've probably been in it.
I'm around. Yeah, I've been around. Yeah.
So out of all of those, which ones would you say were some of your favorite projects?
Well, really, Last Airbender on Nickelodeon was that was a real thrill. I really loved the people I worked with. That's where I first worked with Dave Filoni on that. That was his gig before Clone Wars, and that's how he knew me, and that's how Andrea Romano knew me to bring me in to audition, because they'd worked with me on that. But that's a great show. The writing's spectacular. It's really successful in a lot of the ways I think that Star Wars is successful. That you've got the levity and you've got the heart and you've got this larger kind of political battle story that's playing out, interesting creatures, a world you've never seen before, really good voice acting. I just did creature work in that series, but for the most part, and but the voice actors in it with Andrea Romano directing is really outstanding, and the writing is beautiful. The storyboarding, I could go on and on, but it's of the caliber of the Clone Wars Bad Batch universe. It's that good. So I'm very, very fond of that. I really like, most all the shows that I'm in, I'm very lucky to be in. I really like. American Dad's hilarious. Is it appropriate for everyone to watch? No, but it's a lot of fun. But all the way back to doing Daffy Duck, which was which was great fun. In Space Jam, that was thrilling. Phineas and Ferb, that's a beautifully done show, beautifully written. I never got tired of it. It's probably the least amount of work for the most amount of money I've ever done. All I did was that, and that was it, pretty much. But that's a beautiful show that's a meaningful show that plays to all ages. I love that show too. I mean, there's a lot of shows I can go on about. I don't just want to pick out a few, but those are some standouts that come to mind right off the bat.
Excellent. But before we part, because I know we're getting close to the end.
Okay, I'm good for time. I'm good for time. So if you want more,
Okay.
if you want to ask more, I'm good.
Okay. Well, as I say, one last question we do like to ask, especially of like the creative artists that we've brought in, is what advice do you have for younger people that may be watching or people looking to change, their career in life for pursuing a career in voice acting?
If you're interested in voice acting, I have a free website called iwanttobeavoiceactor.com, where I put everything that I've learned about being a voice actor and about being really a creative entrepreneur, I would call it, but about becoming an actor, a professional actor, or trying it out. And there's many pages that I put out there. It's all for free, and I might start with that. But ultimately, if you're interested in a creative career, my hat is off to you, because this world needs more creative people. You want to tell stories that connect. You want to say something of yourself that's authentic, and that's laudable, because a lot of people, they just want to get money, or they just want to get fame or successful, or they want to just get followers, or even less interesting things than that. And for somebody who wants to become a creative person and to get good at it, and to get so good that people want to hire you, that's quite a project. And in any case, start with my site. But ultimately, even if you're not doing that, and you're a young person who's trying to figure out what to do with your life and your education, my stance has always been one that's more improvisational, and not to specialize too early in life, because you don't yet know who you are or what you're good at, and you don't really know what you have yet, probably. Some do. There's a few that really do. They know who they are and what they're gonna do, and they go do it. But for the most part, people don't. And there's a lot of change and a lot of disruption that comes at you, increasingly more so. So the more open you are to trying things, to exploring what you're good at and what you like, because those can be different things, right? You can like things that you're not that good at, and that's a hobby. And then you can be very good at things that you don't like doing. You want to have the intersection of those things, where what you're good at crosses over with what you love doing. That's where you train the sights of your career eventually. But for me, I didn't find that until I was, late 20s, early 30s. So I took a while to get there, and that was actually part of why it works so well now, is that I took my time with it. I know it feels like you're in a rush to go out and make money and establish yourself. I think you'll find it. And if you allow your life to decant and to find what it is that you like and what you're good at, it might take time, and that's okay.
So as long as you said you're good for time to keep answering some questions, we have one coming from the audience about other voices that you would like to do besides clones, either in Star Wars or out of Star Wars, I guess. But is there anything that you think, oh wow, that would be a cool character to approach, or a cool type of character?
It's weird, because I'm such a gun for hire that I just kind of, my whole thing is I'm not targeting shows or projects or voices. I always thought that it'd be fun to be Bullwinkle Moose, but I think that character's already covered, and that territory is already sort of cordoned off, which is fine. That's a fun voice. I like doing wacky fun voices. That's there's a part of me that really sings when I can do that. Like when I can do Daffy Duck, for instance. That's great fun. Or Animal in the Muppet Babies series, which is, if you got little kids around, maybe you've watched that. But it's fun to be this free, wild character, kind of, to some extent, like Wrecker is like that, where he's just like this knock around, blow things up little boy who's actually kind of a sweet guy. I like being that character because there's a lot of, if I had a wish, there it'd be a spinoff with Tech and Wrecker, the Tech and Wrecker Odd Couple spinoff, because they have such very different polarities. So yeah, so there's that. How many are watching this? How many are viewing?
I don't quite know. I wonder if Erica can give us some insight on that one.
5, 6, 20, hundreds, billions, who knows? I was just curious. Hey, tell me again.
I'm not sure. I don't have that.
Sure. Okay, well, ask the gods of Zoom know. Tell me again about the charity that you're doing. What is that charity that this taps into?
Oh yes, FIRST. So yeah, FIRST they're an educational program that focuses specifically on robotics. So when I was going to school and when I was going to college, we worked a lot with them as a volunteer group as well. So they're all just about kind of like education and outreach and empowerment for people to explore STEM. I think is probably the best summation I could come up with.
Okay, and so and it's just, is it 501st that's watching us right now? Is that our audience?
That and anybody that's tuning in from the Facebook Live on our public page. So
okay.
It's a mix of 501st members and the general public.
And how do you get donations? How do you do that?
I believe that there is a link in the Facebook Live post that takes people to the donation page.
All right. Well, let me do this. I'm gonna offer this as a Bad Batch challenge. If you guys can get 100 donations of $66, that the Bad Batch will donate $6,600 to your cause.
All right.
All right.
Well, you got my donation.
Gotta be
mine too.
Donations of only $66. An odd and interesting amount.
The challenge is on.
Would that be your order 66?
Not mine. It's the request 66. It's the challenge. It's the 66 challenge.
Challenge.
Well,
jump in there and throw in $66. Get 100, and I'll me and the batch will throw in 6,600, up to $6,600.
That's fantastic. Well, to all you guys out there watching, you know what they say: good soldiers follow orders. So donations in
For the Republic.
Come on, it's worth it. It's worthy. Let's do it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We definitely appreciate your time. And
That's my pleasure.
We are all very excited to watch the continuation of the current season of The Bad Batch. Hopefully there will be more Star Wars animated content to follow after.
Yeah, it's in a really great place, and I think it's gonna keep going in all sorts of really satisfying ways that I'm excited to see, whether or not I'm a part of it or not. It's just great. It's great Star Wars, and it's great entertainment, and I think it's in really great hands, creatively, as far as the creative engine that creates all of this, and the support from Disney and everything else. I mean, it's in a really great place, and I really envy everybody who's a Star Wars fan now. I wish I had this kind of stuff up and running when I was a kid. back when I was younger. I think it's really it's super exciting, and I'm very honored and excited to be a part of it. And I'm glad you guys like it. I'm very proud of it.
Well, thank you so much.
All right. Let me say I'll sign off as all the characters, right? Hunter. May the Force be with you. Echo. May the Force be with you. Tech. May the Force be with you. Crosshair. May the Force be with you. Wrecker. May the Force be with you. Yeah. Boom.
That was perfect.
That was awesome.
So, Gary, now we know that we're being recorded and this is going to go out this weekend or live as it is now to those that are listening to it. I got to say, it's a real honor to be asked to interview Gary Tompkins, who has done so much. I've researched so much of what you've done just recently and was shocked. You worked on Terrahawks. I mean, how cool is that?
Yes.
Was that your first job in the business?
No. My first job, really, I was so fortunate that I was able to do work experience on The Empire Strikes Back. My first kind of little kind of meeting with Lucasfilm, I guess, because my father was the art director on that. And during the school summer break, I went in and did 6 weeks working in the art department, which was a pretty cool introduction, I would say, to working in a movie.
So was that the point in your life at which you knew art directing was the thing that you wanted to do, or had you previously been involved because of your father?
Yeah, I think I'd always, because there was always an awareness of it, because both my father and my uncle were art directors, there was always an awareness that such a job existed. And, you know, I was always into drawing and model making and that kind of thing, which are both elements of working in the art department. I think, you know, these days with all the behind the scenes stuff and DVD extras and stuff on the internet, there's an awareness that such a job, like working in the film industry and working in the art department, such a job exists. Back then, you know, I was really fortunate that I had family in the business and they kind of introduced me that, you know, this is something that it is possible. And, you know, I went away and studied and joined the industry that way.
So many people watching us now having a chat, they'll all watch movies. They'll love the Star Wars movies, as you know, and many, many more. And they'll all watch the end credits of the movies. And I don't know about you, but I always get asked, what's a best boy? What's a this? What's a that? What's an art director?
Okay, well, every art department is headed up by a production designer, and he has overall vision for what the sets, props, basically the look of the film, what you see on screen, and to a certain extent, you know, visual effects. And it's the production designer who, along with a team of concept artists, will come up with the sort of broad strokes, what the film is going to look like, the set design. They will do sketches, they will do concept art. Once those have been kind of approved by the director, the producers, the DOP, all the sort of interested parties, then the process would be an art director would take on that set and start to produce a set of working drawings like an architect would. And those working drawings initially would be used to make a card model for, again, the director to look at, DOP, have a look, take the walls out, can we make it wider, taller, you know, whatever. And then once everyone is happy with it, the role of an art director is to do a full set of working drawings, architectural drawings, if you like, which will go on to be given to the carpenters, the plasterers, and the enormous kind of construction crew that is always on a movie. And, you know, beyond that, the art director will go down to the stage, have a look at the set as it's progressing, you know, be the eyes and the ears of the production designer. If they can't get there, if there's any concerns, then you'll report back to the production designer. And you're really the sort of conduit between the designer's vision that, you know, would be on a piece of concept art and the final thing that appears on screen.
So how much involvement do you have with individual, the original people that did the original concept art, and how much of there is compromise for practicality and for all sorts of other reasons why filming and so on? And is that something you would decide to do or?
Normally the concept artist, you know, a good concept artist would respect the restrictions that a set might have, but, you know, equally they can really have a bigger vision with the advent of visual effects. Certainly in recent years, you know, you can have a much broader picture of a universe, if you like. The fact that, you know, that is the piece of concept art, but the set is only that much and the rest is visual effects, you know, it gives a lot more, you know. And, you know, many years ago with matte paintings and glass shots and all that, you know, there's always an opportunity to build, to design outside of what you're going to build as a set. But having said that, you know, I think a lot of certainly designers and most concept artists would appreciate what the parameters are of the set build that we're expected to come up with, which obviously has budgetary restrictions and, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, the art director can be part of that. I think, you know, the white card model stage is always something that we do. It's very basic, you know, in the age of VR and that kind of thing that we also employ in the art department, but actually there's no substitute for making a accurate scale model in white card, which you can look at. And, you know, I've even known designers, when the director hasn't liked it, get a bread knife out and start cutting through the cardboard and saying, okay, is that better? I mean, it's something so tactile that, you know, everyone can look at it, they know what they're looking at. We often employ a little lipstick camera, which, as the name implies, is a tiny little camera with lenses that match filming lenses that you can put inside the white card model. So, you know, as I say, it's a tactile thing, even though we still would perhaps do VR and walkthroughs and stuff in conjunction with the visual effects department. There's something really nice about having a model, which then, you know, will tell everybody the extent of the full size built set.
And are you enjoying the fact that now your imagination can be let run much more wild with the advance of VR and all the wonderful green screen and different things that you can incorporate into your sets to make your sets bigger or seem bigger on screen, as you said?
Yeah,
the small, but you can paint the bigger picture. Is that something that,
I mean, it is wonderful. The technology that is available to filmmakers now is fantastic. You know, once upon a time, as I said before, it's glass paintings, matte painting of miniatures. You know, I love miniatures when we used to do those, but sadly they're a sort of dying art now with so much CGI. I do think there is a danger of, because you can extend a set so enormously, then you extend it and then you extend it again, and then, you know, you have a you know, you build a CGI X-Wing fighter. Okay, let's have 50 X-Wing fighters and they can all be flying through. Actually, sometimes you have to rein it in a little bit. Just because you can go mad and let your imagination run wild, I think sometimes you need to kind of just rein that in and say, actually, it would be better. Less is more sometimes.
It's clear, just talking to you right now, that, you know, you have this incredible passion for what you do and for film. What was the first film? What really inspired that? I mean, I know your family was in film, but what was the first film you saw that really, you know, started to get the pulse going, the heart beating a little faster? And
God, that's a really hard question. I mean, I think, you know, I've got to say Star Wars because of what we're talking about. That, what, you know, how old was I? I was probably about 14 when I saw Star Wars, and you know, that was fantastic.
You ever influenced by the, you know, the older guys like Harryhausen and all those sort of, you know, Jason and the Argonauts and all those wonderful films with miniatures? And
yeah, I mean, you know, they were always there. I think, you know, growing up, I don't think I can't recall going to the cinema so often. You know, I saw a lot of movies on TV. You know, those things that you've just mentioned. And I think also for myself, a lot of TV shows like Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, all of those Jerry Anderson shows. You know, for me, growing up, those were the big shows. Those were the influences. I had the Dinky toys. You know, I had all the, you know, an early form of one of the first forms of merchandising. You see what was available for Star Wars fans now. Well, it all kind of started back, you know, in Jerry Anderson's time. So, of course, many years later, when I went and worked with Jerry on Terrorhawks, that was at a very early stage of my career. To actually work with someone who I had grown up seeing the shows was fantastic.
Yeah, that must have been like a dream come true to actually, you know, be working with the guy that kind of inspired you, as it were.
And he was very modest about it. It was like, oh, I don't know, you know, he really wasn't a big kind of showman. He was a very modest, very lovely guy, and it was a real pleasure to work with him, I must say.
I think you often find that with most people who are very, very successful, they are generally quite modest about what they do, and they just sit back and they just do it, and it's just magic happens. What are your ambitions moving forward? What would you like to be doing? I mean, is the art department, would you ever like to direct or
no, I mean, I love the art department. I think, you know, any of us that come into the art department, it's through a love of drawing and, you know, seeing the wonderful thing about the art department is you can go in on a film on the first day. It's a clean white sheet of paper, and you have a designer, and he comes in and he puts a few ideas down, and then you develop those ideas, and then within a few weeks, maybe a couple of months, you start to see sets go up, the excitement of that. And then the sets are built over a period of time. And then on the first day of shooting, you go onto the stage and there is this incredible thing that didn't exist physically a few months previously and didn't even exist in anyone's imagination a few months before that. And, you know, I think that's the art department I always see is the best department on a film, because I think the opportunity to be creative, you know, from the top down is a wonderful thing.
And you create the stage for the performers to perform on. You create that first, which is amazing. Are there any films that you've looked back on that you've worked on and you thought, I wish I'd done that differently? Or is that just all of them, and because people are always happy?
I think, you know, we're all our own biggest critics. But I think, you know, it's a measure of a success of a film if you can sit down and watch it and not think about, oh, if only. Well, yeah, I mean, I can think of one example on one of the Harry Potter films. There was probably 999 people out of 1,000 wouldn't notice it, but it was a bit of leading work on a window, and the leading for the glazing on the window wasn't quite what I had intended. And for whatever reason, it got passed and it got shot on. And every time I see it, I cringe. But it's only because I remember thinking at the time, why was that done like that? And, you know, it slipped through the net. But if that's the worst thing in 40 years working in the business, then hopefully I've got away with it.
That's a testament to your professionalism and your desire to be perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. You let slip just before the interview, and I can't let this go. You have actually worked, as you said, you worked on Empire Strikes Back, but you worked on the 3 different trilogies, which is pretty impressive. You know,
yes, that is.
Empire Strikes Back, you said you were a kid. How old were you?
I think I was 16 on that. So it was kind of between school and going to college. And it was about 6 weeks in the summer, going in, helping out my father and Michael Lamont, who was one of the other art directors on it. And one of the things that I really remember, it was during the time of the development of the Snowspeeder. And there was some concept art being done by Ralph. I met Ralph McQuarrie. He was working in the art department. Joe Johnson, you know, and at the time they were just, I think I was aware of them because the art of Star Wars had already come out, I think. So, you know, I was aware that, hey, these guys are really cool. But, you know, not that they hadn't reached the legendary status that they are now. And the Snowspeeder was being developed, and I think my father drew up the plans and elevations of it, which appears in the Star Wars Blueprints book. And it was down to me to make a little cardboard model of the Snowspeeder. So I like to kind of the claim to fame with all the millions of models of Snowspeeders that have been made over the years, from Lego to construction plastic kits. I probably made one of the very first Snowspeeder models. So if I claim to fame, then I'll take that one.
The next question clearly has to be, do you still have that model?
No. It was made and it was added to a little polystyrene ice cave set that was being made in the art department, and they're all long gone, I'm sure.
Well, it's a great claim to fame, nevertheless. You mentioned you worked on the Harry Potter movies. Were they a very different thing to Star Wars, or a very different kind of?
Yes, absolutely. They worked with a wonderful designer, Stuart Craig, multi-Oscar nominated, multi-Oscar winning designer. In my opinion, one of the greatest designers that, you know, certainly in the UK, if not the world. His vision combined with Joe Rowling's vision of the story just was a gift to anyone working in the art department, I think. And, you know, he did beautiful sketches, beautiful illustrations, from which, as an art director, you just had all the information there. You know, combine that with books and research, and, you know, it was just such a pleasure to work on all of those films.
Yes,
and, yeah, very
moving,
Star Wars, of course, but
moving on to, you know, we did Empire and you were 16. I have to say your work experience was considerably better than mine, and I'm not going to go into that right now, Gary. Then you said to me you worked on Phantom Menace.
Yes, yeah. I was a draftsman on that. We did that at Leavesden Studios, which in latter times went on to house all the Harry Potter films. That was one of the first films that I worked at Leavesden there on. That was great fun. That was designed by Gavin Bouquet, who did the prequels. And I did lots of sets on that. Temple of the Jedi Council, I think, was one of them, which was a circular set. I always seem to get the circular sets. I don't know why. They're the most difficult ones to draw because everything's going around and have to develop all the shapes. But that was quite a cool set to work on.
You shouldn't be so good at your job, clearly.
So yeah, that was great fun because, of course, on Phantom Menace, that was I think I'm right in saying the first film that George directed since Star Wars. I think. Yeah. Someone might correct me. I think that was the case. So, you know, he was in the art department quite a lot of the time. And then the first day of shooting came around. I remember just thinking to myself, my God, this is the first time that George Lucas is going to be directing something here. And I don't know whether anyone else felt that it was such a big deal, but certainly for me, it's like, oh, this is quite a moment. This is, you know, almost history in the making. So that was quite cool.
Did you enjoy working with him and liaising with him as a director?
Yeah, I mean, he, you know, in my role as an as an art director, and particularly on that one as a draftsman, you didn't have a lot of dealings. You know, you would always be there. It's always the director and the production designer that have the conversations. As an art director, you often kind of listen in, but yeah, lovely guy. One of the things I remember, he was very excited. He came in one day and had this amazing new technology. And he wanted us all to watch the original Star Wars film because there was something in there he wanted to show us. And it was laser discs, the 12-inch laser discs, and this laser disc player. And halfway through the movie, you had to turn it over.
Oh, wow.
You know, I mean, that's a measure of, you know, how long ago it was. But it was this wonderful thing that George has got this amazing thing and this really good quality. Really? What better quality than a VHS? Really? And sure enough, you know, there it was. Little did we know that we'd be watching movies on our phone in what seems like a very
20-some years later.
Yeah.
Not even really. And then you worked on The Force Awakens.
Yep. That was great getting back, particularly on The Force Awakens, because it was the first time that we recreated a lot of the old sets like the Millennium Falcon, and you know, obviously we had all our heroes back, and you know, that really was a very exciting time. You know, having been in the industry as long as I have, I don't often get starstruck as such, but you know, when you're standing on the Millennium Falcon set and there's Chewie and there's Harrison, and you think, yeah, this is quite cool. This is a moment I'm just going to drink in because I need to remember this for a future interview.
And I'm glad you saved it for me. I appreciate it. When you were 12 or 14 or whatever it was, when you first saw Star Wars, did you ever in your wildest dreams imagine that one day you would be actually where you were with Chewie?
No, of course not. I don't think anyone does. You know, even though I knew I kind of wanted to go to the film industry, no one knew that, you know, quite how the arc would go of making of the movies and all that. You know, I would have been happy just, you know, earning a living, doing whatever, you know, even what some would describe as a silly little puppet film with Jerry Anderson.
I will not hear a bad word said about Terrorhawks or Jerry.
Well, the funny thing is, the influences on Terrorhawks were very much, when we made it, I worked with some brilliant people on that. Of note, Mark Harris, who is a terrific guy who worked with, funnily enough, he was on Empire Strikes Back with me. He was in a very junior kind of art department assistant role. He then came onto Terrorhawks with us, and we dressed a lot of the sets with influence from Star Wars. So what we call the Harry Lang panels, Harry Lang being one of the art directors on Star Wars, which is basically a black or a grey panel with white Letra-tape. Back in the day, there was a thing called Letra-tape, which was very fine tape, which you would put on and you would make the panel. So if you look at a lot of Terrorhawks episodes, particularly the latter ones, because I became the sort of designer of Terrorhawks after the first 2 episodes went out, I think, where Bob Bell, who was the designer, was moved up to a associate producer, and Jerry said, "Do you fancy, you know, carrying on doing some of the?" It's like, well, I'm just a kid. What do I know? But you know, the madness of youth, or whatever you like to call it. I said, yeah, fine. So we did, Mark Harris and myself, we did all these panels, you know, lovely little white lines. And if you look at some of the latter episodes, that's where that influence came from. Cut and dissolve to 30 years later, Mark Harris and I are on a set with J.J. Abrams putting white lines around panels. So there's a wonderful kind of circular nature of
some things never change.
Some things never change, except you can't buy electrotape anymore. So a lot of them had to be, you know, screen printed and digitally printed. And
oh no, that's a tragedy. That's not very.
Although having said that, I think Mark did have some electrotape left in his garage that had been there for 30 years since he.
But still was good and still worked.
Some of it did stick.
So, working amongst all of these people and doing all of these things, what's been the real highlight? If you had to pick one moment or one movie.
Oh, so hard. Because the beauty of the film industry and of the art department is how different everything is. So, you know, as I said once before, standing on the Millennium Falcon with Han Solo and Chewie, we're home, the line, it's like, that's got to be a highlight. But equally, you know, standing on some of the Harry Potter sets with all the kids and Alan Rickman, and, you know, those are fantastic memories. And, you know, I worked on films like Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise, where we landed a helicopter in Trafalgar Square. It had never been done before, not even for an air ambulance, but the permissions were granted. We closed off something like 60 different bus routes. We closed off the Mall. We closed off all of these streets. And Tom arrives in a helicopter in Trafalgar Square. And he said, this is really quite cool. And it, you know, there have been lots of highlights like that. Even to the extent that on a terrible film, we all have skeletons in our closets, but I worked on a film called Shanghai Surprise with Madonna and Sean Penn. And we went to
like that movie.
We went to Peckham Plunge Pools, which was this terrible old kind of public baths in East London, which we dressed, the magic of the art department, we dressed to look like a Shanghai sauna, where we took Madonna. And, you know, speaking to a lot of the old boys in there that used to go there for a wash. And so, what are you doing here, mate? Oh, well, we're designing it as a film set. Oh, who's the star? Well, it's Madonna. It's like, Madonna, come in here. And, you know, it's little moments like that is very, very good to look back.
That was filmed in Peckham. I can't believe. Yeah. Especially, I need to watch that again now. The other thing, and I can tell that, you know, along your passion, you're quite modest about what you do, but you have, you know, you've been nominated 10 times and you've won 3 awards. You're so well thought of and well renowned. You know, what's next? What's next for Gary Tompkins?
I don't know. I mean, I've just recently finished on Fantastic Beasts 3. So it's back to the Potterverse, having been in a galaxy far, far away for a few years after the last Harry Potter. So that's been really nice, because that's been back with Stuart Craig and his co-designer Neil Lamont, who was one of the supervising art directors on the original Harry Potter films, and also went on to design Solo and co-design Rogue One. So, you know, it's very much the same people that we work with time and time again. So yeah, that was really nice going back to work with Stuart, I must say, and getting back to the wizarding world. But as I said before, the beauty of this industry is you never know quite what is around the corner. And the first film I did, having done all the Harry Potter films, the first thing I did was Spielberg's War Horse. So suddenly, from being into Gothic architecture and castles and things, you're into doing research on World War I trenches and World War I tanks. And up until, you know, a few weeks before I started that, I didn't know that was going to happen. And then after that, you go and work on Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise landing helicopters in Trafalgar. So, and that is the absolute beauty. I don't know really what I'm going to be doing in, you know, 6 months' time. And part of that is really nerve-wracking, because, you know, we're a freelance industry, and over the last 40 years, there's been some sort of ups and downs of, you know, being busy or not. Fortunately, at the moment, the industry is incredibly buoyant. It's busier than I think it ever has been, the British film industry, despite all the best efforts of COVID to screw everything up.
Shut it down.
Where you know, every major studio is expanding. The the advent of Netflix and Apple TV and, you know, all Amazon, everyone loves coming to the UK to make their movies, and long may it last. So whatever I might be going on to, I'm just hoping it'll be a fun project with some, you know, lovely people and some nice challenges.
So before I wind this up, and I really appreciate, as we all do, you giving up your time to spend with us and tell us, you know, some of these wonderful stories. I'm going to finish up and make it a little lighter. If you saw yourself as a Star Wars character, now, not which one would you want to be, but which one do you think you're closest to as a person?
Oh, that's impossible to answer. I should have had some warning for that. I don't know.
If I'd have gave you warning for that, you wouldn't give me the correct answer.
No, exactly. Exactly. I maybe Luke Skywalker. I don't know. If pushed,
that would be the.
Maybe you have to ask someone else and not myself.
Well, you see, I think actually the Luke Skywalker thing works because, you know, you were the young pup that, you know, went along to the movie and the master. So in some respects, I can see that. Listen, Gary, it's been a real pleasure talking to you.
You too.
I hope people have learned something about you and about what art directors do, but I've also just enjoyed, as I have, talking to you this afternoon. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
And thank you for celebrating this anniversary with us. And hopefully one day I'll get a chance to meet you, buy you a cup of coffee.
Yes.
Thanks ever so much, Gary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tunes